we talked off camera, but I do want to have this conversation. Normally I dive in slow and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But dude, this is on my mind, man. So we talked about you had a stuttering problem.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because you're in marketing.
Yeah.
You're
Sales.
selling things.
Talking to tons of people a day.
Right.
Yeah.
How does, what happened?
I mean, so I had a stuttering problem growing up, and what's funny was what got me out of the stuttering problem was actually my first job. My first job was with Kinko's, and that was my first, because so I grew up and I went to school at a very small private school. I knew the same 10, 15 people all my life, really small classes. So I'm stuttering around them, but they all love me.
Right.
So no one's looking at me weird for stuttering.
Mm.
But I get to this first job and it's like, do you want copies? And I was like, all right, I gotta fix this. Right? So that's when I realized that I had to really slow my vernacular, but mostly my mind. And so I literally started to speak like this in order
at me saying,
to
no
let
one's
my
looking at me
mind
weird for stuttering.
catch up when I get to this first job to say. It was a processing issue. So timing-wise, perfect right before I left for college, because coming up here and stuttering, I would have had a big issue.
Wow.
But no, yeah, I slowed my entire vernacular, and I don't want to say I got over it because I stutter now.
Right.
But I'm able to catch it. I can catch it. I can dance around it, and I can make it so that if I'm looking to communicate something, I end up doing that.
I wanted to talk about that because of what I told you off camera. I have a light stuttering problem. Now, was it bad previously? I don't remember. I don't remember if it was so bad where I could not communicate.
Your brain probably erased it. Yeah.
Right.
Anything that you don't desire, your brain probably erased it.
Probably.
Yeah. Probably.
Because I have an extreme memory issue. I smoked a lot of weed too in my day. so I say that. But editing this show, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Editing this show, I realized my stuttering.
Yeah.
Normally, like you said, I powered through it, boom. But being on this show, it literally mirrored and I'm like, yo, I'm dancing around it as I'm talking to my guests, but when I go back to edit, I was like, no, I'm not dancing around it.
Yeah.
It's being noticed.
Yeah.
So, same thing. I said, you know what? Slow down, think about it, say it.
Yeah.
My son, he's 7, he stutters.
Okay.
So my thing to him is, slow down, Daniel. Stop, slow down. He'll try to say it. No. I said, stop. I think about it.
Yeah.
Did you think about it? Yes. Did you think about it? Yes. And then I'll have him say it to me.
Yeah.
But what do you think that's just from moving fast?
I think it's from moving fast. I think it's from your family. I mean, my family, they're from Trinidad.
Right.
My family have very heavy accents. There's certain words they skip, and then, so I have a family that has a very strong Trinidadian accent, and then I go to school and there's a bunch of Americans with full sentences. Not to say like my family spoke broken English, but it's different,
Right.
So sometimes your mind is trying to process that and it doesn't know which one to kind of latch onto,
Right.
So you're with your family you're speaking with your family for 2 hours a day. You go to school for 8, 9.
Yeah.
Like it's a challenge, so.
Yeah. Tough.
Yeah.
Where did you go to school?
Down in South Florida, a really small private school called Hollywood Christian.
Never heard of it.
Hollywood Christian. Most people haven't. It's not even named Hollywood Christian anymore. Yeah, it's something else. I think somebody bought it, but it's a really small private school, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you did that middle school, high school?
Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, junior high, high school.
Never public school?
I never went to public school until I came up here. Yeah.
Wow.
My parents wanted to keep me out of trouble down there.
Did it work?
Yeah, I stayed out of trouble. Yeah.
Yeah?
I did. I mean, I was only exposed to so much. Yeah, so I stayed out of trouble. Some of my classmates didn't, but I mean, I stayed out of trouble.
I did private school, 10th grade, maybe before 10th grade.
Okay.
I did private school, and then I did public school.
Yeah.
I didn't stay out of trouble in either one. I found a way to get in trouble in both of them. And it's funny because the principal, who actually was the owner of the private school too, I had his son on the sit down.
Really?
Full circle. See how life works?
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Full circle.
Man, y'all must have some super editing skills, man. I wouldn't even know how to do all this.
Yeah.
I would just went straight through it. I record my videos, I hear stuff, I hear beeping something, I'm pushing through. I'm surprised. This is okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I pushed through all this
Mike
stuff.
is insane.
Yeah.
I'll give you a secret because everything I learned with editing is YouTube Academy or trial and error.
Yeah.
So what I do, I'll skip forward in the conversation.
Yeah.
And I'll just like group two parts together and I'll hide it with a transition. So I'll go from close up to establishment.
Okay.
You know, two different total parts of the conversation, but they don't know because the camera changed.
Interesting.
And I'll just edit and then I'll like blend the audios together to make it work.
Interesting.
Or what I'll do, like while I'm talking, I'm like, okay, that's gonna be tough. I'll repeat what I said to kind of like wait till the noise subsides and then I'll say it.
So everything's synced here though, right?
Everything, well, with the establishment shot, the audio is there.
Okay.
These two are just capturing video. So when I go to edit, I'll have to sync those audios because they're still picking up audio.
So you're not doing it like the claps or anything like that to get those sharp.
No. Points.
Yeah.
No, I just talk it out.
Oh, snap. Okay. That would frustrate the hell out of me. No, hell no. Mm-mm.
It's gotten easier.
Okay.
Because of the equipment change. Before it was tough.
Yeah.
Sometimes the audio be too tough or too low so it doesn't pick up. So early editing is what I had to learn. So it'd be like extremely low so it would not sync in the program.
Okay.
So I had to like slide it to get it to sync.
You got way more patience than me, man. I don't have patience. I wish I had patience.
So let's talk about patience then, because since you brought it up. I have patience because I want to get it done. Because there's times I procrastinate.
Yeah.
Like I'm a huge procrastinator. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah.
I procrastinate. It's kind of because I'm like, oh, I can get it done in time.
Yeah.
I just gotta crash or cram to get it done in time. But I procrastinate, and that's where my patience extends to. And until I just be like, I'm just gonna cut a corner here.
Yeah.
But they say people like that those are traits that the most successful people display.
Yeah.
Whether they procrastinate, they multitask, and they're late. They run late a lot. So if you have those traits, you're in good company.
Yeah, I mean, you still gotta get stuff done. How's it going? You still gotta get stuff done, but I realize procrastination is like this subconscious thing,
right?
And it's like a mental and sometimes spiritual sabotage. Like
mental and spiritual sabotage.
Yeah, so an example would be like, there's a reason why you don't want to do certain things. There's a reason why goals work and deadlines work. If you think about it, school is nothing more than a set of deadlines. That's all it is. You studied for that test because I told you when it was. You did your homework because I told you when to give it to me. You were excited about graduating because I told you when it was. When you take all of that away, you put yourself into this world of freedom, like entrepreneurs. So what happens with entrepreneurs, some of them don't have deadlines. They'll shift shit all the way to next year. But it's because like nothing's telling them like you have to get it done by this unless they have discipline. So you procrastinate. But you still gotta what's the opportunity cost of not getting it done? So if you start to subconsciously say, all right, what happens if I don't get something done? Then that's when your mind starts to say, okay, I can't sabotage that. Otherwise, there's nothing to sabotage.
So, dude, let's go there real quick. Let's sit right here. So, you're saying without the deadline, you don't get it done.
Yeah.
Subconsciously, your brain says, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, we all do.
So, are we naturally lazy?
Yeah, I think so. I think I mean, society makes us not lazy, but we're naturally lazy. We naturally don't want to do shit. We naturally want to sit around because we were actually made to just sit around and just enjoy life and converse and to do stuff and have fun and to laugh. But society said, hey, you have to pay for your place. Society said, oh, you want to eat? Oh, you got to pay for that. Society said, oh, you want to get from here to South Florida with that car you got? Oh yeah, people built that. You got to pay for that. Like society said that. So now that society said that, you know, you have to follow society's rules. You know, and society's rule says you better make that money to pay for that.
Dude, we're gonna go all the way into conspiracy theories. I have not done that on this show
There's
yet.
There's plenty of them.
Okay, so let's go. We're gonna talk about you, but let's go here real quick. I want to hear what you think about this. So, without society, strip away society, we still have to work to eat, though.
Why?
Well, how are you gonna get your food?
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like society makes it easy for you to, right? Like,
Oh, so you're saying because of the luxuries of society, now we have these things set up in place.
Yeah, I mean, it's convenient to live now. It's convenient to live. If you didn't have society, I mean, if you were back in the cave days and you had to chase after that chicken or hunt your food, I mean, how have you ever chopped up a cow before?
No.
All right, go try doing that shit and tell me that society isn't making things convenient. Have you ever milked a cow before?
One time.
Yeah, I did in kindergarten. It's not. I don't want to do it. Who wants to do that?
No, I'm gonna flip it on you. The trade-off for the convenience and what it takes to do those, you might as well just do the thing. You got to work 80 hours to pay for the conveniences.
Right.
Just do the whatever, 10 hours a day, doing it.
I mean, but that's the thing. But that's the thing.
That's the trade-off.
There's gonna be things that you want to do and that you don't want to do, but it's all trade-offs. There's certain things tomorrow when you guys wake up. There's gonna be a set of things that you don't. Do you change your own oil on your car?
No.
So this is. So my dad was a mechanic. My dad taught me how to do everything on cars, right? So I love working on cars.
Right.
You want to know when I stopped loving working on cars?
When you could afford to have someone else do it?
That too, but also when the first time I took out that nut to change the oil and the oil missed the pan, that was when I realized, you know what? This isn't, what am I doing, right?
Right.
The first time I saw like the car kind of slipped and it almost fell on me, that's like, you know what? I should stop doing this.
Wow.
But to be honest with you, it's not money. It's not money for that, at least. It wasn't money. Right. It was just, now I see why there's people out there that specifically do this.
So now it's about finding someone that's considered a professional in that field.
They could be a professional or just willing to do it.
Willing to do it. So, because I believe that the conveniences are awesome. I love the conveniences, but we would not care about the conveniences had they not been established or set up for the sake of profit.
Right. Yeah.
Everyone wants to make a profit.
Right.
The first person who invented the wheel, I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
However he did it,
yeah.
People wanted said wheel. I'm pretty sure he was okay with giving the wheel for free until maybe he had the idea or someone else said, hey, you can make a profit off of this.
Right.
Why are you giving this away for free? Go get their sheep or goat or fruit or whatever currency was at that point in time.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So the conveniences are great. We wouldn't care about the conveniences had they not been here.
So you're saying if we take away profit, if people didn't pursue profit, then we would be okay with just naturally exchanging the conveniences.
Facts.
But that's what it was. That's what it was like until things changed, right? Like an example. Right now, I want your shoes in exchange for my iPhone, or you let's say you want my iPhone,
right?
And you're willing to give me your shoes,
right?
That's not an even exchange, right?
It's not an even exchange, no.
Right, but who is it not an even exchange to? Me or you?
I take that back. it's an even exchange based off of the value you put on your phone and I put on my shoes.
Right. So think about this. Imagine you see that perceptive value,
Right.
multiply that by 2.1 million people in Orlando alone. How complex is that?
Standard
Multiply
of
that by the
value.
300 million people in the United States. How complex is that? You don't value, like an example, like I'm not big on fashion and all that, right? Like somebody can show me some Yeezys and I'm like, get these socks away from me.
Right.
I don't perceive it that way.
Right.
But yet the person next to me would be willing to exchange their iPhone for it. So it just makes it hard. But I mean, I think society is set up to benefit those who understand it.
Makes a lot of sense. Me and my brother have this conversation, how America is built to help the business owner versus the consumer. It's not set up for the consumer to win this society. Even with the tax laws, it's not set up for the consumer. It's set up for the business owner.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. The reason why I'm doing it and all of this is so that I can benefit from it.
Right.
And it's profit. There's profit. I love doing this. Don't get me wrong. I love the producing aspect of it. I want to make money with this. This is a great skill, a gift that I have. I want to exchange it for currency. Right?
Yeah.
So that's what it is. If there was a way for me to survive without the currency, I wouldn't do it. And I don't think any of us would if there was a way to survive without means of currency.
Right.
So it's making me think. So now it's like, it might not be so much greed involved in it, even though I'm pretty sure greed is a component, but a standard value system based on currency is pretty dope. Because what you said, if I value these shoes more than you think, or more than you value your iPhone, you're like, no, what? They're just shoes. But I'm like, hold on, no, but they're not just shoes.
They're not just shoes. Right. You got to convince me, but you're not going to convince me.
No, because you don't care about it.
But that's the reason why. That's actually the reason why. Like right now, cryptocurrency is like it's disrupting everything, because the United States says, hey, like this is my dollar, and I have more than 300 million people that value this at this rate. I have an infrastructure that makes my dollar this strong. If you want to spend my dollar in your country, this is how my dollar, fares against your rupee, against your colones. Well, now you take cryptocurrency, and it's like all across the board. It democratizes finance. Well, now you can't tell me your dollar's worth more than my colones. Now you can't tell me, my rupee is worth less than your dollar. Like now it's totally messing stuff up, and that's the reason why people fight it. Because once you take away someone's ability to create some type of infrastructure to make your thing worth more than someone else's thing, you fight for it. You fight for it. Cryptocurrency is going to be the future. And we have to understand it now, but the age of money being backed by certain things that we can't see, feel, touch, experience, it's almost over, man.
I heard that it's not gonna stick around for too long.
Whatever you heard, we'll see in 10 years.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about cryptocurrency. I don't claim to know too much about it.
It's a battle. I think it's gonna be a battle.
Yeah. I don't know. Like my thing is just pay me in what works, guys. Whatever works, pay me in what works.
But you see what you just said, right?
What?
Pay me with what works. So like an example, like let's say I owed you $100, right?
Right.
If I was able to shoot you point zero whatever Bitcoin,
right,
and you were able to take that Bitcoin and you were able to go buy $100 worth of food from Publix,
right,
you don't mind what you get paid in, right?
I don't think any of us do. We didn't decide this.
The people, the infrastructure, the society does.
Facts. And that's my whole entire point.
Yeah.
The reason why we're okay with making X amount of dollars an hour is someone said you can do this with this amount of money an hour. And we just want to do that. Honestly, we just want this.
Yeah.
We want electricity, we want our lights to work, we want our phone. They decide the value.
I would disagree with that a little bit. Well, so here's an example, right? Here's an example.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish the point.
Okay.
Because I want you, if you disagree with it, I want to hear your disagreement.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Do you care about making $100 or do you care about what you can buy for $100?
What I can do with the $100,
That's the point.
right?
The only reason why your prices, you charge what you charge for your services is because you want to be able to get what you want for life or what you feel you need for life.
Partially.
In my opinion, money's in the way of that. So in order for me to access what I need for life, I need money.
Right.
So I put a value on what I do to get the money so I can access what I need for life. Literally, it's a glorified middleman.
Well, so this is the only reason why I said that I partially disagree, right?
Right.
So if you were to arbitrarily just throw out how much these 2-3 hours is worth, well, what number would you throw out there? Just throw out a number.
I don't want y'all to think this is my number.
No one thinks it's his number. just throw out any number.
So let's just say $500 an hour.
Dope, $500 an hour. So let's say 3 hours, $1,500, right?
Right.
Now you're factoring that $1,500, not just this is why I would disagree, right? You shouldn't just factor it into your skills and the cost of your equipment and the cost of your lighting and the cost of all that. You shouldn't. You should factor it in through you have children. This is time your children don't have you. This is also something you're doing so that your children can live in the shade of the seeds you plant that's going to grow into trees that they're going to live through years from now, right? So like right now, for mind you, we're not getting older, we're dying, right? Like, and that might be kind of grim, but like I look at things backwards, right? Just we spoke about goals, right? If I like, and you know, some people hate when I talk like this, but let's say like 80 and I'm out, right? 80, I'm probably out, right? So right now I probably have 40, I got 44 years left. I got 44 years left. So out of 44 years, multiply that by 12, you got 500 and change months left. For every month I'm out here messing around, imagine if you had $500 in your pocket. How careful would you be for every month? So if you have a limited number of months left, and I don't know if you've met anybody, but no one's living past certain ages, right? Yeah. So you have to say, hey, you know what? I value this at a certain rate because I know I'm separating with something I won't get back. And I know that there's a certain amount of value that this is going to be to you. So your mind should calculate all of that. And I don't even want to say like there's like, you know, some people say I want to get paid what I'm worth. You really can't.
Yeah.
You can never get paid, not employed.
Yeah.
You can only create a certain amount of leverage around what you believe someone else perceives your worth to be.
I was going to make that statement. You said it. Because, so I guess having this conversation, I'm starting to agree with money system because there has to be some sort of standard.
Right.
Because you'll have people saying, oh, well, I have more kids than you. You don't have as much expenses as me. So I should get paid more than you, even though we're doing the same thing in the same field.
Right.
But our experience goes into the play. How attentive we are to detail.
Yep.
How long we've been doing this said thing to sharpen these skills that we're detailed in. There's so much that goes into it. Some people value education over experience. Now it's flipping in the workforce. They're starting to place a great value on experience now. And when you look for some jobs that when I've looked out there, they used to require a degree. They don't require a degree anymore. Now they're like, if you have this many years in experience.
Yeah.
Because I guess they finally woke up to the fact that experience matters. Not that school is not important or you shouldn't go to school, but someone that has hands-on been doing it versus someone that comes out and like you said, your ability to meet deadlines and test well, in my opinion, remember and regurgitate information, you get paid more. So, I mean, I understand. And then, you did do 4 or 5 years in college. So I get it. I understand that. But having that standard, this is what this costs. This is what this is valued at. This is it.
Yeah.
Like you said, unless you want to create your own leverage through entrepreneurship or selling a skill or service.
Somebody got to control it. Yeah.
Someone got to.
Somebody got to control it.
I get it. I hate it, but I understand it.
Hey man, that's what we agree to. Like an example, like right now, like we all pay our taxes. Or I owe a little bit, but that's totally we can't talk about that on camera. But like we pay taxes for certain things, but it's because what we're agreeing to in our society again brings about a certain amount of convenience and protection, right? Like we want
Right.
60,000 people within the military, to be protecting our country. Cool. You want to make sure you wake up tomorrow and your house isn't bombed or something, or somebody doesn't want to come. Cool. Like
Right.
we have to pay for that. You want your roads to be nice and not bumpy? Cool. You got to pay for that. You want that bridge
They're
to be
not
finished?
I-4.
Yeah, I-4 is different. The I-4 is, man, that got me frustrated. Do you know, like, yeah, I-4 gets me frustrated. But if you want those things, you agree to let, hey, I'm paying for it.
Yeah.
I'm throwing my few coins and paying for it. So.
So there was to flip it. Let's move it, man. What was the news? What were you on the news for?
Well, a couple times. I was on the news a couple times. Years ago, I was a part of the National Society of Black Engineers. I graduated from UCF. Graduated with a degree in engineering, and so heavily involved in what's called NSBE, the National Society of Black Engineers, and we kept doing all of these different organizations, of different events around like community development and getting more Black students into STEM. So we had an event. I forgot what the actual event was, but really cool event to get students involved in STEM. After that, I co-founded an organization called Black Orlando Tech. So we've been doing some really cool stuff, still in existence. I mean, this year we raised a good amount of money from like the city and some other partnering organizations. And our aim is to get more Black professionals into tech. So from an entrepreneurial standpoint, academic standpoint, and an employment standpoint. So I was on the news a couple times. It's all been for like community related stuff. So
nice. That's cool though.
Yeah.
So your engineering degree that you got, you wanted to do something with that, or did you just go to school to go to school?
So this is kind of funny. So I didn't really know what I wanted to do.
Okay.
My neighbor, when I was in high school, my neighbor was like I think he's like 6'9" right now. Like he's tall. He said, "Hey, can you take me to this college fair?" So I was like, "All right, cool." So we went to this college fair, and we're kind of walking around. He's doing his thing because he wants to play ball. This guy walks up to me and says, "Oh, you're here for the college fair?" And I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "What do you like to do?" And I said, "I like cars and computers." And so he was like, "Have you ever thought about engineering?" And to be honest with you, at the time I was like, "Man, I'm not trying to drive trains, man. I'm good." Because I thought engineers drove trains. I never met an engineer, nothing. Yeah. So he was a recruiter for UCF. So he actually gave me like the information to like apply and do all of this other stuff. I got into this program at UCF for minorities in engineering.
Wow.
First major, and I wanted to work. I've always just wanted to work. So I came up here. My first major was computer science. I was like, well, how do I work? Right, I'm a student. How do I work? Oh, well, you got to wait to get an internship. So I joined some things. I signed up for some stuff. They said if you were a what was the first one? If you were a mechanical engineer, you would. I'm sorry. If you were a mechanical engineer, you would get a job faster. So I was like, all right, I'll do that. And so I switched my major, and they were like, okay. So I tried again. And I didn't get an internship that semester. Mm-hmm. So I was like, what do I need to do to just work? They're like, well, you know what? If you were an electrical engineer, you would get an internship faster. I was like, all right, I want to do that. So my counselor was like, all right, I don't know if you get this, but you're not supposed to, you got to pick one. And so I was like, I want to work. Switch me. So they switched me to electrical. And that's when I got my first internship. And I just graduated with it. But wow. I literally, engineers solve problems. That's all I love to do, solve problems. If it was a mechanical problem, an electrical problem, a computer problem, I just wanted to solve problems. So I jumped around, but I graduated with my degree with electrical engineering.
Did you work after that in electrical engineering?
Yeah. I worked for some cool. Worked for Lockheed Martin. I worked for the Department of Defense. I worked for NASA.
Wow.
Lockheed and I have a love-hate relationship. Like if you look at my resume, it's like Lockheed, then I left, and Lockheed, then I left, and Lockheed, then I left. So, but I mean, it's a huge company. So
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah.
That's cool, man. So how did you get into marketing? Where did that come from?
Well, so I think there was this period in my career where I pursued. There was this period in my career where I wanted to pursue impact more than income. So I realized even when I was at my last job at Lockheed, last engineering job at Lockheed, I started to build websites. And that was like my gateway into having conversations with business owners. So it was like, hey, like, do you need a website? I know how to build websites. And it was good. I could do it from my laptop. And I started to make money building websites. But it was cool because that was like my entry point to seeing like, man, like I finished this website and this company is looking at me like I did something crazy for their business. That's when I realized, man, like I could have a heavier impact by working directly with small business owners than working on that one little electrical box within a huge multi-billion-dollar project. Nothing wrong with it. That's needed, but I needed to be a little bit closer to the impact. So I got into marketing through websites. First phone call, my God, I heard you make websites. I need a website. Second phone call, love the website, bruh. I need people to see it. So that's when I got into social media marketing, search engine optimization, and advertising. But then I got a third phone call, and that was, Mike, love the website. Yo, we're getting thousands of people seeing it. I need people to buy. So that's when I got into like sales pipeline development and coaching business owners on understanding what I called, or what's been coined as the biology of their own consumers. Like and biology, B-U-Y, not B-I-O. Like what's gonna get people to buy your stuff? And so that got me to where I am now.
That's cool. Now, what I did with the sit down, or what I'm attempting to do with the sit down, what I'm doing with the sit down is showing the people that follow you a side of you that they have not seen before.
Man.
Which is, conversation that's candid, transparent, as transparent as we can be in front of y'all, because we ain't gonna tell you everything. But it's just showing a different side of my guests to the people, of course, to my people that follow me, people that follow the guests. And when they see that, because I believe that people, when they buy a product or service nowadays, because we're allowed to be more into people's business, they're buying a part of the person. They're subscribing to the individual. Yeah. When I follow an artist, I don't just follow them because the beat sounds good or their lyrics sound good. I have to identify with who they are as a person, the stories that they're telling, how transparent they're being with me, whatever it is they're telling me. I don't care to know everything. Yeah. But so I subscribe to who they are. That's why I followed them for years. Yeah. Yeah. So when I was doing my show and I was conceptualizing what I was doing, I'm like, okay, yeah, I like the conversation. I know how to do these things, so I could do that. I said, but there has to be something. Like there has to be, something that, like you said, I want to be close to the impact, has to be purposeful, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, man, candid conversations, that's dope. But you're showing another side of the person. Well, that can make them more money. Yeah. That's valuable. Yeah. So that's the value that I want to add, or that I add. Yeah. Is allowing people to see a different part of you, developing this form, this trusted medium. Yes. Yeah. Hey, they subscribe to who you are. They're more prone to spend time and money with you. I love it. Right? I love it. I love it. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I want to talk about marketing a little bit, because I think sometimes it's hard as an entrepreneur and business owner, because marketing costs. Good marketing costs. Let me say that. Good marketing costs. You said something to me off camera. You said, yeah, you wanted sponsorships. The email is straight, but video. Mm-hmm. I never thought of that. Mm-hmm. So to you, what makes valuable, or what dictates a valuable marketing strategy? Because we can get online and do an ad, or we can actually like pay for some quality marketing.
Yeah. I mean, we're all human. We're all human. And I feel like technology, like mediums that we're using now, it put us in this era where we felt we could kind of lean on it more than we probably should have. And so that's why like a lot of people that hit me up, they're like, Mike, I want to automate this, I want to automate that, I want to automate this, I want to automate that. And the challenge with that is, you know, automation isn't always what's going to get your consumers to buy, right? Based off your business. So like an example, like you just said something just now, you said like good marketing costs, right? But the reality isn't that good marketing is less expensive than bad marketing. Bad marketing is expensive. Good marketing is not. So like if you were to look at your cash flow statements and your income statements and stuff like that, most people, like if anybody asks you like, oh, what's the greatest expense you have? Most people would say your greatest expense is like your rent, your car note, your camera equipment, you know, lighting and all that. But none of that's true. The greatest expense that you will see on your income and cash flow statements is something that's invisible. It's called an opportunity cost. How much money are you losing out on right now because you're not doing something, or doing something the wrong way, or doing the right thing the wrong way, or doing the wrong thing the right way? How much money are you losing out on? And that's expensive. Bad marketing is kind of like, you know, if you thought hiring a professional was expensive, imagine hiring an amateur, right? That's expensive. Marketing is just supposed to be one of those things that fuels your ability to bring forth the true potential of what it is that you really see as an entrepreneur. If you see something great, then you're going to invest great things. That's the real challenge. If you don't see it, then everything's expensive.
That's a dope statement, because I was talking to someone, I was like, people that have money, or wealthy people, they're charitable when it comes to a point of, okay, yeah, I want to give to this charity and stuff like that. If they know it's a charity, they're going to give to a charity, right? Outside of that, they invest, because the opportunity or whatever they're giving their money into, there has to be a return that they're going to see.
Yeah.
You know, and there's things called bad investments. It's just risk assessment. Do I want to take this risk? Do I want to risk losing this amount of money on this investment? But they invest. So you, as a product or business or brand, you have to display that value if you want that money, that investment.
Yeah.
Because they'll invest in you if you're willing to display that value.
Yeah.
The reason why I brought up good and bad marketing is because I believe good marketing is being able to display that side of the person or business or brand that's going to get them the return they're looking for.
Right.
And if you have someone that's able to see that and say, okay, yeah, I see you do this and the third. What about this over here?
Right.
If you told them this,
yeah,
I mean, boom, that's it right there.
Yeah.
And that's why I brought up good marketing.
Yeah.
Because I believe you could do that, because the human element, even the way you spoke about that, like you might not want to automate that. Like it's maybe easy for you, but that's probably not what's best for the business, because you can miss a lot of money.
Yeah.
And because I believe we got away from that human element, and the human element sells. I mean, that sells better than anything.
And you gotta. We said the word automate, right?
Right.
It's really easy to automate the wrong thing. And people want to automate so fast that they're not doing the right thing a lot. They're doing the wrong thing a lot, right? So it's I have this very strong desire to like support and help like the Black community, especially. Like I really love helping the Black business community, especially.
Yeah.
I get angry though. I do. I get angry. I'm gonna get canceled after I say all this, but I've already not been invited back to panels and stuff because of my narrative. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm very big on like what narrative I'm carrying forward and how progressive I am.
Right.
And I say that because like I see a lot of Black entrepreneurs doing the same thing wrong. over and over again. It's upsetting, but there's like entrepreneurship is really the solution to certain economic challenges.
Right.
And it's just really unfortunate that we can perpetuate doing the wrong thing so many times, you know?
Yeah.
So
My thing when it comes to the black, and I want to talk about your group after that, because you have the Black Business Owners of Central Florida.
of Florida. All
Of
of Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
Of Florida.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm in that group too. I don't know why I thought it said Central Florida.
Well, I
But-
used to be a part of one called Black Business Orlando. So
Did I
I'm
see
not
that one?
I used to be a part of that one.
That wasn't your group though.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my group, but I was one of the ones that like I was literally always in there dropping gems, man. I was pouring into that group.
Yeah.
But that's that group, you know, and that really gave me a good footing, like especially here in Central Florida,
Yeah.
because it was highly localized. But that group is an example of how, you know, well, there's a lot of things that group is an example of, but titles don't matter.
Right.
If your titles don't matter if you're the asset.
Whew.
Titles don't matter if you're the asset, right? And titles also don't matter when people acknowledge where your heart is. You know, like if your heart's somewhere, people know where your heart's at. You know, so after Black Business Orlando, and I don't want to perpetuate, I don't want to say that name too much, but don't look it up. Black Business Owners of Florida. But right after I left that group, I formed this group, and this group started growing by the thousands because it was like, where's the value? It's over here, right here, you know? So, but again, I could talk for hours on Black entrepreneurship and stuff, but I want to stay on today.
Black Business Owners of Florida.
Yeah,
I'm in that Facebook group.
yeah,
And that was one of my, I guess, introductions to you.
okay,
Because
Yeah, I
I've seen
think
you
so.
before on social media,
yeah,
but actually like getting a dose of who you were and you know, actually consuming your content was in that group.
okay,
So my thing when it came to the Black entrepreneur, the Black business person, was just we start so much, or there was a lot that, you know, we're doing as a Black community, but it's like, hey, you have something, but let's find a way to package that. Let's find a way to brand that in the best way possible. Using all of your resources, utilizing all your resources, and then invest in it.
yeah,
And let's continue to move it. So my thing is this, especially coming from a Black entrepreneur. I'm fine with seeing you post your stuff all the time. I'm fine with seeing you share it all the time. I'm fine with that. Post on, share on, DM on, do your thing.
right.
It should not look the same way next year. It should. I'm going to say that again. It should not. So if you're not finding a way to improve on that, I got to get the money, I got to get the money, that's fine. Dude, you got to get the money, that's fine. But you need to invest in that, because like I tell my guests when I reach out to them all the time, like, yo, I was attracted to your quality. Your quality reeled me in. And then once I started researching you due to your quality, which was your hook, it drew me in.
Yeah.
Then it allowed me to start asking more questions and see more about you. And if I don't like it after that, okay, cool, move away.
Right.
But that's why that's what attracted me.
Yeah,
I see some things coming, and not every group does it. Like, I'm not gonna front, but coming from us, I'm like, hey, gotta put that best foot forward
yeah,
to the best of your ability.
yeah,
That's my there's more, but that's my biggest thing.
yeah.
That quality.
Man, let me tell you, I have so much to say, but like that's like a lot of people that know me know that, like, and there's people that contribute in different ways, right? Like there's certain people that I know, I can hit them up and they're the investors. They're like, yo, you're not gonna hear me. I'm not saying nothing on camera. I'm not gonna do no podcast. How much money needs to be invested?
Wow.
There's three elements to like what's known as an ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
There's the eaters, the feeders, and the leaders. The eaters, the feeders, and the leaders. The eaters are the people that, like, you know, they're the ones that's consuming the thing Like they're consuming, right?
Right.
In the business world, they're the ones that's like, they're looking for the funding, they're looking for the customers and the clients. You got the feeders, they're the investors, they're the people that's forming things that helps business owners do certain things. And then you got the leaders. The leaders are the people that like socially connects people. They're the ones that say, hey, like let's create this social environment that's conducive to growth, within our community. I would put myself in like, and I don't want to call myself like a leader like that, but I would put myself in that category more so than anything, because I love to create mechanisms to socially connect entrepreneurs, because I see social capital. I mean, we know it. Social capital is worth far more than financial capital nowadays. If investors, if you want to raise capital for something, the first thing they're looking at, how much social capital you got? How many people see you? Where we at? And if a lot of people see you, who's seeing you? Oh, I like who's seeing you. Here, because you can do something with that.
Yeah.
But if you don't have social capital, it's hard to do anything.
Yeah.
So I'm the social capital guy.
And I learned that lesson. It's been over a year when I really started like putting my feet to the ground and marketing that way. It was something I had to learn.
Yeah.
And then when I started learning that, I found that I enjoyed it. I'm like, oh, it's actually kind of, because I dealt with being antisocial and introvert, like, and I still say I'm a covert introvert. I just hide it.
Yeah.
But it's necessary. I did want to ask you this question while you were talking. Is there like a fear that you have, like business related? Like what is your largest or your greatest business fear? Do you have one?
Losing all my money.
Going broke?
Going broke, yeah. I mean,
that's a life fear though.
That's a business fear too. Well, no. So here's the thing: the business isn't you, and that's one thing that entrepreneurs need to kind of realize. The business can't be you. If the business is you, then it's not a business. Like an example, right now, let's say the business is me, right?
Okay.
If the business is me, I can't hand it down to my son, right? Like you can't hand you down. If you get there's a book called it's called Scale. I think it's by Jeff Walker, and he has this thing called Hit by a Bus Test. Like you don't have a business if what you have isn't worth anything if you got hit by a bus. So you don't have a business if you can't separate you from the business. So losing you going broke is one thing, because there's plenty of amazing entrepreneurs that went broke, but the business didn't.
I guess so.
Plenty of people that didn't go broke that the business did. So as long as you're separate, you got something. But
how can you do that as an entertainer?
Oh, that intellectual property. I mean, when you're an entertainer, that's why like most entertainers, they hire really good IP lawyers. They have really good agents to make sure that what they're creating, that is worth something. You recorded it once, that's it. Like it is like an example. Name one good artist that's just out here freestyling.
No one really.
You're selling.
And even the freestyles go on track and get sold.
Yeah, you have to make something that has a value to it that can be scaled. That's valuable. Your freestyle, your performance, I'm just paying you for your time, but that's not your business. Or if I do pay you for your time, you got to take that money and you got to do something with it. But can't be your business.
I guess. So what you said makes a lot of sense. It makes me rethink a lot, because in my mind, I'm looking at it as you are your brand, because people see you before they hear about your business, right?
Yeah.
There's no way for them to really buy into. That's why whole businesses go through this whole cancel them thing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because people don't want to deal with, or they don't like who the owner or set of owners are.
Yeah.
They tried to cancel Chick-fil-A, but they're just too freaking good.
Yeah, I mean,
because I guess people are trying to turn it. It wasn't like that before. But I believe that now that we can point a camera at everything,
yeah,
people try to attach the person to the business.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? You say something on camera, and it's just like, oh well, what does that person do? Oh no, don't go there because
yeah.
this individual did that. So I guess it's hard to separate that though.
I mean, it's still a problem you solve. Like an example. I mean, the founder of Papa John's, said what he said,
Oh
right?
yeah.
You know how many times I ordered and cancel me if you want. But you know how many times I ordered Papa John's since then, right? Like your brand isn't your business, but your brand supports it, right? Like your brand is merely like an example. Gas is not your car, but it fuels it. Your brand is supposed to fuel your business, and if it needs to change, you change it. That's why the brand can't be the business. The brand just needs to fuel the business, but the brand can't be the business because that brand it could get canceled, it could get obsolete.
Yeah.
It'll be something else. Next. Like my company, me and my fraternity brother started the company, and the first name of it was SFG, and it stood for straight from the gut. And it was SFG, SFG. We had SFG everywhere. SFG this, SFG that, SFG consulting. And then we realized, for one, those are the 3 hardest letters to say on the phone. So I missed a lot of emails. Like Felix at SFG, that it is like FFD. No, SFG, FSG. All right, I'll text it to you. But that brand couldn't scale because we realized we were missing out on a lot of opportunity for people to say, hey, I want to be a part of that. No one wanted to be a part of SFG. But when we formed something that was a little bit more like Guerrilla Launch Studio, Guerrilla Launch Academy, it was like, I want to launch. Like, I understand what a guerrilla is, and not guerrilla, GOR, like warfare. Like, I understand that. I want to be a part of that, So it was a shift in branding, but that wasn't the business. It was just something that fueled it, so.
Guerrilla launch does sound hard though. Because we all know what guerrilla marketing is. We all know what guerrilla warfare.
Exactly.
We know what that is. And then launch, it's like, oh, okay.
Exactly. And one of the powerful parts about launch too is like my methodology whenever I talk to business owners, they're like, oh, well, I want to take things slow. I want to do what's realistic. And I'm like, that's not how business owners are doing things nowadays. There's no such thing as doing things slow. There's no such thing as like making sure you're figuring stuff out. No, business owners are launching. You launch wrong and fast.
Wrong and fast.
No, for real. Because like an example, like how many people are learning how to ride a bike from a book? Or how many people are learning how to, swim from a book? People are learning themselves out of business. And it's sad. They're taking 5 courses. They're not doing anything. You know how many people I'm coaching right now? And I'm like, hey, talk to 50 people today. What am I going to say? Figure it out. Just say something. Mess up. School taught us to succeed at 100%. But in life, that's not the case, So launch. Get out there. Do it wrong now.
That makes a lot of sense. Because you can have a success launching and getting 10% right.
Yeah.
As long as you don't get 10% right the next time.
Yeah.
There has to be an increase.
Yes.
There has to be an increase. Goes back to what I was saying. Do the same thing for a whole year, that's fine. But if there's no, I just was talking to Michelle on the phone.
Okay.
I said, consistency has gotten me to where I am now with the sit down and now into launching the Tademy Network. And I launched that before I got figuring out that on the fly. But it was cool to be consistent. But in your consistency, display growth.
Yeah.
Because you will consistently display the same thing and people will lose interest.
They'll lose interest. Yep. Consistency gives you the time to fix the things that will go wrong. The problem is like people are quitting before they gave themselves enough time. Like an example, like all of our kids, right? Imagine if it's weird, right? Like our kids, like when they start walking, they'll like get up and they'll try to walk and then they'll fall. Some might hit their head, they might hit. But no one tells them, hey, don't worry about this walking thing. Just sit down the rest of your life. No one tells them that.
Right.
They do it again and they do it again and they consistently, and then they start running and no one tells them to stop. But in business, for some odd reason, people say, oh, it didn't work today. You know what? I'm done. Forget this business. It doesn't work. You know, consistency is what puts you into this mindset of just knowing I do, fix, do, fix, do, fix. If you do fix all your life, I mean, you'll amass a lot of social capital, financial capital, and personal capital as well.
The way that you broke down consistency is awesome because it made me think about what you said earlier in the conversation, right before we got to consistency. And you were talking about launching. Mm-hmm. Don't wait for all of this. Just launch, jump.
Just launch.
Because through consistency, after launch, that's where you gather to lift off.
Yeah.
It's not we equate it to a plane, and I think I'm gonna start changing the way I think about that because we always look at business and all that stuff like taking off like a plane. Mm-hmm. You know, you taxi on this runway and then boom, you take off full complete plane. In business, it's not like a plane.
Yeah.
I think the word launch is jumping off of a cliff.
Yeah.
It's because it's never built. It's not whole. It's not put together.
Yeah.
We figure that out as we go.
Yeah.
You know, and then by the time certain people see it, because now we went down here, we built this plane, and then now we're taking off.
Yes.
Now we get into the atmosphere of different people. We get into different people's sight. They're like, oh, I didn't see you 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I just got to your field of vision.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for the past 6 years that my plane just made it to your field of vision. And I think that's how I'm going to look at it that's more accurate because through your consistency, you develop all that. You don't know what you need or what you're not good at until you get consistent and see what you need to fix.
And another metaphor to look at that same thing is pigeons learn how to fly on the ground. Eagles don't.
They do? I know it.
Pigeons learn how to fly on the ground. Pigeons don't. So, and how much energy, how high do pigeons get?
Not too high.
Because they learn how to fly on the ground. Have you ever watched a video of an eagle teaching their young to fly?
They just throw them off.
They're falling out of nests. So, but imagine if they were learning how to flutter on the ground. You learn how to become a good ground flutterer, right? Like those are pigeons. Pigeons have to use a ton of energy. Like it's not the same. Eagles learn how to soar. They don't even learn how to fly. They learn how to soar. They start high. Pigeons start low and they try to learn how to fly.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, no, you gotta just go, man. Just go.
I appreciate you, man. I'm bringing you back. We talked off camera about doing some stuff. Definitely want that perspective, man. So I appreciate you sitting down here talking to me.
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me.
So thank y'all so much for watching this sit down. Reach out to the guest. I'm gonna put all his links and all that in the description. So reach out to him. I want to say what's up to our partners, taxmoney123.com. Hit them up for all your accounting and tax needs. And then my favorite partner, most beautiful partner, Oksana, the Legacy Coach. Her information is there too, so hit her up, man, as well. Thank y'all for watching. We're gonna see y'all next time. Deuces. This by Mike. Boom.
I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. The bottom of the O. Coming from the bottom of the O. You don't know about them nights. You don't know about these nights in the bottom of the I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. This type of vision that got me breaking my limits. It was a game, but now I'm seeing the mission now. Started off as a slow walk, now I'm in it for the long haul. A lot changed through the years, I did too. Similar to did John from me to you. Started raising the fam. Of the house, I'm the man. Swear I had different plans. I don't know how I got here, but I did. Tell me you understand. Met me in the crib. Wrote my first bar. It was love at first sign. Wrote many more since, but ain't nothing like the first time. First time. I remember when you taught me to freestyle. I put it down. Funny how I picked it back up now. So poetic the way I grew under pressure. I ain't know what I was getting in the day that I met you, huh? I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. Yeah, I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. The bottom of the O. Coming from the bottom of the O. You don't know about these nights. You don't know about them nights in the bottom of the O. I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. So many times was told I should leave you. Funny how I heard that more when I ran into Jesus. No scholar, but this is my thesis. On his back is my legacy, I'm never defeated. Coming up the long way, so I dirty my sneakers. Mr. Do it on his own, you better believe it. I'm the type that mix and master all on his own. Do the artwork, even edit the video. I ain't bragging, that's how much I believe in it. I'm the type that sweat and tears even bleed in it. Thanking God for the passion. Fell in love with the rapping, now the Southern the classic go. Had to learn that you don't get what you want, only what you work for, work for. Faith without it is done. So tell me what you're doing, huh? I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O. The bottom of the O. Coming from the bottom of the O. You don't know about these nights. You don't know about them nights in the bottom of the O. I told myself a long time ago, we taking it to the status quo. I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O.
Hey son, this is your dad. I want to call and let you know that your love for God, your family, and your love for music has been very encouraging to those around you. Keep it up. Love you.
I bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O.
Bet you never heard it like this from a dude in the bottom of the O.
The energy, bro, and also how you as a person, and this is the thing that I love, authenticity, being genuine. I feel like you adjust to the guest.
I like to see the people shine. But we were talking about off camera. We were talking about before battle rap.
Yeah.
Also. So what were some of the stuff you were doing before battle rap got?
Are we in the episode right now?
Are we in it?
Yo, I did not know that we were in. I thought you were just still like candidly talking to me, bro.
That's here.
My bad. Keep going. All right, yeah. So before battle rap.
Before battle rap, yeah.
Man, so before battle rap, I would say, like I tell people all the time, I did not rap before I even became a Christian.
Really?
Yeah, not before I became a Christian. So like I love, don't get me wrong, now I grew up on rap.
Right.
I grew up on battle rap. And obviously, you know, being in high school and stuff like that, I was, you know,
Like, I'll do like little text message battles or we'll battle online and stuff like that. But I wasn't like taking it serious. I never said like I wanted to be a rapper. I become a Christian, and I remember I started volunteering at this juvenile detention center. And at the juvenile detention center, they would do these open mics for these kids. You know what I'm saying? Some of the guys, they want to do open mics. And so because I wanted to kind of like break the ice for them, I ended up writing a testimonial piece. And when I wrote it and rapped it, there was actually another gentleman who was there. He was volunteering as well, who had a studio. He was a producer and he had a studio. He goes by the name of Sacrifice. And he pulls me aside. He was like, yo, come over to my crib. I want you to come over tomorrow. Are you free? And I was like, all right, bet. You know what I'm saying? I'll slide through. And so I came, and he showed me a studio, and he put on some beats. And he was like, I just want you to write. And now, granted, I had never recorded in the studio before. I wasn't even writing verses like that. And I never had a passion or a desire to do this. He puts on these beats, and he just write a verse. He had me write a verse every day. Every day I had to write a new verse. Wow. And I got so comfortable in just writing to the studio. I would just go to his house, he would turn the beat, I would write, and I would record right there. And it was terrible. You know, it was in the beginning, but that's what I started doing. However, for me, one of the things that kind of took off were these a cappella spoken word pieces. And so I had a pastor friend who was going through the Minor Prophets, and he needed somebody to do an a cappella piece based off of his sermon notes. I said, all right, cool. He actually asked my friend at the time, I'm still cool, KB, and he basically wanted KB to do it, but KB had too much going on. He couldn't do it. So I said, you know what, I'll just go ahead and take care of it. Mm-hmm. So what I ended up doing, I ended up putting together a 5-minute piece, but I did it in a way that mimicked battle rap at the time that I was watching, because that's all I saw. So I was like, yo, I need something that's like an a cappella, but entertaining. So for the church folk, they were just like, yo, who's this guy who's like rapping with like this like energy? Like, we've never seen spoken word like this. The reason why is because you guys have never seen, you know, these battle rappers who are, to me, the greatest lyricists in the world. And so, so I do that, and it starts going mini viral throughout the community. Like, I remember Thizzle and Sho Baraka and some guys who had, you know, who were the guys at the time in CHH, they started like sharing it on Twitter and stuff like that. And I noticed that people were really gravitating towards my a cappella verses. I would get booked for concerts and I would perform music, but when the music stopped and I would just rap an a cappella, people were going crazy because of the punchlines and stuff. 2013 comes, and there's a 16-bar competition out in Chicago, Legacy Conference, where Jen is the judge. And so people submit. Everyone is submitting verses to try to get attached to this. Only 10 people get chosen out of the hundreds and hundreds of submissions. And so I end up submitting one of my verses. And again, this is like brand new in my rap career. I end up submitting one of my verses, and they contact me back. They said, hey, you're one of the finalists. Boom. I go out to Chicago, and bro, I was super nervous. Like, I am in the back, and I'm about to vomit, and all the other guys, they're eating the refreshments, they're having a good time, and I'm literally over the toilet, like about to throw up, because so many people are about to watch this competition, and I didn't know what to expect. The guy I get linked up with was actually Street Hymns. Street Hymns is my first round opponent at the time, which we're now in groups. He hates that I tell the story, by the way. He's like, you always tell the story. But Street Hymns was going around the venue that day. He and I get matched up first round. But prior to us getting matched up first round, he's walking around the whole venue and he's telling everyone, yo, my first round is gonna set the tone, it's gonna shake up. So I knew, I had actually wrote a specific round that was supposed to be my championship round if I made it. Because I just felt like this was unbeatable. But when I heard what Street Hymns was telling people, I said, I can't lose first round, so I gotta use it for the first round. So long story short, man, I ended up winning that round, and I ended up winning the whole competition. And so Jen pulls me aside after that competition, and he says, if there is a such thing as Christian battle rappers, he says, if there needs to be a Christian in battle rap, you're the guy. He tells me that. He says, that's what you need to do. And I was just like, nah, bro, I could never do that. I can't memorize that much material and perform it in front of all those people. I just couldn't. But he tells me that in 2013. So the very next year, I'm looking for tryouts, and I just want to do this as a bucket list. I'm looking for tryouts in a battle league. However, I can't find none. There's a league in Tampa, though, called Enter the Dungeon, and I sent him a message. I was like, hey, I'm interested in battle rapping on your platform. I want to try out. He goes, okay, can you send me some footage? I know you don't have any battle rap footage, but can you just send me some footage of you rapping? I was like, all right, bet. So I sent him a bunch of acapellas. I sent him the street hymns joint, all this stuff. 5 minutes later, he responds with the exact sentence, where the hell have you been? That's what he said. He says, where have you been? I was like, what? So he goes and he books me. And like I said, it was supposed to be a bucket list thing, but that event was packed out. I brought the whole city out. I remember the whole event brought the whole city out, but it was packed out. Everyone was so amazed that I had just went on stage and did what I did without any profanity, without this, and being a Christian. And they were like, yo, we hadn't seen something like this. Yeah. And so even though I wanted to do it as a bucket list, the ripples effect of that battle was so much that I could not just step away. So boom, my battle rap career ends up starting from there. I end up joining this league in Atlanta shortly after, and the rest is history, man. So that was the transition to it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel like you're like a unique trailblazer or one of a kind? You feel that?
I do, man. I do. You know, so alongside of my brothers, you know what I'm saying? I tell people all the time, like, we didn't have there was no blueprint that was placed out in front of us. There was no other guy. There were battlers who were Christians, right? Mm-hmm. But there was no guys who were like getting on stage saying like, yo, we're unashamed and this is how we want you to know us. We love Jesus type of thing. And so because there was no guys like that, we're opening doors, you know, and all of us have kind of like done something unique that no battler has ever done. All four of us.
Yeah.
And so for me, you know, just myself, you know, being the first Christian battle rapper on the biggest platform known, or actually, period, in battle rap, period, I was the first guy to skip their whole little proving ground process and debut on their biggest stage in URL. And so, you know, build up leverage from the ground up. I was the first guy to do that. And so people started looking at like, yo, all right, he's not just trailblazing for his denomination, his belief. Yeah. He's trailblazing for all of us who are in here. And so, you know, in my eyes, I feel like there's a lot of guys at CHH who said, yo, you know what? We don't necessarily want to be called Christian rappers, right? We want to be rappers that are Christian because we want to impact the culture. Yeah. And my thing is like, yo, the Four Horsemen, we're doing what a lot of y'all wanted to do. Yeah. We're trying to do. Or thinking that y'all did, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're really in this. We're really in a whole genre where it's like, it's, you know, it's just ungodly and contrary to the things of the Bible, and yet we're there trailblazing and putting a stamp in the ground saying like, yo, we're here type of, and you're gonna remember us. When the battle rap books are closed, there's gonna be a chapter where like, yo, these four guys came in here and shook the culture up.
Yeah. You brought up an interesting point because a lot of CHH artists, and this is my opinion, I don't like CHH. Like, I don't like calling that CHH because to me it's like, yo, people have been putting faith in God in hip hop for like ever. Yeah. You know, since it started. So for me to have a genre called CHH, I'm like, well, there is no. Like, yeah, you got gangster rap, yeah, you got conscious hip hop, but it all gets tied into this hip hop bag.
It doesn't have its own genre on like Apple Music.
For that reason, I feel like as a CHH artist, you can't really touch the culture because you're separated no matter what. Already, and the algorithms, you're separated. If I listen to a CHH song, it's only going to give me CHH artists. And I noticed some Christian artists, they'll list their songs as explicit, so they get put in a different algorithm. Yeah, I seen that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I seen that.
That's unique.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay. When I listen to the song, I'm like, wait, hold on. This is why. Okay, I see what you did there, buddy. You are actually engaging. Like the culture, there is no separate genre for you to really battle rap, and you have to battle who they're there. Yeah. But okay, so I'm ignorant to battle rap. You got onto the biggest stage without a PG,
Yep.
so you
So
didn't.
they want to
But
label
you ended
it.
up doing a PG, didn't you?
That was technically my PG, but it was like a PG with extra cheese. Like I was on like the biggest platform. So you got to think about it. A proving ground battle would have looked like a small room with a bunch of guys, and
Okay.
and you know it's not like a ticketed event or nothing like that, and you were proving yourself. I come in and they stamped it as a PG, but you got to think about it. I come in with a bunch of groundwork already done, right? I already had
Yeah.
teamed up in Atlanta with John the Don, and we built a profile, and I end up getting put on Nome Night of Main Events, which is the biggest event of the year, right? I'm on the card with Sue Surf, Tay Rock, New Jersey Twerk, and Loso opens up the event because he's debuting to the world that he is here on URL. And so no other battler has ever done that. Because you would, before you even touch those stages, put it this way, there's guys who are on that platform for years and they've never done a gnome. I've done 2 already, you know what I'm saying? And so for the normal process, it was you coming in and you probably do about 1, 2, 3 proving ground battles, and then you'll probably get some shots on some other stages. But I skipped all that. I skipped all that process. That's why there's not really a class that Loso's in. There's not like a certain group of guys that you can put in and say like, hey, this is Loso's tier or nothing like that, because I came in and skipped that whole line. Yeah. And you know, that's just credit to, 1, obviously I know what God was doing, but 2, all the people in Atlanta who at Bullpen Battle League and John the Don who had a vision. You know, I didn't mention this early, but after I do that one battle at Enter the Dungeon, I had some opportunities to go to URL. And I had already so I ended up doing a tryout at Bullpen Battle League. And I tried out, I paid $100, but the winner would have got $1,000. And so I go there, and you have to have the highest score, you have to beat your opponent and have the highest score of the night. And I end up doing that, bro. Out of 26 battlers that night, I end up being the #1 battler at that tryout. And it got me a spot on Bullpen Battle League. It got the notoriety of everybody. I won the money. And after that, I could have went to URL. I could have done a lot of other things. But John calls me the next day when I fly back to Tampa, and he says, Loso, give me 1 year. He says, I know you're getting a lot of offers, but he says, just give me 1 year, and I will make you a household name. And he did. And so I could have easily dubbed it, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of other people were like, come to URL, this is the NBA to battle rap. And it is. But he had a vision, bro, and he started this new league, this popping league, and he needed a star. I was this guy, this fresh guy that nobody's ever saw before, but I needed a cosign. And so it was this perfect marriage. And so it ends up, and so when he tells me that, and I say, all right, cool, I'm gonna give you a year. And within a year, bro, I was rookie of the year, I was making top 5 lists, all this stuff. And from there, that's why I always shout him out. I'm like, you know, he saw in me what I didn't see in myself at the time, but he knew he had something special. And then boom, you know, that's why we were able to go ahead and get the Gnome deal. And no one has ever done that since. No one's ever done that before. Yeah. And so,
dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Listening to your story, it's like all of these pieces came together. But on top of that, bro, it's not just about pieces coming together. It's about what you were doing. And about who you are as a person, and even taking these risks to do these type of things. And there are risks because it's out of your comfort zone, something you've never done before. Granted, it's something that you're amazing, that you're great at. But at that time, you don't know that.
Yeah.
You're just like, okay, I'll do this. I'll do this. So just, I don't know, man, just talk about, I want to hear what you think about, or how you feel about just like doing things out of your comfort zone and doing it scared, doing it terrified, but doing it in spite of.
Yeah, man, every single event, and I told you this before, every event, bro, I was ready to go ahead and vomit. I always question myself too. Yeah. I'm always like, yo, why am I about to do this? Why am I about to get in front of thousands and thousands? Now it's hundreds of thousands of people who are watching you at home now, because we got this streaming platform. And so I'm always like, yo, my heart is about to jump out of my chest. But man, I'm just a firm believer, bro. Like a life with no risk, bro, it's just like not worth living. And this is anything. I'm not saying that you have to go ahead and throw all your money in Dogecoin tomorrow, or, you know, go jump off, you know, try to climb Mount Everest or something like that. But like, there is something in your life that you're like, man, you know what? You're kind of second guessing. You're like in this double Dutch movement. And so for me, when it came to battle rap, I knew, like, I had too many people telling me this is what you should be doing. It was too many voices around me saying, yo, you would be good at that. And I kept throwing it away. And once I stepped foot into it, it came to life, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you're almost called to do this. Like you were literally made for this. And for me personally, I try to remind myself, like, yo, God does not call the equipped, he equips the call, right? So like for me, like I wasn't necessarily, like I told you, it wasn't like I had a track record of like killing people in battle rap before this. Nah, but when I got into it, like I really do feel like because this was my purpose, things fell into place. What we were just talking about, bro. Every scenario, I can go down in the beginning of my career, bro. Every battle that happened was almost like a perfect storm. Everything had to line up perfectly for me to grab the attention. My second battle on Bullpen, after I win the tryout, you know, it's on a specific date, but then it gets pushed back a week later because Jermaine Dupri and the rap game, they want to come to this event and they want to film some of their stuff. Well, what battle do they show up on? My battle. And I'm on stage when Lifetime is filming, and I end up getting on Lifetime, and I'm getting calls from my aunt and stuff. It's like, yo, I just saw you on TV. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jermaine Dupri hitting me up saying I'm his favorite battle rapper and stuff like that. So, like, that doesn't happen if there isn't purpose in what you're supposed to do and if there isn't risk. And so my small advice to the people who's watching this, man, like, you need to do not have yes men around you, but have people around you who are going to go ahead and tell you exactly what you are doing and what you need to do. And they're gonna see the purpose in your life. They're gonna be able to look at you and say, man, you know what? This is what you're doing right now, but you are missing out on so much more because you are afraid. You're not taking risks. And so I'm a prime example of it. I'm pretty sure everybody else has stories too, but if you don't go ahead and step out on faith like that, you're gonna fall short, bro. And you're gonna feel it too. You're gonna, like, I always tell people, like, the one thing that you know you're supposed to do is, like, think, yo, if I don't do this, will I be discontent? Not on no prideful tip, like, not on no, like, I gotta have this or I gotta, but, like, discontent, like, yo, if I did something else, like, if I was just working, you know, at a call center or something like that, like, am I discontent? Not because I don't have a lot of viewers, but, like, there's something that, like, I'm not doing, bro, like, that I'm supposed to be doing. And you feel it, I feel it. You're feeling it at home, you know what I'm saying? So that's my little snippet to y'all.
Dude, I think I did want to ask you this before I get too far, because I may forget. But like, what you're doing, because we see you and we experience you either from a crowd perspective, like sitting in the audience, or behind the screen, whether it's on the phone or computer or whatever. So, and we're experiencing you just like that. But you're out there, like, what do you see that's happening, like, groundwork wise, as far as like spreading the message? Yo, you're different. You know, you're in these spaces and you're different. I had a small dose of that because when I was doing my music, when I was doing rapping, I'm like, yo, I want to rap everywhere, not just at a church. Like, I kind of moved away from, like, rapping a lot at churches. Not that I have anything against it, but I'm like, yo, I actually want to get out there. So I would perform at clubs, things like that. So I'm at a club, and I mean, like, there's all type of music people performing. And then I get up there and I'm talking, I'm clean talking about God. But I say that to say, when I got off stage, like, a lot of people, yo, we need that in here. I mean, they drinking at the bar, drunk. They're like, yo, we need that out here. Come back here. Like, come back to this club and perform. Like, and it was a lot of that. So like, what are you seeing out there?
Yo, I tell people, when you go on YouTube and you watch a Loso battle, that's just the tip of the iceberg. If you really want to know about the groundwork, like, that's conversations that I can have with you after. Now, granted, I wish I could go ahead and say, yo, after my third round, everybody fell to the ground and started, like, you know, worshiping and stuff. That doesn't happen. Right. But seeds are being planted, bro. Great conversations are being had. So, for instance, prior to battle rap, I had never heard the concept of Christianity being the white man's religion. Right? Like, I've never heard, before I got into battle rap, I never was confronted by a brown or a black guy coming up to me saying, like, yo, they use this Bible to go ahead and enslave us. Never heard that before. So when I get into battle rap, I start getting hit with that. Yo, you serving the white man's religion. You serving white Jesus. Now, granted, I had already been studying, so I knew Jesus wasn't white.
Right.
Knew he was this brown-skinned Middle Eastern man, you know what I'm saying? And like, so when I saw pictures at my mom's house like that, I was like, yo, who's this Backstreet Boy that you got hung up on the wall? I knew that.
Blonde hair, blue
Yeah,
eyes.
but I did not know that this was like a legit conversation and this was a legit thing that people of color were struggling with. So now that I'm in battle rap, I'm having conversations with guys about this, and it's causing me to go ahead and study, and it's causing me to do research, and it's causing me to even apologize on behalf of people who go by Christianity and the name of a Christian, and who have owned slaves in the past. You know what I'm saying? Like wow. this is real stuff. Like and I want to be the guy, and this is some of the groundwork right here. Some of the guys, they come up to me, it's like, man, you're not afraid to admit that something was wrong in the name of Christ. Like, as far as like not Jesus per se, but I'm talking about like a Christian, right? Like, I'm not trying to sweep stuff under the rug. Like, these guys, these pastors really did own slaves, bro. And Europeans really did use the Bible to try to enslave Africans. To like those things happen. My thing is, we're starting too late in history. Like, let's move back. Like where was the first church ever? It was in Africa. It was a Coptic church. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's start there. Let's start like the church fathers, Augustine. Like, the fact that you and I have a concept of the Trinity stuff, that came from African men. African guys who were studying the Bible, who served Jesus, like, they were the ones who came up with these concepts. And so I started having conversations with these dudes, and I want them to know, like, yo, I don't see y'all as like this project that I'm trying to like fix up and then bring it to my church. It's like, look what I did on my weekend in battle rap. Like, nah, I'm not trying to do that. Like, you guys are like, you're real people. I'm a real person, bro. And I'm going through the same thing that you're going through. I struggle with the same things you guys are struggling with. And when they started seeing that, like, I was willing to go ahead and have a drink with them after the event, have lunch with them before the event, converse with them. Like, bro, like, some of the guys I battled, like, they were getting shot after our battles, you know what I'm saying? And one of my friends, like, he had to get stitched up, bro. He had to get stitched up. And at night, it was difficult for him to like use the restroom. And he would call me crying. He didn't have nobody else, bro. He's calling me crying. Another dude, he's in jail. I'm bailing him out. You know what I'm saying? So I want my wallet to have the same hands and feet that my words are supposedly having. You know what I'm saying? Right. Another guy who's Pan-African, he's very, very big on like, like Christianity did such and such to him. But one of the most powerful things he told me was, he said, Los, and this is after, we've cultivated a friendship and I've been there for him and vice versa, he's been there for me. And he said this, he said, Los, if my son woke up one morning and said, Dad, I want to be a Christian, he said, obviously I would disagree with him, but he said, I would say, okay, I want you to talk to Carlos. I want you to talk to Loso. Because if Christianity is real, he knows it. And so that was bigger than any compliment I've ever got. Like, he like, out of his own mouth, he was like, I don't believe that what you believe is real, but I know you believe what you believe is real. And he says, like, I could see it. Like, he says, like, and we battled each other. He was like, I can hear it in the passion, the conviction. Like, if this is true, you know it, you found it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the little groundwork. Like I said, you go on YouTube and you watch the 25-minute battle. That's fine, but understand, like, the conversations that I'm being able to have and the relationships that I'm able to cultivate with these people, second to none, bro. And it's much more that I was able to do there than what you were saying earlier, me just going to Vacation Bible School and, yelling out a chant with a bunch of kids there. Like, that's fine, but I want to ask myself, like, yo, like, if Jesus was here, like, you think he'll be at VBS, or you think he's gonna go to Summer Madness? You know what I'm saying? And try to, go chill over there. So that's my mindset, man.
What you're doing is so dope, and people being able to see you in that light, and even after having those conversations, that you could be like, yo, you don't have to do a certain type of thing. And I feel like it's just an identity issue. Like, you don't have to be this way just because you're in this one of my friends, he's like, yo, I got into CHH or gospel rap because of Daniel. I wasn't trying to get him to be a gospel rapper, but he was just like, oh, there's another way to do it?
Yeah.
And a lot of times people just don't know.
That's it.
And when we don't, like you were saying earlier, when we don't take those risks and become who we are being called to be, there's people in your industry that'll never know you can have faith. Like I learned about, like there's a bunch of scientists that were believers, people that inventors, inventions that were invented, medical, in the medical industry. Oh, I'm a Christian inventor. No, they were people of faith.
Bro,
and
Jerry
they
Lorenzo
invented
with the Fear of Gods, right?
We talked about that.
He's not selling these at Lifeway Christian store. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get these retail. It's expensive out here. You know what I'm saying? Quality stuff. But he loves Jesus.
Love Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I went in Walmart. This is crazy. I went in Walmart and I saw this whole kiosk of just like faith-based apparel, and I was like, oh, so it's kind of dope. Like, you know, it's in Walmart, but I'm like, yo, this is kind of dope that you just, and it's just like, yo, you can be a person of faith in whatever field you're in, and you don't have to slap God in front of it in order to be there. It's your lifestyle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, even on with your dad's situation, your story, Father's Day hit. If you want to get into that, what was that like for you?
Man, you know what? So for those of you who are watching and don't know, you know, my father was murdered when I was 12, in prison. He was murdered in prison, and growing up as a guy, even if you're not saying it verbally, subconsciously, you are looking for father figures, right? So where do I go? The first place that, you know, I've been spending the most time at, which is hip hop. So I'm listening to Jay-Z records and you know, I'm hearing what he has to say, and he's teaching me, he's quote unquote discipling me from afar, right? This is what it is to be a man. You gotta have multiple women. You gotta have a lot of money and stuff like that. And so that's my concept growing up. And so whenever Father's Day comes up, unfortunately though, I didn't have and here's the thing, I don't want to make it seem like my father, like he was in prison for a reason, you know what I'm saying? And so it wasn't like he was throwing the baseball with me in the backyard, and so that makes it even tougher. So Father's Day, you know, happening, bro, I can't tell you when Father's Day happens. I know it's in June, you know what I'm saying, but I don't know when those days are, because for me, that wasn't a day that was celebrated for me. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like from me. Like I didn't care about it. I had some resentment towards it, but that's why if you watch Till I'm Home, if you watch the video, it doesn't end with the sun coming up. It doesn't end me smiling. How does it end? It ends with me crying. Like that's the last scene of the video. It's me, because I want the viewers at home to know, like, yo, these are battles that people are having, and there's not a happily ever after afterwards, right? It's real, and this is how we kind of make music a lot, right? We start off with the problem, you know what I'm saying? It climax, and then cool, we got a happy ending at the end. But I didn't want that. I wanted it to kind of showcase, like, man, look at this father and son relationship. And you just see pain, though, throughout the rest of the video. And at the end of the video, that's how it ends. It leaves you I want my viewers to be angry for me. I want my viewers to be hurting for me. Because that's how I feel. And so I'm glad that you brought up Father's Day, because that's how I feel on Father's Day. You know what I'm saying? Like it comes to memory sometimes for me. But you know, the gospel cures that, bro. And so, you know, I didn't put that in that song, because that's not my aim in that particular song. I wanted people to resonate with the lyrics, and I want you to listen over and over. And whatever situation, it doesn't matter what situation you're in, you can listen to those lyrics. Because if you just listen to the lyrics, it's not like it's saying, "Dad, I miss you."
Right.
But it is this longing for home, which is, in the Greek, you would find the same word for life, which is bios. And so your home is your identity. And so it could be anywhere. It's not necessarily a house or address. It's wherever you were growing up. It's wherever you found your identity. Who made Daniel Daniel and who made Loso Loso? This is where we find our identity. And so I need to get back to that place. Yeah. And so
that's huge, man. Two more things I want to ask you before we get out of here. But just touching a little bit on what you're talking about, you said the gospel cures that. And yeah, the gospel does. And it's nothing against what the power that Jesus has. But even that, because we're human, is a process into.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So when
and
I say
that's why I
Cure-
like how you
Yeah.
did that
Yeah,
ending
yeah.
because a lot of times in Christian hip hop, that's what you hear.
Yeah, yeah.
And in this is just me being real at 35. I'm like,
Go.
I know it ain't end like that for you.
Nah.
And even and sometimes I'm like, I know that ain't over yet.
Yeah. I don't want people to think that I'm saying it wipes away the pain, it wipes away all that
Facts.
stuff.
Facts.
What it does do though, it gives you a why. It gives you hope now. It gives you reason to kind of move, take another step forward. You know what I'm saying? It gives you that little power. And so, because without that, I'm in that car and I don't know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have, and so that's what I mean by cure. It means light at the end of the tunnel, bro.
Right.
So I was reading this book by this guy named Frank something, I forgot, but he's a Holocaust survivor. And he was saying that when he was in the concentration camp, he would look around and there were a group of people who just like, they're just decaying away, bro. They're just in a corner and they're just decaying away. And the reason for it is because what the concentration camp would do, they weren't necessarily torturing you inside the concentration camp all the time. What they did, they would take whatever you were living for and they stripped that away. So if it was money, if it was fame, if it was status, if it was your career, if it was a wife, and you no longer had that, you would literally be, you were like zombies. This is what Frank said in his book. He said like people were walking around like zombies. He said there were another group of people who teamed up with the enemy, who teamed up with the Nazi soldiers. And he said that there was another group though who were able to stay together and they had this like internal hope. And because they had light at the end of the tunnel, they were able to survive. And he was with them. And he was saying like, you need something outside of yourself to give you meaning. And you're right, bro. That stuff hurts every day. Like I said, like Father's Day is still a tough time for me. Yeah. Even though I know I can give you a whole gospel presentation right now from front to back. You know what I'm saying? You want it in Greek? You want it in Hebrew? I got it for you. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when the lights are off and I'm in my bed and the door's closed, I got to deal with Loso. Yeah. I got to deal with that on my end. And if there's not light at the end of the tunnel, I won't be able to do that. So you're right.
And then that hope is huge. And I talk about it a lot with my wife and to my brothers on the phone. Like, if you don't have hope, and that's what the gospel gives us. It gives us hope.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that it has the power to answer all of life questions, but if there's no hope, then you're not going to seek that answer.
Come on.
If there's no hope, you're not going to say, oh, well, let me go do this. Let me go. The reason why I can go to work with a smile on my face, no matter what day it is, no matter how I'm feeling, it's just there's hope.
Yeah.
If I don't have hope for right now, how can you have hope for some type of eternity?
Come on, bro. And the Pharisees, his biggest enemies throughout the whole scriptures, their biggest critique on him, they call him a friend of sinners. Come on, bro. His biggest critique is our biggest hope. Because if he doesn't befriend sinners, you and I don't be having this conversation right here.
Crazy. And to me, honestly, and this is where people get it. And dope segue. Let's go ahead and take this segue. I wanted to talk about what you say to your critics and your critiquers. You know what I'm saying? That see you, oh, you shouldn't be doing up there doing this. And some of the stuff, bro, my wife heard some of it. One of the dudes was talking about A-Ward and his wife. She's like, oh my gosh, like that's, I'm like, yo, they get into it. And I told her, I said, you should hear the stuff that they say about some of these rappers. I remember DNA, someone talked about his mom.
Oh yeah.
Like, they talk about, look, they get into it. I'm like, Jesus. Gosh. Like, but what do you say to your critiquers? Like, yo, you up there doing this, and even your imaginary gun bars, which I think is the most cleverest thing. But like,
I stopped doing that though because it was receiving so much backlash.
Really?
Yeah, and a lot of people.
That's why you stopped
a lot of people.
Because you're right.
Yeah, a lot of people to this day they always say like, man, you got to bring it back. And I thought the same thing. I thought that people and people, don't get me wrong, like it was a segment where like a lot of people enjoyed, and you know, this is entertainment, right? Like creativity, but there were just some people in the body, some Christians, and not some, but a lot, and they were just against it. And so I just got tired of answering questions and got tired of trying to explain to them like, hey, listen to the whole thing. Like I'm literally ending the line by saying this is how I feel when y'all rap. I'm almost clowning them. But I just take it out. I just took it out now. I've actually feel like it's actually for lack of better terms, has made me a better writer because I've had to like come up with more content and more creative. Because that stuff is easy to me. I think like the gun bar stuff is just easy to me. But so to my critics, unfortunately, I wish I could say like, yo, everyone who goes to church is just a supporter of Loso, but that's not the case. I even have a brother, like a blood brother of mine, loves Jesus to death, but he just doesn't believe that I should be up there, you know. And not just him though, but you know, I receive inbox messages from whether it's pastors or other Christians, and unfortunately, like I said, I think they're just stuck on the tip of the iceberg, bro. They're stuck what they're seeing on that YouTube. And if they could just be with me at an event for just one day, I just really feel like, I tell people all the time. So Spurgeon said this, man. He said a dope quote, man. He said, Whitfield and Edwards, these two beast pastors, right? Spurgeon says, Whitfield and Edwards may be able to preach the gospel better than me, but they can't preach a better gospel. And so it's, bro, they can go ahead and come up there and eloquently kill it better than me. But the message, it's the same thing. And so what I want all those people to know, this is what I would say to my critics, and this is what I do say. Yo, you may be doing it a different way. And it may be better for you. And it may even be better for a lot more people. But it's not a better way. It's not a better message. You and I are doing the same work. It just looks different. You know what I'm saying? I'm contextualizing it to my people because I am in the business. I'm in the belief. I'm in the minority of believing that God is not just in the business of saving people, but he's redeeming cultures as well, man. So what does he do? He takes the dude with the earrings and the tattoos and the baggy pants, and he takes him out of the hip hop culture. He changes him hard, and he puts it back in here. And he says, hey, now I want you to go ahead and impact the very same people that you were on your way to destruction with. You know what I'm saying? Go do that. And so it's both, right? Because like even people who aren't believers and they're just in the battle rap culture, they're looking at me like, man, you're preaching too much. And then, you know, I get Christians like, you're not preaching enough. And it's like, all right, bro, like, I can't win with anyone. But this is at the end of the day, when you know what you're called to do, bro, and when you have a group of men around you who are going to keep it real with you. That's why I think being plugged into a church is so important. Because you don't want to be this isolated Christian that's just like, yo, I'm gonna just do my own thing out there. Nah, that's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Being plugged in, having accountability with guys that you can really like dialogue with and have real conversations with. When you have those things around you, then you can deal with those critics. Even though it's tough, I get trolls, I get hate, I get a lot of things said to me on a daily basis. When I open up my social media, I'm like, here it goes. But you can just delete those comments, you can block those people, and then you can move on, bro. Yeah. Because the love, for me, bro, I would say the love outweighs the hate so much, man.
Wow.
So,
man, you got a supporter and a lover of your craft right
that,
here.
Man.
And I appreciate you sitting down
always,
with me, bro. This was dope. And
this is one of my favorite interviews, by the way, man. So appreciate that. Yeah, man. This is definitely one of my favorite ones.
Man, this was dope. And it's crazy to me, and I know, I don't know too much how you look at yourself, but to me, bro, when I messaged you and you got back to me, that's my wife. I'm over here tripping. I'm like, yo, we got Loso. Like, it's so dope. And that's just a testament to what you've been able to do, bro, and how you've been able to impact. I big that type of stuff up, bro. I comment on it. I share that type of stuff. I'm a firm believer in the, first off, it's the law of reciprocity. Like, I want to do dope things on my own, but like on top of that, it's just like, yo, I believe like in entertainers, bro, and people that are out there, I'm like, yo, they get enough crap. They get enough crap. So if I could be that one piece of good that they see, that they notice within the mix of, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. And I'm a vocally supporter. And a lot of times, a lot of people will support you, but they're just afraid to do it out there in the open because of what people are gonna say about it. I feel like the moment I started being just really Daniel and transparent, my brand took off, a lot of stuff took off, and people just started seeing me, and I just stopped caring. But I will say this. A lot of times, and this is, I really believe God does this. By the time God finally gets his hand on you, we're a whole person. We're a whole human. So it wouldn't make, to my opinion, now correct me if I'm wrong, bro, it wouldn't make sense for God to take an NFL player, convert him, and throw him in the NBA.
It's a fact.
Like, not to say he can't, he's God.
Yeah.
But like,
I know what you're saying.
Why won't I just convert your heart and put you right back where I found you? And I feel like, and I say this too, God is here to convert us and change our hearts. He doesn't wipe away our personalities. That's the way I feel about it. But bro, I appreciate you taking your time out of your day, man, to sit down with me this evening. So I'm gonna hit this outro. Oh, really quick, let people know how they can get in touch with you, man.
Yo, you are watching this, man. All you have to do is go to a one-stop shop, which is my website, everythingloso.com. You want anything from Loso, go to everythingloso.com. You can find my social medias there. You can definitely go ahead and stream all of my music, watch my battles. On top of that, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. And if you are looking to get some Loso merch, just like one of these shirts right here, Loso, you can go on my website and you can purchase the merch on that website as well, man. So thank you guys for supporting me.
Yeah, thank y'all so much for watching another episode of The Sit Down. If you are not a subscriber, subscribe. But you subscribe. You don't watch my stuff and not subscribe. Y'all not the type of people. So thank y'all for subscribing. Want to say what's up to our partners, taxmoney123.com. Hit them up for all your accounting and tax needs. And then my favorite, most beautiful partner, Oksana, the Legacy Coach. All the information is in the description of this video. And so it's the guest. So reach out. We will see you guys next time on The Sit Down. Deuces. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Definitely, man.
This was dope, man.
Sex is very important.
Yeah, it's important. So I mean,
romantic relationship.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, when you add all those things up, you know, that's what gets you to closest to 100 as possible. And I feel like, you know, you may fall short in some areas, but you know that nobody is perfect. So you know that you can kind of build that person in that area, or help that person build. Because one thing I realize is you can't make nobody do anything.
True.
Yeah, so man, they gotta want it themselves, and you know just how receptive they are to what you know, how receptive they are to what you're asking them to do. You know, it kind of make it easier for you to sit back and say, you know, like, she get it, she get me, she actually want to grow. She, you know, she's understanding, she's lovable. Everybody love her. That's you know, my people. Of course, that's a big thing too. If your friends, your family don't like her, it's kind of like, you know, you kind of still can kind of move forward even if they don't, because they may not get her, but you do.
Yeah.
So I mean, you just gotta understand what to kind of take in when it comes to stuff like that.
Well, it comes to the real question is, what are we talking about when we say commitment? Like, are we talking about a committed, monogamous, you and me, just us type of relationship? Or are we talking about I'm being committed to the person I am, being the person that I say I am? You see what I'm saying? Like, if I met a woman that was committed to me, but she didn't get along with my family, but her commitment to me was that she holds it down for me, and she's always held it down for me, whether my family like her or not.
I'm bypassing my family.
But that's what commitment is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's all about what is the definition when we say what is commitment. You see what I'm saying? We take commitment and we just try to put it in a bubble, but commitment is, it is what it is. Like, I am committed to this person based on our dynamic. I'm not committed to this person based on what society says commitment actually is. Because committed just means I'm loyal and I'm holding it down for this person. That's it. That's all commitment is. Like, you got homeboys you committed to, right? That's it. That don't mean I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to make sure they good. It just means that if I can have they back, I got they back. That's what I said I was gonna do at the beginning. I'm committed to be the person I said I was gonna be when I first met you.
I agree. When you break
Adversity
it down like
and all. Adversity and all.
Yeah. When you break it down like that, it's definitely different areas of commitment that you can actually look into. But when he asked the question, I thought he was asking from a standpoint of what make you want to commit to marrying this woman? Like, what make you want to say I do? Making you say this is the woman. Out of millions of women that's out here, I choose you, nobody else.
So Alex, is that the question you were asking?
It go both ways. When they get, when the ladies get involved, it might go two other ways.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
It was no like one dimensional, you know what I'm saying, thing.
Glad you put it that way. So,
yeah.
What do you think makes a man want to commit?
I'm gonna let the married woman speak first.
Oh, jeez. All right. I think number one, whether or not you can be his peace. I think that's a big one. Like, if you're the type of woman that can't be a place of peace for a man, he's not going to want to commit to you because nobody wants to commit to headaches. Right. I'll put it that way. Your willingness or desire to be selfless, to take care of someone else other than yourself, not to just constantly have your hand out for what you can get from the relationship. I think that's a big one. How much you value yourself is also a big part of it too. Like, if you value your health, if you value the way that you look, and you keep yourself up because you want your man to be attracted to you, you don't want to lose that factor either. So there's a lot of different things. Being friends, like having that connection and that friendship is also important because, like, if you're going to do life together, you want to have that type of relationship. So those are some things off the top of my head that I could think of.
I agree.
I'm gonna let you go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had a piggyback question.
Do you want to piggyback now?
Yeah, definitely. When you say be a man peace, what do you mean? Like, can you elaborate? Like, how do you get to be a person's peace? Because some people don't have peace in their own life and they put that whole weight on you when they don't even have peace themselves.
Well, then it's impossible to be someone's peace if you don't have peace yourself.
That's a good point. Because I don't mean like, being able to make someone happy, because you can't make somebody happy. That's a choice they have to make for themselves. You can contribute to that happiness.
Of course.
But when it comes to being somebody's peace, I would say being a place where they can be themselves, be vulnerable, and be understood and accepted rather than criticized for it. Like being a place where they can explore their flaws without judgment, without ridicule. Just being a safe place is what I meant by that.
That was perfectly said.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's very good.
Thank you.
No, and being somebody's peace, that's the whole key. Is creating a space where they can be comfortable enough to let their guard down, where they can relax, for them to be vulnerable, to be able to share every and anything. Like,
is that hard for you?
But I also think though that goes both ways.
Oh, absolutely.
Because in social media, in the Black Twitter, it's always like, girl, be his peace. But is he being that person's peace as well? You know what I mean? Like, we both have to reciprocate that same level of,
I think it's verbiage.
The love that you give.
The love that you give, but at the same time, okay, so women, we're more mental and we overthink everything and, like, why isn't this happening and so forth. And I think women can be more tagged to be naggers because we're looking for security a lot. But I don't want to add to what Oksana said, because what she said I think was perfect. But I just think that equally as partners, you both have to understand where you are so that you could be each other's peace. You know what I mean? I got to understand what's going on. So if things are happening with you, I can't really be thinking about myself. You know what I mean? It's almost like when you are in a committed situation or relationship or marriage with someone, you actually cannot be selfish.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You
It
can't.
doesn't work.
And so you literally do have to compromise who you are in that moment so that the other person can live.
Yeah.
And that's a very broad and general statement. But what I'm saying is sometimes you have to die to your feelings for that second.
But you know what? I think it's the same on both sides.
Yes.
Just different terminology. Men are looking for women to be their peace. Women are looking for men to be a safe space.
Security. You're right.
So it's security. So it's protection.
You're right.
The 3 P's, what they say men are supposed to have: provide, protect, and
Put it
plan.
down.
Put it down. Love that.
I agree.
I love that.
I 100% agree. But at the same time, I agree with that 100% because as a woman, we are looking for security.
Right.
Even in myself, if I don't have the security I need to provide for what I'm looking for, I'm going to be trying to figure it out.
Sometimes
but at the same
too.
time, we still build each other up by the words that we speak. So even though I may say, you know, babe, you're this, or I may speak and say, you know, you're a strong man and I admire you. You're the provider of our home. And I thank you for what you do for me, you know, and I think that you bring this to the table, and et cetera. The things that you would say to build up the person that you're with. But at the same time, men can be that piece as well, as far as words. I don't just want your security. I do want to know what you think about me as well.
But that's creating that space. That's creating that energy to where it's like, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you do. You know, it's me saying that, you know, thank you for looking to me, but I also see that same drive in you. Like, we're supposed to be a team. Like, I'm supposed to reciprocate whatever energy that you put out.
I agree.
And that's just what it comes to in relationships, is being able to balance each other. I may not be able to, maybe my love languages and your love languages are different. But for me to be able to create that space, I got to be able to speak and acknowledge your love languages just like you're doing for mine. So I have a question.
Yeah.
What if maybe I don't have an full understanding of that yet? Are you willing to say, hey, when you said this to me, it bothered me, or I felt this type of way. It would be helpful if not. I mean, you got to create the best environment for the other person to hear. But people have to be able to learn, because I don't think everybody automatically may know on that level of partnership. It's got to be built up to that level of partnership, you know. And I think that building a relationship, people have to understand that patience of that walk.
Oh yeah,
it's a process.
Well, and it's also goes into a lot of just communication, being transparent, being open enough to say, hey, this is how I feel, without the emotion. And that's one thing that, and I'm only speaking for men at this point, because we want them to be emotional. We want women to be emotional.
Of course.
That's the feminine energy. We want you to be grounded in that.
Of course.
When you're mad and you giving that energy is the same energy you give me when you happy and you making love to me. Like, that energy is the same. It's all feminine energy. We want them to be grounded in that. As men, we have to be able to say, okay, let's be grounded in our masculine energy enough to say, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Let me respond to you and not react to your emotion. That's it. Mm-hmm. We want you to be emotional. We want you to be completely haywire. That shit turns us on, honestly. But we want to be able to, we have to be able to be grounded enough to say, okay, she's mad. She's going off the chain. And I'm not going to defend myself. I'm going to let her vent. I'm going to listen to it. And then I'll respond. Even if I'm wrong, I'm going to respond in a manner to where it's not. Because let's think about it. Nowadays, when your woman snapping at you, what's the first thing you want to do? Snap back, right? You want to get mad. She cussing you out. She telling you all this. You ain't shit. You this, and this. The first thing you want to do is defend yourself. Why? Why would I do that? Nah. Go ahead, baby. Vent. Snap. Do it. Get it all out your system. I'm going to take it in. I might even take a few minutes to collect myself. And then I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to talk to you and be like, you know what? I can see your point. I apologize for my taking that. But this is what I feel like you did wrong. It's not about what you're saying to him, it's how you're saying it.
Do women appreciate what he just said?
Now, I
want to know.
I was going to say that the way that he's thinking is coming from a man that's committed to a situation. Because a man, going back to your question, a man that does not care would be like, you tripping and walk out.
I gotta deal with this.
And won't deal with what's happening or care with how she feels. Now, mind you, I'm not gonna cuss you out. That's not the type of woman that I am. If I'm angry, we're gonna be angry about the situation. Every woman is different and I get that. But I get the core of what you're saying. you know, in a committed space, he understood what was happening.
Well, what he also said is, I'm gonna collect my thoughts first.
Yeah.
Right, and he stepped back.
Yeah, take a step
He
back.
stepped back. He put his moment to the side because he could have snapped back, and then he addressed her.
I'm gonna be real. What he said was great, but
I'm gonna let you.
I'm not doing that shit in every situation.
So because it's not really, you're not gonna be respected, right?
Yeah, you not, definitely not. When you sit there and you do that, like, it's definitely giving a woman the power to be able to, you know, say and do whatever she
Get off
feel
anytime.
like. And it's like, oh, let you vent? Nah, if you wrong, I'm gonna stop what you saying right now.
Yeah.
Because you don't know, a man and a woman
situational.
think totally different. Like, my uncle just told me the other day, he said his father told him, if you can understand a woman 100%, write a book, you'll be a millionaire. You don't, nobody understands what a woman thinks, and women don't understand men. So if you put that power in her hands to be able to just say what she feel, man, you're gonna be a woman. You might as well put her panties on before y'all go to sleep. Because it's like, at the end,
I don't agree with that
finna do
completely.
Nah,
He has a point about the book though, because like there's a lot of, and you know who will buy the book? Not men. Women will buy the book.
No,
And
because women
there's a
are.
lot. There's like 60
A woman
years.
was telling me about it the other day.
There's 60 years of these relationship gurus and experts, right?
Yeah.
And why is there still people? You know, the information is there.
I get what he's saying, because it all depends on the person that you're dealing with.
And you don't know unless it's tried and true.
And if she's got that level where she be like all in, you do have, as a partnership, you both have to set boundaries with each other.
You both have to fight for each other.
I feel like,
so y'all really want to know? I do that with everybody.
Yeah. Oh no, I do it too. I don't argue.
Man, if you're a woman, if I'm involved with you, if I'm not, I do that with everybody, because honestly, what you're mad about got nothing to do with me. I move the way I move. So even if I'm on the street and I see a dude and for some reason he mad at me, he in my face, he's snapping, I'm gonna let him vent and I'm gonna look at him. Because I'm grounded in myself. I know if I did something wrong, I will apologize. If I didn't do anything wrong, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I understand where you're coming from, and I'm gonna walk away from it.
But what if you don't realize you did something wrong? Now here's the thing.
Great question.
Because and a lot of times, and we're talking about romantic relationships here specifically, a lot of times we don't think we did something wrong. But the more important part is the other person offended by what you did that you think you're in the right about?
That's why I let you vent, so I can hear what you're saying.
He's being a student. He's being a learner.
Pull out my part in it.
What you got?
I'm not going to accept everything you're saying. But what I will say is that, okay, if you say something and you could be running off at the mouth about a million different things, but if there's something in that million things says relates to my behavior and it made you feel a certain type of way, I'm going to be like, you know what? I apologize for this part.
So let's flip it.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I gotta say something to what he said. Now I understand, you know, you're being assertive to, you know, letting her get out what she want to get out, and you know, you taking the meat, spitting out the bones. But you gotta understand something that comes into every relationship known to every person. Pride sets in, and even if you know you did something wrong, it's people who will still look at you in your face and be like, man, whatever. I ain't finna.
Of
nah.
course.
Yeah, nah, I'm
Of
not.
course, but as
Now I will say that even in a relationship,
with that mindset is usually the other person.
Exactly.
But sometimes they may not apologize in that moment, but they may come back the next day and apologize.
Nah, but then sometimes one thing about it is, if we going biblically, the Bible say don't let the sun go down on your route.
Sure.
So then you gotta understand the next day might be too late. 2 weeks later, some people hold it in for so long to the point where the relationship actually starts to go the other way because of your pride.
Then they looking at everything else now.
They're looking at everything else but what they have done, and it's like, okay, well, now that the relationship is over, you can that's when people be like, oh, it's not you, it's me. You know what I'm saying? And that's when people do that, when it's at the end and
I put it like this. As as an individual, once you take accountability for your actions, your behavior,
that takes maturity.
everything else is not your problem.
Yeah, that takes maturity.
And that's one thing that I had to learn. It was like, even when I was dating and a woman told me, oh, you did this, you did that, you did this, I only owned up to what I felt that she had a valid point on. Everything else, I was just like, that's not my problem. That's you. You're projecting that on me because of what you dealt with.
I agree.
They got nothing to do with me.
I agree.
I'm going to apologize for what I've done.
Honestly, I think you know, like you can meet somebody or whatever, and it's new, and some people might feel like that person's doing too much. What do you think doing too much is? Like, you know,
I was gonna ask you
if you get somebody's number, you know, let's say the next morning, hey, beautiful, you know, are you trying to take them on a date? Is that too much too soon, or
you know what? It depends.
Let it go a day or two by, or what's going on?
Most guys on the dating app says, "Hey, beautiful," right off the bat, and I was like, "Man, you haven't even met me," and immediately I go, ugh.
Beautiful is an image, though. They don't have to meet you to know.
No, I get that, but I think that women and men are two different things. Men are visual, and I understand that. And a lot of times, I may side.
Women can't be visual. I'm confused.
No, women are visual. I want to be attracted to you.
Make sure you got nice teeth. Make sure you got nice shoes.
Yes,
we
are extremely visual, but we are more. We're visual, but we have our visual is not as high as men. Would you agree?
I can agree with that.
Okay. Now here's the thing. Now I do need to be attracted to you. Mentally, some men stimulate me more than other men, and that's a real.
And you put it with the ones who got the image first, right?
Hey, to be real, that's the same thing as men. Some women, you know, intrigue me more than others.
Some men intrigue me more, and I think that sometimes I'm not gonna go into detail. You get in my head, it's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, a lot of times some words come into context. Now, if we have conversation, we meet, and you might, man, you are more beautiful than your pictures. If you say beautiful after that, then it's fine. You know what I'm saying? I think that sometimes, yes, your pictures are great. I think it's PTSD on the apps more so because you get catfished a lot. So it's just like, you don't even know, because you can meet me in person and be like, ooh, you're.
Well, I mean, we're assuming that what you post is who you
No, 100%. I got catfished the other day. You know what I'm saying? And it was like
I swear, I got a woman calling me right now because she got catfished, and she swears it's me, and I said I don't know you. Like, even I had to block her. I was like, I don't know.
No, literally, it was more like your pictures are literally about 10, 15 years old.
What I'm learning is that people spin the block. They make U-turns.
What do you mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Elaborate.
As soon as they had access to you and they felt like, nah, this ain't it, they'll go entertain something else. And when that failed, guess who calling the good guy or the good person?
Oh, my boy just told me that the other day. He said, I'm not a second option. If you leave and you spin the block or whatever, you're gonna spin right back past me again because I'm not interested at this.
The block. I can't even comment on that.
It's a real thing though, right? Going on, right?
I've never.
No, I'm telling you. I don't know if it's a.
And then come back.
I don't know if it's a COVID thing,
only
but like
because I don't
I'm seeing
frequent it
women
so much.
spin the block at a high level.
I definitely agree.
Like for me, I'm big on connection, right? So I'm big on taking the time to figure out if whatever, you know what I'm saying? Wherever my journey is while I'm alive, I'm big on whatever. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. If we come back to each other for others, but I'm not. But see, here's the thing. I think I'm so slow to the whole playing the games, and it's not me. I might just be a slow learner. I don't know. I don't know.
So you just have like, you're just like kind of like not I want to say entertain one guy, but like let's say if it was 2 or 3 guys that you know you had going on, like maybe it was a hot week, and then you're trying to see like what's going on, and you're gonna ghost one of them.
Are you talking about like initially, or are you talking about like?
Well, let's say guy 3, you know, he's just that guy. He's just the aggression, good career, whatever you got going on, you just liking it. But guy 1 was really more of like a steady, slow pace, trying to really get to know you.
Okay.
And you seen that, but you're like, but this guy here, he just fun. Yeah, you're gonna ghost guy 1. You see what I'm saying?
Until guy 3 shows his truth.
Yeah.
That's what
Really
he
on
mean
some
by
other.
that's
Yeah.
what he mean by
Now guy 3 speeding it up.
Yeah, that's
He gonna have
I
you on,
think,
you know.
I think the problem with the whole dating thing is that there's so many people at one time. It doesn't give you time to not be disrespectful to
Y'all
someone
have
else.
options.
what you
Women have
But you know
options.
what? But I hear that a lot because men go, we don't really. In my inbox, in my Bumble, it's too many. I have to like.
They're not gonna say this, but I know what men have. You know what men have?
What?
Men have available.
We have availabilities.
Yeah.
We don't have options.
What available? Like, I take out right quick.
We have availability.
But y'all got, you got this guy. Oh, this guy does this. Oh, this guy could do
But
this.
just because
Oh,
we
this
have
guy for
options
this.
doesn't mean that they're good options. It just means that there's just a lot of guys that are interested.
One thing I've seen, and I agree 100%. A woman may not cheat, but they know who got next.
definitely.
There's some truth to
May
that.
not cheat.
Definitely.
I told you, it's a spin the block.
And
Make a
you
U-turn.
know, just to kind of
I'll say this. I'm not when if I'm in a situation or relationship, I'm not actively scoping the room.
Of course not. But you got somebody in your back pocket.
I know.
Okay.
I've never had anyone in a back
So you
pocket.
mean to tell me that you went in with somebody, you went full-fledged, he failed you, and you had no backup to call?
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Or you choose not to call the backup?
But I didn't call them.
Yeah, you already
Right.
knew.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Right?
No, but I'm saying if it's done, it's done.
I'm gonna tell you one. I'm gonna tell you one of my
It's done,
stories.
it's done.
I shouldn't tell you
what
the
you
story,
did.
but I'm gonna tell you one of my stories. This year, beginning of January, I was talking to this girl 4 months, right, all the way up until April, right. And guess what? Like one day she started like using different language. Like, well, if I want to talk to somebody, I can. We're not really together. Language, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. Started moving funny. Guess what happened? I was calling one night. She said, I'm at a restaurant, with a friend. All right, cool.
Oh, that friend.
Guess what started happening? She started moving funny. Patterns start changing. I'm trying to address the conversation. The situation was going on. Guess what? She likes the guy. She was on a date with a guy.
I don't do well with multiple people because
see,
I'm very emotional.
Here's the deal.
And I do get attached to whoever I'm talking to.
You can't.
But I think communication of understanding, like I'm still talking to other people and he's still talking to other people. As long as he's transparent.
See what I'm saying? Like you can't speak communication when it's your time to communicate and you don't speak up.
No, 100%.
Right? Men are very adjustable. We're very like, oh, okay, cool, I got you. We need to know where to put our energy at.
That's true.
So at the end of the day, like, guess what? She ended up talking to the guy. It was like 2 weeks ago. Guess who followed me on Instagram? Started liking things, right? And then I didn't respond, and guess who DM'd me? Hey, how you doing? Hey, I don't know. Can I call you tomorrow? I'm like, sure, yeah. What's up? Guess
Can I ask you a question?
I've never
up?
come back around to anybody that I let go.
That's true. But at the same time, if a guy, why does a guy follow you on Instagram if you guys aren't talking?
It was she followed me.
Nah, I'm talking about for me. I have a question.
Why would they follow you?
Yeah. Why would they follow me if
Because I want to see what you do.
why?
Yeah.
Look at your life, see
Why
what you
wouldn't I?
have.
Yeah.
In my story.
And not even that. You're gonna watch what I do.
I think that people
I'm
spend the
not.
block. I think people spend the block because it's comfortable.
It is.
They feel some type of comfort in a person that they already know.
Yeah.
And they know that, okay,
It's familiar.
if I go
It's
back to
easy.
this person,
Exactly.
I already know somewhat about them.
Yeah,
I would
it's
just have
easy.
to, I
I'm
would
not
have to-
trying.
I would have to
Say
pick
sorry.
up. I would have to just pick up where we left
Yes.
off.
Yeah.
Figure out what I don't know
Yeah.
about you that happened when we
I
was
think a
gone.
lot of people spin the block is because they move on thinking they want something else, and when they really had what they already needed, they come back.
I definitely agree.
Unless that
I've had
thing
people
was
do that
toxic.
to me though.
Huh?
Unless that thing was
It
toxic.
doesn't matter if it was.
I mean, I get that,
Here's the
but
thing: it's like it doesn't matter how bad this situation was. They provided something I needed.
This is true.
At the time.
this is
So I'm
true.
gonna spin the block because
I wanted something
missing
else.
That energy that
Yeah,
I was getting from them, regardless on the other bullshit
Yeah.
they brought to the table.
Of course.
This energy is what I'm missing.
It's what I need.
I don't get that from anybody else I dealt with past that
Exactly.
person. So,
So
I
you're,
spin the
so you're
block.
basically a seat filler or a placeholder. Like
Of course.
you're convenient.
And then
Exactly.
back
It's
to
more, well, I'm not gonna say you're convenient. What I'm saying is that because you can spend the block all day and you might get a time of day. What I'm telling you is that people spend the block because
But
it's
do you
dynamic.
have the same intention of a woman that spin the block on you?
Huh?
Do you have the same intention? Like you want to treat her good, but then it didn't work out. She spun the block on you. Like, how do you handle her now? Like,
so does it throw you off when a woman spins the block?
No, not at all.
No,
because he looked like
For me,
Jannard
it
is.
doesn't. If a woman
we're blinded by the
spins block,
energy.
I understand. Now, whether I want to deal with you when you spin the block or not, that's up to me.
That's the thing. Now
But-
that was my whole point.
Because you spin the block does not mean I'm just gonna be like, nah, I ain't messing with you because of X, Y, Z. I'm gonna not mess with you because I may not see a reason to go back to that level.
But you don't think it's because it's a man's game. You don't think it's because it's a man's game.
No,
Like, nah.
No, all of that is universal.
Now
It goes both ways.
my thing is if somebody spin the block, I'll be thinking like, dang, like you left to go find something obviously that I didn't have, that you thought I didn't have, and then you got to that person, figured out that they're not what you want, and now you're coming back.
But see, I'm saying it's more personal at that point.
What he didn't say is that person he was talking to left him to go fuck somebody else.
Exactly.
So
that's exactly what it was. And then come back.
Men don't want nothing that's touched the temple with.
I move so
You
different.
dip on me because you saw something in somebody else, and then you spin the block. It's not because I didn't provide you everything that you needed. You spent the block because you went over to see what was that, because that's what you needed at the time.
What if you did?
And it wasn't
What
everything.
was great?
What if you did provide everything that
You can't provide everything somebody needs. Period.
If you look at it like that, it's gonna be a world filled with people just cheating on
But
each other.
Jannard, but
it's not cheating.
Jannard,
if
you
you're
are
being transparent and honest. That's
Have
the
you
whole
ever gone
point
around
I'm
the
trying to
block
make.
on somebody?
Like you can't.
Have
if
I-
I'm
have I
honest,
went around
I'm
the block?
telling
Yes.
You don't feel this dynamic.
Because it sounds like
I'm gonna go talk to her for
you've
2
done
months
it,
to see what it's like, and
but
then
you don't like
you,
when
you
someone
know,
else
I'm gonna
does
just
it
hit
to
you up
you.
later.
No.
It's
I'm
not
gonna
necessarily
be
that.
honest. I'm gonna be
Not that
honest.
either.
It's the way to put it, though. I'm sure.
It's a crazy way, but that's not the way it
I'm
works.
sure.
I haven't spent the block. I honestly feel like I have never left a woman in sight of seeing what this other woman want.
Same.
And then when this woman don't fulfill me, I come back.
Same.
I have never
I've
done
never
that.
done that
either.
Because
You know what?
I've never done that either.
I try
I wanna
me
go get her.
me myself. I try to find the goodness in every woman that I talk to, and if she don't have something, I'm the type of person that
But I
will
think that's
grow.
why we have different
I-
opinions.
I
Yeah, but
because-
if you're not happy, you'll leave it, but don't come back.
No.
I
If
want to
that's
know.
not
I
something
want to
you
know.
wanna
Does
do.
I
that
think that's why we have different opinions,
Yeah.
because I've never left a woman.
that mindset right there of giving it your all, right?
Yes.
And
Oh, you don't give
you
it all.
you
Stop.
No, I'm gonna tell.
And you
I just-
being
I'm
okay.
I'm gonna tell you now.
and you being okay with the results, because you know, like you can give your all and it still not be enough for whatever person.
Yes.
Does that leave you feeling like hurt or not enough?
Of course.
Or,
I tell you no lie. Y'all had a show last time, and I was behind the scenes because I was engaged. You know what I'm saying? I had a woman that had a $2,000 ring on her finger. I put on it,
Yeah.
and I mean, it got to a point where, you know, and that's why I asked Oksana, the question is, what is peace to you? Because I provided everything, never cheated, plenty of opportunity to do so. Like literally, once she left and people started realizing that, you know, it was over, my inbox flooded.
Why did she leave?
Now, this is the thing. She talked to my mom and she said, he's a great guy. He gave me everything. He provided. He protected. You know what I'm saying? He paid the bills. You know what I'm saying? Definitely put it down. She didn't tell my mom that, but I already know that. You know what I'm saying? I already know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely I know like she said I did everything,
Right.
but give her peace. Now, this was the question that I wanted to say to her.
So how can she say you gave her everything if she didn't have?
I think she's confused.
No. Of course she's confused. But this is the thing. Hold on. This is the This is the thing that I'm saying. This is the thing that I'm saying. And we talked about this before, and I definitely didn't want to talk about this on the show, but you know, I tried to talk to you before the show, and then it kind of like got going, so I didn't say anything about it. And you know, honestly, I feel like I done everything. She stopped paying bills in the house. We went and got a house. You know, me and her together, both of our incomes. We had a track sheet of what you pay, what I pay. She stopped paying her bills because she knew I would pay them. And she stopped doing a lot of things because she know I would pick it up. As a man, I'm gonna do that. I have gave her large lump sums of money. She did whatever she wanted to with them and didn't tell me anything. And then when I would question her about it, it would be like, you're bothering my peace. So then it became, okay, do I say something or do I don't? Because I'm in love with you. I got a ring on your finger. I want to marry you. I want to be your peace. Hold on. I'm going to let you get there. But I'm just saying, I want to be your peace.
Right.
And at this point, I feel like being someone's peace and wanting better for them can somewhat clash. Because you can say, oh, I want a man who just will love me because I drink and sometimes I get drunk or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You can drink, but do it in moderation. If it bothered me, I should be able to tell you like, hey, you get drunk sometimes. That's not it not accepting you for who you are. That's just putting a limit on what I see you do or how I see you act once you drink a certain amount. So I feel like that shouldn't bother your peace. That's just a man who loves you, that wants better for you.
Jannard,
One thing my fiance didn't do is accept the fact that, you know, I wanted better for her. I seen better in her because she bought better out of me. When I first met her, I was working in a restaurant. Now I'm a private security. I went from working 2 jobs, up 19 hours a day, to where I pick my own schedule now. I'm working 6 to 2 in the afternoon. I'm home before her. I get to clean up. I get to, you know, she come home. I'm opening the door. I got a bottle of wine, Stella Rosa, in my hand. You know what I'm saying? I'm being 100. Just being real.
But before you say what you gotta say, and I have to say this to you. I obviously only get one side of the story, but I'm gonna go with your side because I know you. If this is the side of the story that's real, maybe the problem wasn't that you weren't her peace. Maybe she was projecting that to you because there were other issues. And I say this to say, don't let it change the good person that you are going forward.
It don't. I went on.
You know, because it sounds like you were giving a lot of who you are to her. Because when you say she stopped paying the bills because she know I was, that's a red flag.
Well, here's my question to you: is like,
unless you guys agreed on it.
No, definitely not.
What did she say that was interrupting her peace that you were doing?
Definitely. I felt the red flags that she's talking about, and I kind of already know about this because one thing about me, I look at this woman right here as like a mentor to me, relationship. Well, period. I'm not even gonna say relationship wise, but definitely I would lean on her because for her to be younger than me, she gives me a great sense of myself and others. So I have a lot of respect for this woman when it comes to that. But when it what you just said, like honestly, man, I did everything.
What did you?
But what did she say? That would cause? Because you asked her a question.
What did you not provide?
Okay. She said I did everything, but one thing about it is her mom. She would tell her mom, you know, all of our home business. We stay at our own house. I pay my bills, but she's telling her mom our business, and then her mom is calling me out of love and talking to me. And then kind of hitting around the question that she really want to ask. And me being from the streets, like I know my cousins are from Miami. I know how they do things to kind of get you to say something. So I'd be like, man, just say what you want to say. Let's stop the bull. Like, say what you want to say. And she'll say what she want to say. I give her my answer. And then she'll turn around and say, well, you told me this. Nah, you already knew this. Stop playing this game with me. So then I would get into it with her parents about this.
Here's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
This is a very simple question.
Yes.
You were engaged.
Yes.
You were going to marry this woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she left.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why did she leave?
Just tell us.
If you were giving,
we'll edit it out. We'll edit it out.
Everything
honestly,
you were
no,
doing. Like, don't get me wrong. Just
look.
hearing what you're saying in that situation.
Of course.
What did you not do to make her leave?
According to her.
According to her.
According to her, she say I don't trust her. She projected that my past relationship was kind of shining in on this one to where she said I wouldn't trust her.
Do you trust her?
Did
you want to come
Hold on. I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
I have talked to women after my ex before her. I never trusted them. I put a lot of trust in this woman, and you can tell because I put a ring on it.
Nah,
so no.
That's just a symbol.
No.
The house.
To some people, I put a ring on it. Okay. I bossed up. I provided. I protected.
You went further than you did.
I went further than I did with any woman.
You committed.
I see what you're saying.
I committed to this.
That big word we started.
Hey, I stay with her. She can pick up my phone and her face up, unlock my phone at any time. So, I definitely.
But did you trust her?
I definitely did.
The only reason why I'm asking you this, I'm going to ask you this for a specific reason. You and me have the same history, and I put a ring on it, and I was married for a decade. Didn't trust her. 10 years.
I can't.
You didn't trust her the whole time you were married?
Not one bit.
Why?
I can't sleep. I can't sleep next to a person I don't trust.
Okay, so she gave you a reason. She gave you a reason. Okay.
With me being the man that I am, and I made a commitment, I was going to work through it regardless.
But that trust is one of the hardest things to really.
That's why I was asking.
Come on now. Come on, Jody.
That's what I was asking you specifically. Did you trust her?
Okay.
He said.
This is the thing. I honestly trusted this woman. Things have came into the relationship that made me step back and be like, can I really trust you? Like, she'll tell her mama our business.
Coming out.
Hold on. Me and her get into an argument right now about something specific.
And her mama knows.
Her mama called me the next day and talk about this, and then I'll be like, why you told your mama this?
Yep.
My mama just got discernment.
You know what? I'm gonna say she's just immature. Hold on. Now this goes back to what he said. What he said earlier in this conversation is women are taught to survive, not so much of love. They're not taught. They're not taught to lean on a guy for real. They're taught to really survive through the situation. It's survival. It's nothing to do with. It's nothing at all to do with love. I think it all depends on the house that you are. Every woman is not taught the same
Was she
thing.
on like heavy on social media?
It depends on what situation you come out of.
You got a song. What love got to do with it? When you say taught how to survive,
you think social media
what
was
do you
influencing
mean?
her mindset?
Intentionally said this is how you handle yourself, because I was not taught how to survive. I watched a very toxic situation growing up until I left. But see, no, and here's the thing: every lesson is different. Some women handle men differently, and it's not directly taught; it's learned.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Oh, we got a whole conversation going on.
We can go on and on, man, but at the end of the day, man, today we came together and we talked about commitment, trust, jealousy, insecurity,
polyamory.
Oh, we ain't got to.
We didn't talk about that. That was off camera.
We tipped the iceberg of it.
We ain't talking about polyamory. That's all different.
You ready to dive in?
I guess everybody see what's going on, man. So, I look forward to having more of these conversations.
Part 2 definitely gotta come.
Part 2, Part 3, Part 4.
I think relationship is a constant conversation that should always be going on.
Yeah, always. We just trying to bring people together at the end of the day, educate, and know that everybody got different perspectives, and I think that's what makes us all individuals and special. So, thanks for coming to the singles night. Not singles. Edit. And we'll catch y'all later.
I feel like we didn't even answer your last question, just
We
to
did.
be real. Your last question was what makes us do too much? Like what's doing too much? And
I know it.
After her answer, we totally went in a whole nother.
What's my answer?
So I was gonna mention that. So I got a good friend, right? He was dating this woman for a couple weeks. They started sleeping together, right? he asked her to go to the DR for a weekend. He had a weekend off. He wanted to go to the DR. He asked her to go. He had the room booked, everything booked, everything. He had to buy her the plane ticket, the whole nine. And she said, "Oh, that's too much. You're dating this guy. You've already gave him pussy. Y'all chilling together. So he asked you to go on a trip with him, and that's too much. That was too much."
Yeah. I had a girl that asked me yesterday to go.
That's not too much.
That was too much for her.
I mean,
Even her girl was like, "Y'all just
already
met,
having sex."
but you already sleeping with him."
Yeah, that's enough.
You know what I mean?
Hey, look.
She was gonna book me a flight yesterday to Colombia
I'm trying
where
to figure
next
out what
month
was too much.
to get veneers.
The trip.
Hey,
A
I
weekend
don't
alone
want to go with you.
At Punta Cana or whatever they were going. Like
Wow.
that was too much.
Oh, I can see you have a lot on your mind, but that's okay. That's why I'm here.
I really need someone to talk to right now. It's just so much going on.
Try going through divorce, okay? What is so funny?
You're crazy.
Oh, so I'm the problem.
I'm not saying you're the solution.
You know what? Get out my office then.
I'm not saying you're the solution.
You know what? Get out my office then. Hi, John, right? I'm
Hey there.
Dr. Come on in. Oh, I can see you have a lot on your mind, but that's okay. That's why I'm here. Just tell me whatever you need to, and by law, I can't say a word. I'm on your bus, and I'm going wherever you take me.
Thanks. I really need someone to talk to right now. It's just so much going on.
Like what? Tell me.
Well, it's my depression. My last breakup really broke my heart. She was my everything. It was perfect. Then she broke up with me out of nowhere. No warning, no nothing. My parents loved her. You know what my dad told me recently? He said, "John, I still feel like I'm on my honeymoon." Isn't that beautiful? A love so pure, so authentic. Why can't I have that?
I'm so sorry to hear that. And how long were you two together?
3 years. We were supposed to get engaged this year. I'm just so hurt. I'm so broken right now.
Try 13 years.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Please, continue.
Okay. And it's just so much anxiety being in your 20s. You gotta figure out what your career is gonna be, and if you don't, then you'll just struggle to pay your bills. And then on top of that, you gotta figure out who you're gonna spend the rest of your life with. It's just so overwhelming. I'm just tired.
Tired.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
No, what is it that you want to say? You've been saying a lot of slick stuff while I've been talking to you. Tell me what you want to say.
I'm fine.
No, you're not. What is it that you want to say? Just say it.
Try going through a divorce, okay?
Whoa.
Your little 3 years has nothing on my 13 years. I sacrificed. I gave everything I was supposed to, and he still cheated. Did you cheat on her?
No. Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, I heard you, but men lie. Y'all don't tell the truth.
Wait, hold up.
I'm not done.
What the heck? What?
We were together for 3 years. And she was the love of my life.
You know what? I'm leaving.
Sit down. I'm not done yet. I've been waiting all day for this session so I could talk to somebody about my problems.
Wait, but aren't you the therapist? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you?
Right. And aren't you supposed to listen to me?
Yeah, but that just, I don't get
Okay.
it.
So anyway, it all started when he told me he was going away on business.
Okay, well, was it true?
I mean, yeah. But little did I know, he was going to be taking care of business with his little coworker, Keto Karen.
I'm so sorry. How did you hear about that?
His other coworker sent me a photo of them together being all cute and cuddly.
I mean, they could just have a good work relationship. It doesn't have to be like that.
Honey. Trust me. When a woman knows, she knows.
Right. You know, I'm paying you for this session, but it looks like I've become the therapist.
A therapist? I ain't no therapist, child. I just lied so I can have somebody to talk to.
Wait, what?
But sadly, it seems our session is over.
Session? What are you talking about? We talked about you the whole time.
Oh, now you sound just like my ex-husband.
Whoa, wait. You know, and now I know why he cheated on you.
Excuse me? What did you just say?
You're crazy.
Oh, so I'm the problem.
I'm not saying you're the solution.
You know what? Get out my office then. Leave. Gone. What is so funny?
I just can't believe I'm being kicked out of a non-licensed, crazy therapist office.
Leave. Ugh. I hate men.
You know what? Give me that with your crazy self. I'm calling OSHA.
Hi, John, right? Really?
That was perfect on our end.
It just took so long for me to answer the door. I'm so sorry.
Janard, why?
Okay.
Hey, John. How are you?
Bro, come on, really?
I'm sorry, bro. I just always wanted to do that.
I had a feeling. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. What is it that you want to say? Just say it.
Try going through a divorce, okay?
Whoa.
Dang it.
Okay. Roll camera. Keep it rolling, keep it rolling.
Caught you soon.
Oh gosh.
Try going through a divorce.
Cut. Sound right. Cut. And we should do like parts, like part one or whatever like that. But, you know, just use this.
And then you go pour more wine.
Listen, I am so excited for this date. I mean, he's handsome, he seems really intelligent, and just like overall a really great guy. But you know, I still have my guard up because you know how these men can be, you know, the audacity, the nerve of some of them, right?
All right. Just I'll call you when I'm done.
Who was that?
That's my third baby mama.
Can I get you anything to drink?
Yeah, I'll take a water.
Yeah, and I'll take a lemonade, bruh.
All right. All right, well, here are your cups. The dispensers in the back to fill up your drink.
I don't remember having to do that last time I was here.
Yeah, me either.
And you know what? I can't believe you had me even take you on this date in the first place.
Come on,
Like, you're about to watch these kids for a whole month. I hope you understand that.
all right, calm down. Just loud
Tell me to
for
calm
no
down.
reason.
Yeah, you're right, I'm loud.
Right, quiet on the set.
Camera speed.
Sound production, take one.
Listen, I am so excited for this date. I mean, he's handsome, he seems really intelligent, and just like overall a really great guy. But you know, I still have my guard up because you know how these men can be, you know, the audacity, the nerve of some of them, right? But I guess you gotta go through a couple of bad dates to finally get that good one. So here I am, waiting for him. I had a doctor's appointment. Yeah, I had a doctor's appointment, so I left work early during lunch and just wanted to make sure I was ready because, you know, I'm really excited. So hopefully he looks as good as he did online because you know how that can be. Catfish.
You know it's messed up though.
Here you go. It's not that serious.
It's not that serious.
No, it's
I
not
bought
that-
you that shirt.
It's a nice shirt. It's my favorite shirt.
Oh, so that just makes it okay?
No, I don't have too many shirts like this, and this is a really
Okay,
nice
and?
one. It's not that big of a deal.
Maybe not to you, but clearly it means
God,
something
look,
to me.
Look, I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna have this date, and I'll just call you when I'm done.
Yeah. Oh, so you'll call me now. Okay.
Yeah,
That's just great.
Look.
That's just great. And you know what? I can't believe you had me even take you on this date in the first place.
Come on,
Like, you're about to watch these kids for a whole month. I hope you understand that.
All right, calm down. Just loud
Tell me to
for
calm
no
down.
reason.
Yeah, you're right, I'm loud. Try my life. You tried it. Stand these Negroes.
Damn. Oh, you look even better than you do online.
Hi. Thank you. First of all, James?
Yeah, James.
Oh.
Jody, right?
Yes.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you too.
Everything okay?
Who's that? That just dropped you off here.
Oh, you saw that, didn't you? That's just my baby mama.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about her. She's not about nothing.
Wait a minute. You had your baby mom drop you off on a date?
Well, see, she was doing me a favor. I recently got my license suspended.
Can I get you anything to drink?
Yeah, I'll take a water.
Yeah, and I'll take a lemonade, bruh.
All right. All right, well, here are your cups. The dispensers in the back to fill up your drink.
I don't remember having to do that last time I was here.
Me either. So, I've been really looking forward to seeing you this week. Tell me, what are you looking for in a man?
Well, you know, someone honest, fun, adventurous, you know?
Oh, adventurous.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can take you on some adventures around the world if you want.
Oh, really? Well, how are we gonna do that when your license is suspended?
I see what you did there. You got jokes. Okay. Well, I do have a passport, so we'll be flying, and I won't need my license.
You have a point there. So, what is it that you do again?
I own a few small startup businesses.
Oh, really? Okay, so what kind of startup?
Just something we just started that's gonna be big. Yeah.
Big like what?
Like a big business. Yeah.
Oh.
So, what about you? What do you do?
Well, you know, I
All right, well, are you ready to order?
Yeah, I am. Can I have a Caesar salad?
Of course.
I'll take the steak Diane, bruh.
All right. Well, here are your plates, so you can fill them up with the food in the back.
Excuse me. What kind of service is this?
Yeah, you're right. Hang on one second. Hello? Yo, chill. Just calm down.
Okay.
All right, whatever. Bye.
Who was that?
Oh, that was my baby mama.
The same one that dropped you off?
No. This is my other baby mama. She mad at me, talking about she's gonna kick
Another
me
one?
out because I've been there longer than I intended to. But, you know, it's all good.
So let me get this straight. You had one baby mom drop you off to the date, and you're telling me you live with another?
No, it ain't like that. She only let me stay there since I lost my job recently. So, just do me a favor.
What happened to the startup business?
This man is a bomb.
Hold up. So, my business partner and I, we're actually getting ready to start our clothing line.
Okay, so
That's kinda,
who's your business partner?
you know, just a friend.
Let me guess. A baby mom.
But it's not like that. See, hold on. Hello.
Bro, who is that?
Man, chill. I'm almost done. We're almost done. All right. Just, I'll call you when I'm done.
Who was that?
That's my third baby mama.
You know what? I don't think we can continue this thing anymore. I just
Wait,
got this wild thing going on. I can't
hold on.
even-
Jolie, can you give me a ride home?
Boy, my name is Jody. Bye.
How about you take that passport and go fly somewhere? Oh wait, don't you still gotta drive to the airport?
Man, be quiet. Just be quiet.
Hey, Mr. Startup, how about you start up that car you can't drive?
Shut up, bruh. Shut up.
Hey, how about you start walking? Give me that plate.
Oh yeah, moving across the world. This gon' be paid from satellites, booming across the world. Oh yeah, gon' let the fire burn. Light up the place like paradise. Gon' let the fire burn. Memphis 10 to California. Across the border. Costa Rica to Shanghai. Dubai to Cape Town.
What happened to the startup business?
This man is a boss.
Just some big things, big things.
Big, like what?
Like big business, you know. So I got my license suspended.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, and I'll take
You had one baby mom drop you off on the date, and then you lived with another one?
This man's a boss. From the south side across the border. Show, I bless the stage and soldiers. That's the rap, ladies and gentlemen. You got it the first try too. Moving across the world.
Now, are you from Orlando?
Not originally. I'm originally from the Carolinas. I was born in North Carolina.
Ooh,
yeah,
Petey Pablo?
Yeah, there you go. You remember that? That's right, North Carolina. That's right, man. And I got a lot of family in South Carolina too.
Yeah.
So, and my dad was military, so we travel around a lot. Yeah, we did a lot of traveling. So lived over in Scotland, over across the water. Yeah, man. Yeah, I did it for like 3 years. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. So we did a lot of travel. That's probably why I love traveling to this day, because when you're in a military family, you literally travel every 2-3 years. You up and move. It's just that easy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Dad was Navy, 20 years in the Navy.
20 years?
Yeah, he did 20 years. He retired.
That's crazy though. My brothers, when they were Marines.
Marines? Okay, I was going to guess.
Camp
Marines Army.
out there.
Oh, okay. All right.
So your dad did Air Force.
Yeah, no, Navy.
Navy.
Okay,
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to watch it, because if he was here and heard you say that, that's a problem. The military got to take that stuff seriously.
You know what? It's funny, because I was going to be like, he did Air Force. I was going to be like, he went the smart way. But he did Navy.
You lucky my dad ain't here, because any military person, they're Army, you say Marines,
they don't like it.
Not Marines.
Nope. I remember I was talking to a soldier. He was Army. Matter of fact, he was my guest on Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
And so,
I hope he did.
we were taping. We were taping. So I was like, he talked about being in the Army, something Army. I said, you're not in the Army now. He's like, no. I said, do you wish you went to the Air Force? And he was like, yeah.
Oh,
he said,
wow.
but let's cut that out, though.
I was about to say.
Cut that out.
His buddies are going to get him. He can't. His buddies will get him for that.
The reason I asked is because when I did contracting. So I contracted overseas for 2 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so when I was in Afghanistan, you talk to all the soldiers and they were like that. The Air Force, I mean.
So wait, explain contract. So what, you did like a military contract?
Yeah, so I was on the company I was with was WWLR. They had a contract with the Army to run the post office. Oh. So I went over there on a postal contract.
Okay.
So my company just staffed all the post office and stuff like that.
That's kind of a cool job.
It is. I mean, you're in the.
That's not bad.
The money. You only do it for the money.
Okay, I mean,
do it for the money.
But the travel,
traveling. You're on the other half of the world. That's dope.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Afghanistan is not. I don't think that would be anybody's chosen place to travel. I want to go to Afghanistan. No. But I mean, still, it's not bad.
You're on a military base the whole time, so you don't go out. You don't get to go out.
So you don't go. Okay, don't go out.
No, I mean it was
dangerous. You don't want to go out and about.
Yeah. No, you don't want to go out.
You probably won't come back.
No, you're not. You won't.
You're not coming back.
You're not. They had contractors convoy out. I mean, you convoy to different bases.
Right.
Great. Thankfully, the base I was on, it was a small base. Mm-hmm. It was but we had Navy SEALs on there.
Oh,
we had different mercenary groups, task force on there. So I mean, then we had Romanians on there. The Romanians, them dudes beasts too.
So you got to try and chop it up with all these different types.
You get incoming. You still got to deal with that. But this is what I told everybody. I said, I did not know. We were in the desert. I mean, you're in the desert.
Right. Afghan is desert.
Know? So the way we were at, we were in this valley area, which was not the safest place because we had mountain ridges all around us.
Right.
And we're in this dust bowl. So I mean, you still get your sandstorms.
Right.
It gets 100-something degrees in the summer, but it snowed as well. So
but it's still hot even when it snows?
No, you're getting it's snowing.
So it's cold.
It's cold.
30 degrees in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I never knew that.
I didn't know that either.
Never
you just
knew
taught
that.
me something.
And I'm
it snowed over there.
Yeah, and I was like, yo, it's 110 degrees right now. But I mean, sure enough, winter comes around and it's snowing.
So y'all prepared? Were y'all prepared for that?
No, I came from Florida. I was prepared. It's my first time dealing with snow. I was not prepared. So as I'm over there, I'm buying. I had to buy the things that you put on your feet, on your boots. You put the tracks on your boots or something like that.
For the snow. Okay, so you can walk. Okay,
I mean, when it melts, it get icy. Because we're throwing salt out.
Salt out there, right?
So it's the funniest thing to just sit by the door and just watch all the people so it was funny. I mean, because just falling on ice and all that stuff.
I can tell you got a lot of memories from that. That's not a trip.
Stuff,
yeah,
a lot of stuff.
a lot of stories.
I remember one time I was on the phone with either my mom or my grandma. I think I was on the phone with my grandma or my mom, and we got incoming. So I'm on the phone with
That's
her. Yeah.
That's scary.
It was. So I was like, Mom, let me go. So I didn't want her to hear it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I know
she'll freak
worried
out
already because, you know, you got the news and all that stuff. And then I got 4 brothers. All 5 of us went over there.
Wow.
So like all of us were over there. We were in different places of Afghanistan at the time. And my cousin, he was over there too.
Mm-hmm.
So like because my brothers, all of them are military. I'm the boy that didn't go to
They didn't go to military. Wow. And you got what, four brothers?
4 brothers.
All older, younger, or you in between?
3 are younger and 3 are older, 1 is younger.
Okay. All right. So you kind of on the bottom end.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow. So do they mess with you from time to time about not going?
No.
No?
They know why I didn't go.
If I was your brother, I'd be messing with you.
They know why I didn't go.
He the only one that couldn't make it. He the only one that couldn't handle it.
They got deployed to Iraq. So 2 of them got deployed when the Iraq war jumped off. They got deployed. And that's when they found out about contracting. So when they came back, they was like, hey, listen, y'all. There's a hustle that we all got to get on. Let's get on
That pays good.
Yeah. So they went. I stayed home because I was making good money here doing event setup and stuff. And so after a while, I was like, all right, let me see. I'll go. So when I went, I was like, oh, yeah, I like it. And I came back because I had my son.
And that was it?
Yeah. Once I had him, I was like, I'm going to stay.
All right, go calm down, stay on, no more traveling to Afghanistan.
Yeah. But if I didn't have my son, I'd have done like 5-6 years. Easy,
might still be there now.
Easy, man. I'd have made that would have been my career.
I mean, not a bad career. My dad, like I said, my dad was Navy, and he did push for me to try to get into the military because I think, you know, the stability and, you know, the military takes pretty good care of you.
Yeah.
So he kind of pushed for that, but I always knew the military wasn't for me. I didn't want to do it. I saw him do it, and I saw him go through it, which was cool, and I almost felt like I was able to live a little bit of it, you know, just watching him. So for me, that was enough. I was like, that was good. I've seen you do it for all these years, and I'm gonna go another route.
Yeah.
But it did my dad well. It did him well. Yeah. He still talks about his military career.
The thing about the military, the benefits is probably the best part of it.
Oh yeah.
And that's probably why the benefits are so amazing because of the pay.
Yeah, the benefits are amazing.
The benefits are crazy, hands down.
When you think about it from a financial standpoint, my dad included, but he had a lot of friends who, you know, you start at say 2018, 19, 20, in 20 years you're gonna retire.
Yeah.
What, you're 38, 39.
Yeah.
And then you retire, you're getting a regular check from the military, but you can start a whole nother career.
Yeah.
Start something and do that for 20 years.
Yeah.
And now you're getting that check plus the military check.
Yeah.
And then if you retire from another 20 years somewhere else and retire from there.
Yeah.
I mean that's two checks coming in. You know, that's just a lot going on financially. You can do very, very well if you continue on with it. So,
you know, the crazy thing about that, I know people that have done that, and then on top of that, as you get the disability, depending on your percentage,
exactly,
it's like you're still working.
Exactly.
Which is crazy.
Exactly.
I know some guys that get like 90%.
Yeah.
I know someone that has 100%, and he works where I work at now. I work at Lockheed. He's getting 100%. I think his wife is getting 100%.
Wow.
And he's still working at Lockheed. So he's literally getting 2 paychecks.
That's good living. That's good living.
Man, and he'll tell you, I'm just working. He'll tell you about
I'm just working. He doesn't have to work.
No, he doesn't have
if
to.
they've got that going on, they don't have to work.
He don't have to
He's
work.
working because he wants to work.
Yeah, and that's what he said.
Yeah.
And
he works.
He acts like he's working because he wants to.
and that you know, with my business that I do with Hicks Financial Asset and Wealth Management, I like to call stuff like that like financial freedom, because with things like that, you're working not because necessarily you have to, but you set yourself up to where you work because you want to, and you're not nervous about if they're gonna lay me off or if they're gonna fire me. You know, you get nervous about that stuff when you don't have the finances to handle an emergency. If something falls off or the job goes away, then you're nervous. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? But if you're, in a pretty decent situation financially, stuff like that doesn't shake you.
No.
If you know, I got enough like 5 months, 6 months saved up to where, hey, if something happens, I can go 5-6 months and be okay. You're not as nervous because you know more than likely I can find something else in 5-6 months or whatever the case is. I'll be okay. But if you barely have a month's worth of cash saved up, oh yeah, you're definitely gonna be nervous if you lose your job or if you get fired or anything like that. Oh, you're gonna be very nervous.
Yeah.
So,
it's crazy because I think what you're doing, what you're into with finances, Hicks Financial. When I was growing up, finance discussions weren't as like apparent as they are today. And even still, like even the financial conversations that I hear today, it's like, okay, yeah, do this with your money, you know, certain things you can do with your money, invest, stuff like that. The thing that I have, not a rebuttal, but I'll probably say like, maybe something in addition to probably, it's just making the money. Because it's cool to say, okay, yeah, do this with your money, X, Y, Z, boom, boom, boom. But the conversations I want to hear, or the conversations that I want to, you know, start is probably, okay, what can you do to make more money?
To make more money, right.
That way, when you're doing this financial planning and stuff like that, you have something to financially plan with.
Right.
Because I think a lot of times, people want to financial plan.
Right, and don't have anything to plan with. They don't have anything to plan with.
Once I do all of this with my money, I mean,
well, and I agree. It's very important to make the money. That's important. But the idea that I kind of push is I don't want anybody to make the money and lose the money because they don't know how to budget the money. They don't know how to handle what they have. Right. So, you know, most of us, I would say, will go out and work hard and we'll, you know, get an education, we'll, you know, get a decent job or whatever the case is, and we'll make the money. But I always say it's not necessarily about how much money you make, but how much money you keep. Because whether you're making a little bit or a lot, if you're not good at handling those finances and balancing that budget, whether you're making a lot or a little bit, you're gonna waste it. And you could have a person making $13, $14 an hour and they're struggling, but then you have that person making $200,000 a year and they're struggling because both individuals don't know how to handle the money they have. One's just making a whole lot more, but still don't have the necessary tools to know how to manage it. So yes, making it is very important, but if you don't know how to keep it, you're gonna probably still be in the same situation as the other person who may not be making as much. So
that's true though, because I used to do when I did construction, home construction, stuff like that. We would go to these, you know, people's homes, right? And we're doing whether we're like pulling up carpet, putting down either tile or wood flooring or whatever we're doing to the home to improve the home, and just speaking to the homeowners there and just talking to different people around there, and they're just like, yeah, I'm making this amount of money, but I'm still in debt. And I think, and so my focus has been, I want to make more money, increase my income, right? On my journey to increase my income, my main focus is do not incur more debt.
Right.
Do not incur more debt, because it doesn't make any sense to increase your income by collecting more debt, because now, you increase your income, but you realize you dug yourself, you know, you increase your income by 100 grand, but you went 200 grand into debt to do it.
That's it.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. And that's why you have to really be careful with how society portrays money and images, because how they portray it is the more money you make, the more money you spend. That's how they say it. So if you make $200,000, you should live a $200,000 lifestyle. When in actuality, the people who really truly have money, a lot of times you won't even know it. Not by looking at them. You'll have no idea, because they don't look like they have all of this money that they really have. They look very average, they look very just regular, but society and social media and things will tell you, oh no, because you make this money, you have to drive this type of car and you have to have this type of house and you have to this and that. But all that does is now you got more income, but not like you say, you got more debt and more bills. And so now you're probably just as stressed or more stressed than when you didn't have that kind of money at all. You probably didn't have half the stress when you were, just had $50,000. Now you're making all this money, but you have so many more responsibilities, and the money is going just as fast as it's coming in. So as much as you're making it, it's going just that fast. So my job is always to sit with people and say, hey, let's really look at this. Let's look at your portfolio. Let's see, what areas can we cut? Because I always like to say things like this: you can give yourself a raise just by getting rid of some of the debt and some of the financial burdens that you have going on. If you find a way to pay off those student loans or pay off whatever other little loans and personal loans that you got going on, say if it's $200 a month that you're paying, once you pay that off, that's $200 now that you're able to keep in your pocket per month. You just gave yourself over a $2,000 raise a year because you've gotten rid of certain debt. People don't look at it that way. All right. So when you get rid of debt, you give yourself a raise. So instead of looking at your job and saying, I want my job to give me a raise, why won't they give me a raise? Why don't you give yourself a raise? Look at your financial situation and, hey, what can I cut? What don't I need? Why am I still, why do I still have cable at the house and I'm paying Spectrum, but I only watch Netflix and Hulu? Okay, I probably don't need that cable. That may not be something I need. I don't know anybody who still has a phone line at the house, but if you do, why do I have a phone line? I only use my cell phone. Yeah. Maybe we need to get rid of this phone line. Different things like that. If you have an older car, and you look at your insurance policy, okay, why do I have full, all this coverage on this old car that I really don't even drive that much? Maybe I can bring some of that coverage down and save some money on that. When you do that, you're automatically giving yourself a raise, putting more money in your pocket, and you're not necessarily depending on the job to give you a raise. You're giving yourself a raise.
Man, that's beast, because I found I had to take a look at what I was doing financially. My thing is this too, and this is the big thing for me. I said, if I'm not gonna have as much money as I want, either at the end of the week or at the end of the month, I'm gonna at least save something, right?
Exactly.
Because I listened to a lot of Dave Ramsey.
That's good.
And Dave Ramsey said this. He said when he was climbing out of his debt, he said he wrote out writing out all his finances, and he said he put a line after all the money was gone, right? So he said he how much he made, what he was getting, and what he was gonna pay.
Right.
And he would do that. And he said, whatever was below that line was not getting paid that much. Because there was no more money.
There was no more money, right.
Gone.
There's no more money,
He
so I
said,
can't get paid.
So when the bill collectors would call him, they're like, he's like, ask him about the money.
Right.
He's like, you guys are below the line. I can't pay you. And they're like, well, how can we get above the line? He's like, I gotta make more money.
That's funny. I never heard that, but that's good.
So I was like, I told myself, I said, well, if you're gonna be struggling anyways, if financially you still don't have it, like, at least save something.
Exactly.
So my thing now, the way I am now, I'm like, I'm saving something. No matter what, I'm saving something, because for me, it's developing the habits.
That's
I think a lot of times, especially in our community, we have horrible spending habits.
Oh, horrible.
And you just said it. You make more, you spend more. And that's literally the mentality. Oh, I have this. And then Dave Ramsey said this too, and I took it with me. He said, being able to afford something does not mean you can make the payments.
Wow.
Being able to afford something means you can afford it. If you can't buy it right out, you can't afford it.
That's true. That's very true.
So people are like, this is me, y'all. I ain't saying you got to do it. I don't buy new cars. I don't.
I'm right there with you.
I pay cash.
Right.
I pay cash,
there
right?
with you.
And people would always say different things about paying cash cars, right? Buying cash cars. But I buy cash cards. The cash car I got now is a lot nicer than the other ones I had.
That's right.
Because, more cash.
That's right, more cash than you spend, right.
But I don't incur a lot of vehicle debt. Because for number one, it's a depreciating asset.
Exactly.
And then number two, it's like, just think about it. You just said it. You have a $200, $300 car payment. You have to have full coverage. You don't own the car. That's why you have to have full coverage.
That's why you have to have full
because
coverage.
You don't own it.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
So now that $200, it's only $200 a month. No, it's not. It's like $500 a month.
That's right. Once you add the full coverage.
So now you have a $500 expense on a depreciating asset.
So
true. When you try to go resell it, you're still not.
You're still not going to get the money back.
Right.
You're losing money. You're going to lose money
miss a couple
either way.
payments. They're going to come from the car.
They're going to come from the car. And guess what? They're not going to give you any of that money back that you already put into it. That's just a total loss.
Then you just lost it.
And to go back to what you said about when you come to bills and below the line, it's funny how we remember, for the most part, we remember to pay everybody.
Yep.
Except ourselves.
I pay myself first nowadays.
That's the idea.
First.
And it's
if I can't pay you, I'm sorry.
But it's a mindset, because a lot of people think, if I don't pay this bill or that bill, oh no, this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen. So they pay everybody else and never pay themselves. Never. And you will never get into a decent financial situation if you don't put yourself on the payroll.
Yep.
Like just like I'm paying my cable and my car note and my mortgage and my I have to pay James.
Yeah.
And I make sure James is going to get paid. Like you said, some other people may not get paid, but James will get paid every time that check comes in. And if you're looking at your money and you don't have room to pay yourself, then that means something has to go.
Something got to go.
Something got to go. Because paying yourself should be utmost important.
The most important.
And I think we have something similar. I grew up in a Christian household, and we believe in tithing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I always say there's two people always going to get paid: God and James. we're getting paid regardless. Everybody else, hey, they get paid.
Might
may
not make it.
The two of us are going to get paid.
Yeah.
And when I'm sitting down with clients and I'm actually showing this, and sometimes they have no idea, like how is this going to work? How am I going to pay myself? I'm already up to my neck. I said, you know what? It's going to work. Just trust me. Let's do it. It's going to work. And guess what? When you put your mind to something, you can figure out ways to make it work. And then after you go a couple months and you see that you saved up, say $1,000 or $2,000, it's like, oh wow, it actually works. Like it works to pay myself. And I figured out a way to pay the other bills or what I had to cut off or so on and so forth. And once you see it working, then you can continue to allow it to work because now it becomes a habit.
Yeah.
And you're in the habit of now paying yourself. But so many people are in the habit of paying everybody else and not paying themselves, and then wondering why they can't go any further. They can't buy a cash car.
Yeah.
They don't. They have to keep renting because they don't have a down payment for a house to buy a house. If you pay yourself, that changes.
It's a patience thing too.
Okay, I can agree with that.
It's a patience game. Majority of people I listen to who are like financially successful and they're doing different things financially, they're all older. Get away. They're older.
Right.
Because they say you make the bulk of your money between your 40s.
That's true. Usually.
That's when men become like their most paid selves. And I'm starting to understand that to be a true thing because you're more patient. You're more patient. Like even for me, like I'm more patient now. Like I was just on the phone with one of my brothers, man, in the faith, and he has a podcast. What's up, G? Shout out to the Hot Podcast. But I was talking to him, and we were just talking. There was a car in traffic, and his system was just banging. I said, "Do you hear that system?" He's like, "No, I don't hear anything." I said, "Yo, hold on." So let the car go by. I said, "Yo, this dude is just blasting the system." I said, "The funny thing about it is," I said, "What's the point of having a system?" Not that I'm knocking them, but I used to have one.
I was about to say I had one back in the day too.
I had one too. But when I look back at when I used to do it, I'm like, why did I do that?
Why did I do that?
What was
Spent all that money.
What was the point of having a loud system?
Yeah.
Not that anything's wrong with them if you want one, but I was just questioning myself, like, why did I have it? He said, you know what, bro, you're right. Like, why did we do that? I said, I don't even know. I said, now that I look back at it, I said, for me, I have a nice car. I have a membership to the car wash because I keep it washed, I keep it clean, keep it vacuumed. And I said, but I don't have a system in it. And now I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, dang, why don't I have one? But not to say I'm gonna go out and get one, but I'm just questioning like what I used to spend my money on back then versus now. What I spend it on now, and what I'm more focused on. For me now, even before I go shopping to buy clothes, like I'm making sure that my house is straight, I'm making sure that everything is working, make sure that my vehicle is working. And then I may go buy clothes.
Right.
But then again, like in order for me to buy clothes, I have to financially see something before I go out and spend something like that. But it's just the way I look at finances now.
It's older and wiser, You're older and wiser. And I think it's very important because you're older and wiser, now you're able to pass that down. You mentioned earlier how those conversations didn't come up.
They don't come up.
A lot of times it's because maybe they didn't have the information to pass down. So now that you're older and you're learning, you're able to sit with different people like myself and listen to Dave Ramsey and read books and so on and so forth. You have more information to now pass down, which is so vitally important. A lot of times we pass down a lot of our bad habits, but do not pass down the good things that our kids and our grandkids and godkids or whatever actually need in order to survive and to sustain themselves. The bad habit of, like we mentioned earlier, just buying stuff because I want it, and the kids see you do that. Guess what? They're going to do the same thing. I'll just buy. I can't afford it, but I'm just going to buy it anyway.
Right.
And continuously being in debt, having to always rob Peter to pay Paul, and all of that crazy stuff. That stuff becomes a cycle.
Yeah.
And if you're not, passing down the good habits that you've learned, guess what? Your kids end up doing the same thing. But the idea is, if you find yourself in a situation where, financially, like, what, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm so behind, you need to learn not just to get yourself in a better situation, but so the next generation can see the changes you've made and not make those same bad decisions continuously.
Yeah.
Because we all want our kids to do better than we are.
Yeah.
But how can they do it if you don't teach them?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if you think about it, I always think about this, and I feel like I've done very well as far as, handling my finances throughout the years. But, everybody always says, if I knew then what I knew now, how much further along would I be? Why not teach your kids now what you know now, so that when they're 21, 22, they won't, spend 10 grand or whatever on a system in their car. When you can teach them, like, hey, how about we invest in this in real estate? Because guess what? You invest in real estate, in 20 years, when you get my age, you can sell it for $300,000, so on and so forth, Put this in the stock market, start playing around with the stock market, because this 10 grand can turn to be 100 grand in a few years. It's a different mindset, but you're teaching it so that down the line, your kids can be better off. But at the same time, you're better off because you're learning it as well.
Yeah.
And we don't have to continue those cycles that we continuously see. We're learning, so now, how do they say, each one teach one.
I did want to ask you though, like how you got into finance, period. Like what, I know your dad's military, so structure was there.
Oh yeah, definitely structure was there.
Did he get, he has a degree? He went to school too?
Yeah, he went to school, I think, I'm trying to remember what my dad went to school for. Business, I think he did go to school for business. Yeah, I think he did go to school for business. And we grew up, my dad was military, but he was really the only breadwinner at the time.
Okay.
And my mom decided, or they decided, that she would be home with us because my dad traveled a lot due to the military. So obviously, there's 4 of us. There was 3 at the time, but on one salary, even back in the day, 80s, 90s, that's still kind of tough on them. The military is good, but they don't pay a lot of money.
Right.
And so, on one salary, they had to make it work with 3 kids, and so that's tough. So, but I was able to see them, during the struggle phase, but then also as things got better and they made smart investments. My family's big into real estate, me as well, made good real estate investments and other ventures that got them in a good space. I was able to kind of watch that and just kind of see how that works. And my dad now is a pastor. And so he pastors his own church and everything. And so even watching that, that's a business. People don't really understand, but dealing with church, it's a business aspect to that. So I've really been able to watch them as coming up. But I eventually, was just, in general good with my finances, but I decided back in 2012, I wanted to go back to school and go get my MBA. And I think that is what really kind of the light switch came on. I started to see, how big business, how they handle finances and how they do their budgeting and how they financial plan on a corporate scale. I did projects having to do with Nike and Rolex and New Balance, the shoes and things like that. And just seeing these different companies and looking at different financial spreadsheets, it really kind of opened my mind up and say, I can really do something like this. And I was able to do it on a corporate level. I work in the pharmaceutical area and in pharmaceutical sales and management training, things like that. But part of my job is also budgeting as far as like territorial budgets, area budgets, things like that.
Wow.
Anything that we do, and that could be upward to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So, working on that scale, but then thinking about it, like, okay, how can I bring this down to, just people, everyday people, and use these talents to help folks and help people. And when I was in grad school, my last class, my capstone class, we had to create a business. And all the other students in the class, their job was to kind of be like a Shark Tank and kind of eat the business up. And oh, how are you going to do this? How are you going to get money for this? And how does this work? And right? So you really had to be thorough with your numbers and thorough with the idea. You couldn't just throw a business out there and not know how it was going to function, because they're going to ask all the questions. So I just, I said, all right, Hicks Financial. Not really taking it seriously, but just trying to get a good grade.
Yeah.
So obviously now I got to do the research and, how would it run and how will I get paid and how will I help people and what is my, what will my clients look like, so on and so forth, my target market and all that fun stuff. So I put it together, went to class, and it was great. Got an A. People asked a lot of questions, but I was very much prepared. But I didn't actually do it and launch it until last year, right in the middle of a pandemic. Last year, actually this month, June of last year is when I launched the business. And I actually went back and found, I still had it, my old paper that had all the information, but I did all of the research. And I went back and pulled a lot of that information and established the company. Now, a year later, we're still here and we're on the sit down.
Wow.
So that's really how I got started. But even prior to that, I would still help friends. Like I had friends who knew, I was in grad school and stuff, and they came to me, hey James, can you help us out? We got these issues, stuff with money. Maybe you can look at our finances and help us out. So I was doing it on a small scale. And then I just, like I mentioned earlier, during the pandemic, I had a lot of extra time. I was still working, but I was working from home, and I just had time on my hands. I'm like, James, this is the time. Even though it seemed like a bad time, it was the right time. And I'm so glad I took advantage of that, and it's been great. It's been great ever since.
That's dope. I was gonna ask you too, because from the financial standpoint, I know a lot of times like you'll hear just like stories where people will like invest in like their passions or their visions or their company and things like that.
Right.
And that's extremely risky because
it's risky. Oh yeah. Oh no. It is.
You're betting on your
You're betting on yourself.
You're betting on your work ethic.
Yeah.
You're betting on your industry, the industry that you're going to go in, how you're going to promote, market, and try to get a return on that investment. And sometimes that return is not instant.
Most times it's not instant. Most times it's not instant. I think it's still the case. Most businesses fail within the first 1 or 2 years. They say most of them fail. I mean, it's not for everybody. It's definitely not for everybody. You have to really have the temperament to, if you're going to run your own business, especially because like most people, they start off, working a job and then, doing their business on the side. And it gets to a point where you're doing two jobs. You got your main job and now you got your side hustle, which you're growing into a real business. That's a lot of time. If you have kids, if you have family and things like that, sometimes they have to kind of get put on the back burner so you can kind of grow this vision. So it's a lot, but to me, it's definitely worth it. But it may not be worth it to everybody, depending on your situation and your circumstance. So you really have to count up the cost, and especially do your research. Don't just jump out there. Because I've been blessed to deal with a lot of clients, and a lot of my clients, they're in a situation where they're starting a business, but they already, didn't have great, money habits. And this is the thing. You can be great at what you do. You can be a great chef. You can be a great mechanic. You can be a great preacher. But that doesn't mean you know how to run a business. That does not mean you know how to handle your finances, Those are two different things. You're just good at what you do.
Right.
So a lot of times my job is to come in and say, hey, let me kind of like I always say, I'm like the CFO. I mean, you're hiring me to be the CFO of your small business. So let me come in, let me look at what you got going on, and let's kind of itemize this stuff and allocate it in a way that we can see profitability, we can see where the money's going. Because the thing I hear all the time with small business owners that come to me, they're like, hey, I'm making money, but I have no idea where it's going. They have no idea where it's going. And that's because the money's coming in, they're spending it right out. Because knowing how it is as a small business owner, I know you bring money in, but there's a lot of stuff you got to buy. I mean, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at the equipment you have to get and, cloud storage space you got to pay for. I mean, there's different expenses that come, and sometimes you just find yourself spending out money, but not you don't really know where it's all going because you're good at what you do. You're just not good at budgeting and planning and doing the money side. So that's basically where I step in, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. I tell people, don't beat yourself up because you're not good at the money side, because guess what? I may not be good at interviewing. I may not be good at fixing a car. Definitely not good at baking a cake. So that's where your talent lies. But I feel God gives us all gifts so we can help each other. So my gift just happens to be, hey, I'm good with the numbers. I'm good on the money side. Get somebody in that is good on that area and that can help you so that your time can focus on what you do. If you're a cook, if you're a barber or whatever, or you're a chef, focus on that and get the right person in your lane that can help you with the side that you're not good at.
That goes with recognizing your weaknesses.
That's right.
And that's something that I've increasingly gotten better at is recognizing my weaknesses. And and it's just being okay with being weak in that area. I think
that's right.
Even with the way our culture moves and the society moves, like it's just being weak in a certain area. Oh, I'm gonna try to make myself better in that area, and we focus on trying to get better here because we want to be an all-around better person. I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna suck at that until the day I die.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
I'm gonna spend time
there's nothing
on my
wrong with
strengths because you can capitalize off of your strengths. Spend time on your strengths, recognize where you're weak at, and sometimes you might not even, you might not always be able to afford to get someone in there where your weaknesses are.
Right.
That's just going to be a weakness until I get somebody there.
Listen, this is a conversation, and I don't know. We may still disagree, me and my dad. You know, when it comes to age, you know, sometimes you have a different outlook on things, right? So my dad grew up, and I'm glad he did, because growing up, you know, obviously you have chores. One of my main chores is like cutting the grass and, you know, trimming the hedges and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I do not like that kind of stuff, right? I don't like, that's just, I mean, I never liked it, but hey, in order to still stay in that house, this is the stuff I had to do. Right. So I was always kind of like, well, Dad, you know, you can pay people to do this. Why don't we hire people to do this? And he was like, no, I'd rather keep the money in my pocket. And, you know, I don't know why pay somebody to do something that I can do.
Right.
I somewhat disagree with that. I agree with it to a point, but I disagree because, as we talked earlier, my time is valuable.
Right.
So I would prefer to pay somebody to do the things that I don't want to do so that I could spend my time doing what I love to do, which to me is more financially beneficial. Because those hours that I'm spending cutting grass and doing hedges, I could be spending those hours with 1 or 2 clients and make a couple $1,000s.
Right.
And you know, and the little $100 or whatever I'm paying them to cut the grass and stuff is nothing compared to the money that I made. But if I was out there cutting the grass, then to me, I've lost money.
Yeah.
So that's something we kind of disagreed on, but I get his point of view. But I will say, since I left this house, I've never cut grass or did hedges since. I left that back there. That's my past.
Yeah. I'm the same way because, you know, and I think that at that time, growing up in that, I was born in the 80s. I was born in 85.
Yeah, all right.
So, you know, we did that. We cut. I mean, my parents had 7
it's good.
kids.
It's not a bad thing because you got to learn that work ethic.
Yeah. And that's where I got my work ethic from, though. My parents have 7 kids, so I mean.
Oh wow, 7.
Yeah. So we did everything, you know, around the house. And since I left my parents' house, I have not done that. I will not.
So you can relate.
I will not.
I will not do it.
We have a lawn guy.
There we go.
And I won't do it, man. And my dad, you know, he's come to the house and he's like, you got to get out here and do this. I'm like, Dad, I'm not doing it. I don't get in the yard.
I'm not doing it.
He's like,
I'm not doing it.
You got to know what's going on here. I can care less what it looks like out there. My thing is, I'm like, rip up all the grass.
And you know what?
Put rocks out there.
I speak and I laugh about it, but I understand because once again, like I said, my dad grew, you know, when he was raising us, 3 kids, 1 income, he had a wife to take care of, so on and so forth. You know, money was tight. So really, you know, him spending extra money to have people do stuff might have didn't make sense. So he might have made the right decision. Versus my situation, no kids, no wife, you know, I don't have nobody to take care of me. I'll spend that extra money to have somebody else do it so that I can do the other things I love. So it's 2 different situations. So I don't totally knock them. But, you know, like you said, I haven't done that since.
And then, too, I equate it to what our parents were doing at that time in their lives, too. Like, right now, it's, like, so trendy and sexy to, like, have a side hustle or grind. To be like, and I think that because of social media, the whole entrepreneur or influencer, that's just trendy. I see it and I understand it. But something I think about too, I'm just like, it's like you said earlier, it's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody because it's still work. It's still work. You still miss sleep. You still miss time. It's just a different type of work.
And 9 times out of 10, because this is what you hear. You know, I talk to people all the time, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna start this business because then I can do what I want to do, and if I don't want to get up this day, I don't have to get up. If I want to, you know, I want to leave my business early, I can leave my business early." What they don't realize is once you get that business going, you're working probably twice as hard at your business than you're working on that job.
Facts.
So it's definitely not, I do what I want to do. Because guess what? It's how they say you eat what you kill.
Yep.
Because now you're working for yourself. You eat what you kill. If you don't go out there and kill anything, you're not going to eat. Your family's not going to eat. Your wife, your kids are not going to eat. So there is no, I'm just not going to go to work today. What are you going to eat? You know? See, when you're at a job, you can call in sick and still get a paycheck. That doesn't tend to happen, especially when you're on the uprise of a business. You call in sick, you're just not getting paid.
Just not getting
so everybody I know that has started, and I have a lot of friends who are entrepreneurs and doing very well, but they work very hard. They work extremely, extremely hard, and they have no choice in order to keep it going, especially nowadays with social media, like you said. If you're not constantly in people's face, if you're not constantly putting out dialogue and putting out items on social media and staying in people's face, they'll easily forget you and move on to the next person.
Yep.
So not only do you have to be good at cutting hair or a boutique or whatever that is, but now the social media side, you have to always put content out, and you have to find time to continuously put content so people don't forget about you and move on to the next thing. So that's like another job in itself. That's the part that I might have to hire somebody to help me with, because continuously putting content on social media is time consuming, and honestly, I run out of ideas. I'm like, what else can I say? What else can I do? Like, what other picture can I post? I don't have enough stuff. But it's a lot of work, man. It really is. That's why I say it's not for everybody.
Nope.
It's not necessarily the easier road.
Nope.
You look at it as, the grass is greener on the other side. Like, I get a business. It's so much greener over there. But once you get there, you realize, oh man, maybe. I've had a few, not too many, but a few entrepreneurs that did end up going back to work. Like, went back saying, I'm going to go back and get a job. Because this is a lot. And I never fault them for that, because it's a lot of work.
Social media is a full-time job.
Social media is a full-time job.
I have, the thing about it is we grew on Facebook. Facebook is where this platform started. And that was the only social media I was doing, Facebook. And when I thought I understood Facebook, I bought in some help, and the help said, you got to get on Instagram.
Yep, same here.
It's like, you got to do it. Like,
same here.
You want to see growth, you got to get on Instagram.
Same here.
I had to get on Instagram.
Had to do it.
And man, let me tell you something. I run, and then they were like, you got to get on YouTube.
That's the next step.
You gotta get on YouTube. So I'm like, gosh, dog. So like, you can resist it for a little bit,
but after a while, you gotta give in.
If you want to see that growth and progression, you gotta do it.
You gotta do it.
I did a post last Sunday. I said, what do you do when the price of your dream goes up?
Oh,
inflation.
I love that.
Do you sit there and say, yeah, man. So, what do you do when the price of your dream goes up? Because it's going to go up.
It's going to go up. That's right.
It has to.
That's right.
And I said, are we going to quit? Well, we're not going to quit because we paid the price to get here.
That's right.
So we're not going to go back.
That's right.
We're going to find a way to pay that.
That's right.
To pay that toll.
That's right.
To continue on this highway.
Continue on the highway. That's right.
We have to. We've come too far. So, and that was my encouragement to people. I see people start stuff, and they say they're going to do this, and they say they're going to do that, and I'm like, okay, this is my advice to you. Find a way to be consistent. Oh, what I do? I don't know what you have to do because your situation is different from mine.
That's right.
I can't tell you, and I try well, I ain't gonna say I try. I don't tell people. I don't counsel on what to do.
Right.
Because everyone's life is different.
That's right.
My thing is just find a way to do it.
I like that.
So find a way to be consistent. Whatever you have to do to be consistent, do that because you need consistency there. So as you're on this trek to your dream says, hey, well, you were operating there and that was cool, but you want to make more money, you want to get more exposure, you want to get your name more out there, you have to do this. And I equated to what my job told me. And it's not till 9 to 5, but this is why I push so hard, right? I went in for a review and my manager told me, in order for me to give you this raise, you have to be doing that already. So you're getting paid this. You want to get paid that. You have to do this work.
And not get the money for it now.
Not get
you're
the
not
money
getting
for
the
it.
money. No, you're not getting the money.
This is just doing that work is going to put you in the conversation for that money.
Possibly. You may not even get the raise.
You might not even get it.
You might not get the raise.
You might not even get it.
So it's a big gamble.
So I said, well, hell, man. So I come back to the show, and I'm like, well, we want to grow you then because
that's it. That's the idea. I love it.
Because here's the thing, the growth potential is higher here.
Most definitely.
Not to say that you do less work. You're going to do more work, but remember, you're putting in Mandatory 40 hours there to get that. If you put in mandatory 40 hours here, you're gonna make. You stand to make.
Yeah, think of how
You know
much
what I'm
further you
saying?
can
So
go.
I was like, well, when the price of the dream goes up, and this is the thing people don't understand too. You want to grow your business. You want to do this, that, and the third. You want to, oh my gosh, my business. You want to do all that. But you got to realize, in order for your business to go here, you have to do that. You got to present this to the market.
That's right.
Because if you want the market to pay this for what you have to do, you got to show them that you're worth that.
You have to show them. You got to do it.
And so I took that same concept and I bought it here. And I was just like, well, if I'm going to ask people to pay this, I got to show them
You got
that.
to show them this.
But in order to show that, this is what type of work it's going to take, the type of hours, type of consistency to display that time in and time out.
And Daniel, I talk all the time. What goes right along with what you're saying is discipline. You talk about consistency.
Yeah.
The thing that goes with consistency is that discipline factor.
Yep.
And that is what a majority of people are missing.
Don't
They are missing that.
God.
And you know, we can talk about finances because that's what I do. They don't have the discipline in their finances, but then outside of that, they don't have the discipline in their eating habits. You know, you can get 20 people in this room right now and say, raise your hand if you want to lose weight. 18 of them are going to, actually all 20 are going to raise their hand. Let's not lie. All 20 of them are going to raise their hand.
No matter what size they are.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. They're all going to raise their hand, right?
Yeah.
But then if you look at it and ask them, oh, what are you doing to lose the weight? What discipline are you doing? You might have one or two that are doing something, but they're probably not doing it consistently or disciplining themselves.
Yep.
What it is when we're talking about owning your business, when we're talking about getting your finances together, we're talking about losing weight or whatever it is you're trying to do, that discipline factor is a very important factor. How bad do you really want it?
Yep.
Because if you don't want it bad enough, then just don't do it.
Yeah.
But if you want it bad enough, then you're going to be disciplined to get up day after day, even when you don't want to.
Yep.
And go to work, go to that business, turn the camera on, go on social media, post when you don't want to post, go on YouTube and do all the things you have to do because you know that discipline factor is so important. And if I'm not consistent, then I will fall off. I will lose subscribers. I will lose people that are watching. I will lose the eyes that are on me. And then that equates to dollars. Now I'm losing dollars. Now I'm losing money. And I'm not growing at that pace that I want to grow. That discipline factor, when I'm talking to clients, that's what I teach 90% of the time is the discipline. Because I do the budget for them. I do the numbers, I crunch it, and I show them everything. Hey, this is how we're going to get here. This is how we're going to save this amount of money. This is how you're going to get out of debt. This is how you're going to pay off these bills. All of that, I do that for them. But I can't make them put it into play. I can't do that. Like I try to be there. I call them. I'll follow up with them. But in the end of the day, you have to do it.
Yeah.
If I was a trainer and training somebody physically to get in shape, I can't make them not eat that donut. I can't make them do it. Hey, listen, I can tell you not to eat it, but if you decide to eat it, you eat it.
Yeah.
That discipline, only the person can do that. Only they can do that. What I can do is guide you. What is it? Lead a horse to water, but I can't make you drink. You got to be wanting to drink that water and have that discipline.
I was watching this movie, and this dad was talking to his son and telling his son, "Don't hang out with this individual." And I just watched it today. And this is going to stick with me because I'm always looking to learn, bro. I'm hungry. But he was talking to his son and he told his son, "Don't hang out with this guy."
Okay.
He was like, "Oh," he's like, "This guy doesn't have a job." He does have a job. The dude was selling drugs.
Okay.
But he didn't want to tell his dad that.
Okay.
He's like, he does have a job. He's like, he's gonna start a podcast. His dad said, he's not starting a podcast. And he was like, well, yes, he is. He said, no, he's not starting a podcast.
He's not gonna do that.
He said, you wanna know how I know he's not gonna start a podcast? He said, because he hasn't started a podcast. He said, the world does not care what you want to do or what you think about.
Right.
The world only cares about what you do.
What you do and what you do.
And I said, bro, that's so crazy because a lot of people want a lot of stuff.
That's true.
And I can't, I want a lot of stuff too. But the only thing that society, this world, these people, these investors that people magically think is gonna show up at their door, like the only thing they care about is your results. What have you done?
What have you done?
What have you done?
That's true.
Like we, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful that we've had the strength and the wind to be able to, and the hunger to be able to get to these. As long as we've been dropping episodes for, it's been a crazy blessing that we've been able to be this consistent. But the reality of it is, it's like, we've had people help us out, and people have helped us out along the way. And I'm grateful for the help that we've been able to receive. With that being said, we had to get that help though.
That's right. That's right.
No one just came to me and said, "Oh, Daniel, what do you want to do? What do you want to get at? You have an idea. Let's go ahead and push this idea."
Right.
I had to present the idea.
That's right.
We had to show the idea. We had to package the idea.
Had to sell
we had
the
to,
idea. You had to sell the idea.
And the thing I really want people to understand, and I'm thinking about doing something where I totally like just list out, just show everybody, how we got there, because I think the process it could be encouraging. But the biggest thing, no matter what you do, and I just use my example because I'm in it.
Right.
But this is layered for everyone, because we do something different, but what it takes to do that is the same thing. It takes the consistency, it takes the drive, it takes the late night, it takes the presentation, the professional presentation, whether you do it or whether you hire someone to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, you have to learn how to do it. If you don't want to pay somebody to do it, like it's the tiers are the same. It's the same thing. You're just in finance, I'm in media.
Exactly.
That's the only difference.
The only difference.
The thing about it is, you can recognize that in another person because you possess those same traits. And the thing I want people to understand is, one thing I had to do, and I talked about it on the show, I said, get in the front of the camera. This is the easy part. Talking, this is what I love to do. Right. I could do this all day. But in order to make this possible, it's when these cameras is off. That's when the real work starts.
You said something I say all the time, like actually sitting in front of clients and doing my job, putting together my budget and helping them in planning out their future with a small business or whatever the case, their families, whatever the case is. That's the simple part. It's getting that person to the table. That could take weeks. That could take years sometimes. That is the hard part. Once you get them to the table, everything else works itself out. Because that's what I do, right? But the social media stuff, the marketing, setting it up, being here on the sit down, everything that it takes, to get that person at that table is a lot. And it's funny because just personally, I've been at a point, even at a year in, thinking, when is it time for me to go 100%? When is it time to bet it all on myself as far as with my business and put the 9 to 5 to the side and do that? That's something where, I'm close to being at that crossroads. So, okay, when is it time to make that decision? But like you said, it's, that consistency and that discipline, if I make that choice, I have to know that I have to be willing to be all in.
Yeah.
And as hard as I work on my job, it's just, I have to work that times 2 at that business. If I say I'm putting this job to the side and this nice salary and all this cushy stuff to the side and I'm going 100% in, then I have to know that it's going to take a whole lot of work and a whole lot of dedication. But that's life. That's how they say, I'm a big fan of that show Power. And they have a part where I think Tommy said, that's the game. That's the game of life. That's the game that we're in. Okay, whatever you're trying to do, you're going to have to go 100% at it. If you're trying to get your financial situation better, that has to now be the goal. And we have to go 100%. I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's she just found out that she had having some health issues. And she was explaining it to me, and there was some pretty serious stuff. And I was telling her, I said, listen, at this point, this is now the main priority. The job is no longer the main priority. The this, the that is no longer the main priority. The main priority is getting healthy and doing what it takes to get right. Now, so you could either do what it takes and make that commitment, have that discipline, do what it takes, get better and live a long life, or you can hit and miss and you can slack and maybe do it, maybe not do it, and possibly cut your life span down by 10 years or maybe more. Okay, a lot of people just don't have it, or maybe now just don't want to do it, don't want to put the effort in to make it happen, which is why you have a lot of people who don't reach their maximum potential financially, socially, economically, because what one person's willing to do, the other person is not willing to do it. And so I made the decision that I'm going to be that person that's willing to do it. Now, obviously, in a realm, I'm not willing, I want money, but I'm not going to rob a bank. I'm not going to do that. not willing to do that. Some people are, but not me. I like my freedom. Jail, pinstripes don't work for me. So that's just me. But once you realize that you're willing to do that and you're willing to take those steps and get yourself in a better situation, a lot of times once you make the decision in your head and truly make that decision, then I feel like you automatically start to manifest it because your mind is made up.
Yep.
That I want to get in a better situation. I want to be healthier. I want to be financially free.
Yeah.
Okay. What steps do I need to make that happen? Let me call this person. Let me call that person. Let me call Hicks Financial. Let me call this. It looks like Daniel is in a good financial situation. Let me ask him. What are you doing, man? What are you doing differently than what I'm doing so I can get in a better spot?
Yeah.
But if you never make that decision, you never take it seriously, years and years will keep passing, and you'll wonder why I'm still driving the same broke down car. I still got the same $5 in my pocket. I'm still, and nothing has changed except I'm older. Okay, I always say take the time now. Don't wait. Don't wait. You see the opportunity, take it now. If you know that something's not right and I need to get this right, do it now. Your mind will give you all kind of excuses. Cut that out and do it now. Use that discipline factor and get it done. That's all there is to it.
That's huge because me and my brother talk a lot. He's an online. He owns his own business too. He owns his own company. And he's been doing it for years.
Awesome.
So like when I was conceptualizing to sit down and I was moving through with it, the biggest thing he said, okay, well, the idea came. I'm talking about like episode 2. Before I even got to episode 2, I'm on the phone with him because he's done it and he's been doing this for years. So like between him and my wife, just making sure, just talking things out.
Right.
Because we hit issues like episode 2, 3, 4. We was at problems already. Out the gate problems. So it was crazy.
Called being a business owner.
Hold on, man. Wait. Like, should I do this? But he was like, well, you started it, so you're not gonna stop. Find a way to pivot. And I mean, to this day, man, it's just like we're always pivoting. And so now we've developed a habit of pivoting because like something always happens. Something's always going. There's always something.
Have to make adjustments.
It's big. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. So you have to develop that quickly. And whatever you're doing is not going to wait. Life is not going to wait.
Nope. Not at all.
Your kids aren't going to wait.
Not at
the
all.
job's not going to wait. No one's going to wait and say, you're doing that? Okay, life is not going to level the field out and like tend it, make sure there's no weeds and no trees. It's not going to clear out a runway for you to take off.
Exactly.
No, you're going to have to take off through the jungle and you just kind of got to figure out how to get that plane in the air.
You have to figure it out.
You got to figure it out.
The hardest thing, one of the hardest things I ever did was going back to school. I went back to get my grad degree and I got my MBA from Webster University. One of the hardest things.
Congratulations on that MBA, bro.
Man.
That's insane.
Listen, I was a guy who didn't like math. Like growing up, even high school and college, I tried to take the easiest math possible.
Yeah.
But then I felt God put on my heart to get an MBA where I'm taking corporate accounting, corporate finance, business statistics. These are some really serious like math courses. And I finally said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to do it. But before I made that decision, I was kind of going back and forth. And I remember talking to a friend of mine who he went to school as well. And he was like, so what? Like, what's stopping you from doing this? I'm like, man, I know it's going to be a lot of work, man. And I don't know if it's worth it. I'm already doing okay. Like, do I really need to do this? And he was like, James, he said, is your company going to pay for this or help you pay for this? I was like, yeah, they're going to pay a majority of it. And he was like, do you think that this would benefit you down the line? I said, yeah. And he was like, and how long is it going to take? About 2 years, 3 years, or whatever the case is. He said, in 3 years, you can have an MBA that is pretty much paid for and, an education that no one can take from you. And it'll be yours. And even if you leave this job, you can take this with you and it'll better your life, or in 3 years, you can be in the same situation that you're in right now and not have it and not do it. Either way, that time's gonna pass. Regardless, that time's gonna pass. You decide where I'm gonna be at the end of those 3 years.
Yeah.
And when he said it, just the way he said it lit a light for me. just saying that, you know what, why not do this? Why not be in a better situation in 3 years than I am now? Why would I just sit here and do the same thing I've been doing and then 3 years later be in the same spot? It makes no sense. And then he even added on to that, he's like, listen, they're paying for you to go. They're basically putting money in your pocket to get educated so you can make more money. And, you know, at that point I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it, man. You don't have to keep convincing me. Okay, it makes sense. You know, he was basically saying it's a win-win situation. And he was 100% right. He was 100% right. Because actually when I finished, I was working with a company at the time, and when I finished my MBA, like maybe 6 months after I finished, I got laid off from that company. Yeah, I ended up getting laid off. But I got laid off with an MBA.
They paid?
That they paid for.
Wow.
So my thought is this: if I wouldn't have went, I'd have got laid off regardless. But I wouldn't have had an extra degree on top of that to leave with. Dude. So to me, they gave me a parting gift. Like, here's an education for you, and once again, me going to grad school is what birthed Hicks Financial.
Wow.
So it's those little steps in life that, you know, if you're not looking, if you don't have like a spiritual eye or some type of insight, you can miss those opportunities because you're thinking, because you may be lazy, you're thinking about how much work it's gonna be and it's not worth it and all of this kind of stuff. That stuff, really, those thoughts are trying to get you to miss those opportunities.
Wow.
Because I think somewhere inside knows the greatness that's in you and knows what's ahead, but it tries to stop you and say, no, you don't want to do it. It's too much work. It's too much this, and nobody else has ever done it. Your family's never done it. You don't have any friends that's ever done that. To me, that's more of a reason to do it.
Yeah.
Because nobody else has done it. Because, you know, I don't see anybody around me that's making those moves. Why shouldn't I not be the first one? Or why should I not step out and do what other people are either scared to do or just not willing to do?
Man, that's crazy though, and that the masters aren't cheap either.
No.
Wow,
sir.
that's crazy.
No, sir.
They made that investment.
No, sir.
That's wild. But dude, man, I appreciate you sitting down and talking to me. This was dope.
Amazing.
Definitely want to bring you back for some more conversation. But
Amazing.
this is crazy. This is crazy. But I guess, man, just let the people know how they can get in touch with you, how they can follow you, reach out to you, support what you got going on, man.
Awesome, man. Awesome. But let me start with this. Thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to be on your platform. It was amazing. Like I said, if you ever need me, I'm a phone call away. I hear you got some other platforms coming, so
yeah,
I do expect that phone call. So
for sure.
But I love what you're doing, man. I love what you're doing. I think it's amazing. But definitely, if anybody wants to connect with me, you know, we're talking about social media. You can definitely find me on Facebook at. But definitely find me on Facebook at Hicks Financial AWM, and also LinkedIn, Hicks Financial AWM. And you can check me out on my website, hicksfinancialawm.com, and that has all the information to reach me. And the main idea is helping people or businesses or individuals become financially free. That's what I try to do, and I try to be that financial coach to help people. And I'd love to help anybody that needs it.
Dope, man.
That's what it is.
Branding, man. It's all the same on every platform.
That's right.
That's smart, man. Thank y'all so much for watching this sit down. This was dope. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Sub to the YouTube. Watch us on our Patreon. Subscribe to the Patreon and get some exclusive content. I want to say what's up to our partners, taxmoney123.com. Hit them up, man, for all your accounting and tax needs. Trust me, man, they dope people, man. They really help me out with the taxes. Pinka Expressive Studio, so hit them up. And then my favorite, most beautiful partner, Oksana, the legacy coach, my beautiful wife. Thank y'all so much for watching. Reach out to the guests, support the guests. Come on, man.
That's
Hit them
right.
up and tell them to sit down.
Yes,
since
please.
you. Tademy Network, man. We here now, man. So we'll see y'all next time, right? Deuces.
time has been going by fast, period. And especially like when you're purposeful and you have so much you want to accomplish and get done, and then you have different goals. Like I said, goals, weekly goals, monthly goals, yearly goals. So it's like, it at times just like creeps up on you.
Yeah.
So it's like, for me, it's just the week, it's just like, man, we coming into the weekend again. So like, I work a regular job, so I work 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. I was major holidays, so 501, Monday through Friday, Saturdays, even Sunday. I clock into my dream job. So weekends I'm off, but of course I spend more time there. But man, it's time ain't waiting on nobody.
Nah.
Nobody.
One thing that I noticed, like, because I wasn't a big, I didn't become a large schedule person until I started doing this. Like, honestly, like, doing this got me to use a schedule, or got me like using the calendar, putting things on calendar, scheduling things. Even when I talk to people, like when I talk to people, or like when I want to have a phone call with someone, I'm just like, yo, just let me know when you're free or something like that. But like, it's people use that schedule, man. Entrepreneurs, business owners, content creators, even if they do have a 9 to 5, like
still
that because you need that to keep you in line, keep you structured, keep you it helps keep you busy. But at the same time, I feel like that kind of moves time too, because you see your calendar, you see things on the schedule, and it's just like,
bro, like I'm literally months out.
Yeah,
literally.
That's how it should be, though.
I love that, though.
Yeah.
Because it gives me goals, it gives me something to shoot toward, and it also gives me, like, my creativeness it comes so sharp just because of my schedule and knowing that, okay, I need to get this done, I need to make a graphic, or I need to write this song, or finish this video. Like, so it all works together. Like, the structure, bro, like, that's the key component that you got to have. So, like, for me, like, I'm a part of 3 different teams. So I got Forston Consultants. I helped my cousin out with far as with chopping videos there. Then I got LOL with Kiki Simone. And then I'm like a show host there. So we do, I pretty much go up there once a month, record like 4 or 5 episodes. So it'll be like weeks out of time. And then that could be like done. And then Undisputed, we do every first and third Wednesday of the month. So it's just like, I have all that, plus doing my podcast, Heart to Heart, then on top of making sure the album's done, getting the mixed and mastered, and that in itself is a task, and then getting artwork, and then so it's like, it's so much, it's just doom, 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 doom.
Yeah.
But I love it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like work to me, because it's something I love.
Yeah.
So, like, bro, like, the months that are panned out, like, even just like having to make sure I have time for my friends and family, like, even that has to be scheduled. Because it's like, life of an entrepreneur, like, people like, hey, what you doing? I'm like, well, I got this in the dog. You're always busy. I'm like, no, I'm not busy. I'm productive. It's a difference for me. Because busy, you could be doing a lot and still get nothing done. But when you're productive, you're knocking goals out left and right. Like, you're killing it. So for me, man, I made myself a priority, like, within the last year and a half. I really didn't make myself a priority for years, man, just because I'm always figuring out, how can I serve you? How can I help? You know, I'm always helping someone else. And it's like, it got to a point where I remember maybe 6, 7 years ago, it's like somebody asked me, what do you need? And I couldn't answer that. Because when you always doing other people's, you know, visions and goals, and, you know, helping them reach their milestone, it's like, okay, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
What are you called to? Like, you can't neglect and negate what God given you. So one of the things, like, in this season for me, God has literally shown me, like, do not neglect your gift.
Yeah.
Like, whatever you're gifted at, like, I want to be exposed to where everything is exhausted.
Yep.
Like, graphic, host, comedian, producer, rapper, actor. So it's like all these gifts, like, God is pulling out left and right. And like, everything that's been happening, bro, I have not chased. Literally. I have not chased, man. It's just like, God is just, God put you on my heart. Like, would you want to be a part of this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if COVID wouldn't have happened, like I hate that what happened far as with people whose lives were taken from it, and just people who got really sick from it and still battling, like trying to get over that hump of just feel some type of normalcy. But it helped me to seek God more. It helped me to like really get into places, get direction, to get vision.
Yeah.
And really work on myself and make sure I give my put my best foot forward like every single day. Give them the best version of me. Like I'm no good to nobody if I can't be good to myself.
That's true.
I can't help nobody if I can't help myself. So I have to make sure that I'm like in a healthy space.
Yeah.
And like my peace is like my priority.
You were talking about your schedule and being months out in your schedule. So, and when I was doing the show, I booked a lot, did a lot of booking. Just I want to see what you think about this. What you think about this strand of thought I had.
Okay.
I booked months out, you know, and some people was just like, oh, it's too far for me, stuff like that, and that's fine. I didn't mind it, but I knew that I did not want to have to worry about guests because me and my wife are doing this. It's just two of us, man. And we're doing everything, which is fine, no complaint.
Welcome to the one-man band club.
No complaint. But I said, I don't want to have to worry about guests.
Yeah.
So when I had my guests booked out, and like, we started this in 2019, and so like, I had 2019 booked. You know what I'm saying? But once I had the guest, it was like, okay, this person's coming, whether you're ready or not. So you have a week to get ready. So we made sure that we were doing things because we had the guests, so we could relax on that.
Exactly.
Now I could focus on where we're going to be
things.
at. Other things, yeah. So it freed me up to focus on different things. But as I was doing that, I was like, you know, I was thinking about what people were telling me about that's too much or, you know, that's too far in advance. And I was like, well, if we're talking about other shows, like by the time you start seeing footage, they're done shooting.
Exactly.
And they book out in advance, and we're talking about booking people. And I was just like, well, I plan on being around.
Yeah.
And so it made me think, like, if you plan on being around, you need to plan for that time. You might not put it on paper, or you might not do, you might not like start moving to different areas, but you get a general idea and what you can book out.
Right.
And then, but you have to make plans to be there. If I plan on being around in 2021, 2022, I need to have a plan for 2021, 2022. I might not be moving into an execution phase of it, but you know, have an idea.
Your thought process.
You're thinking it out. You may have like sidebar conversations like, hey, are you interested in this? Is this interesting? Okay, well, we're gonna dump back around because I'm getting some things in order. But so I guess like, you know, how do you feel about that? Or like, how far do you go when you're talking about your planning? Like, is there such thing as like planning too far?
No, because I feel like those who tell you not to are the ones that really can't do it. Like, I feel like some people project their fears of what they can't do on you. And so my thing is just like, okay, let's say Tyler Perry, he has a dope sitcom. He has a dope movie he wants you to be a part of, but they're not going to start shooting till next year. You going to turn it down just because it's so far out? you know, it's like, it's kind of like calling. For me, it's just like I don't understand. Like, you have to plan out. You have to plan and map out. Yes. Like, you have to have a game plan. Yes. Just like how you got to have a strategy and plan for your personal life. You got to have a strategy and plan for your business. Like, you got to have a 1-year goal, 3-year goal, 5-year goal, like even 10-year goal. Like, if you're looking at bigger like dreams, bigger visions, bigger goals. So my thing is like, bro, like, what I've learned, I listen, I internalize, but I still move forward with my gift. I still move forward with what God set the vision to be. Yeah. Like, that's your vision. So they can't tell you how to run your vision. That's true.
Yeah.
Like, you can take all the wisdom and that, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, for me, it's like, man, people will project things on you that they can't do or that they were afraid to try to do. Like, you're about 2 years out. So let's say that you're 2 years out. You got all these big wigs and all these big companies. They're shooting within 3-6 months period. Like they may have 1 month of vacation, then they're shooting the next season right back into that. So it's just like, in order to keep up with the longevity, to keep up with the consistency, and making sure that, okay, these actors are here. You gotta look at different people's schedule that's kind of cross. You're like working, and so they're on a movie, they're on TV shows. So it's just like, there's nothing wrong with scheduling that far out. I would rather be prepared to schedule far out than just trying to figure out day to day, like what I'm gonna do. Like, no, there's time out for that. Like, this that day is gone. Like, you have to plan out months and months ahead. So for me, I'm a huge planner. Like, I have to do that. I didn't start becoming a huge planner till about 2013, 2014. I've been doing this for since 2006. So about 14 years coming up. So it's like, I'm seeing how God's elevating and opening more doors in bigger situations. And that's only from preparation and propelling and being consistent in my planning and making sure that, you know what, okay, this is what goes on throughout the entire year that I want to be a part of. So I put that on my calendar. Boom, 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 boom. I plug everything else in with what I want to get done. So next weekend, I'm going to be in the studio. I'm going to be on my mixing and mastering session. Then I'm prepping for the Eddie Awards. So then after that, then going to Fort Myers in July. So it's like, you have to plan and prep, because if not, you'll stay stagnant. You have to, because you don't have nothing to look forward to. So what are you doing? Because these days are just by the snap of the finger, they're just going, just going, just going, just going. Time ain't gonna stop. Life ain't gonna stop. So you can't stop either.
And I think that going back to the size of the production dictates how far we plan.
Exactly.
So like, and people got to understand that. Like, when you're watching these shows, these sitcoms, these movies, that movie was shot last year sometimes.
Even
sometimes 2 years
even
ago.
2-3 years, depending on how big the project
depending
is.
on how big the project was. Lord of the Rings, they dropped that, I think, in what, like year intervals, I think. But they all shot that back to back to back.
Like, just getting it.
That's how it was shot. And then you're not even talking about editing,
making changes. What if they have to reshoot?
Reshoots,
or put some B-roll, something else in place of what was originally there.
Those are productions, and for me, I respect what I do. You know, not to say that people don't, but I respect my craft. I respect me, and you perfect it, and you do that calendar, that schedule. It holds you accountable, because we had you come in this day. We scheduled you this day. You agreed to be here. We put it on calendar. So whatever we have to do, my wife and I have to do, to make sure this goes, because it's coming. So you prep for it, and then it also keeps you consistent with putting out the content too, because now you have it, and now that you have it, you're gonna put it out. But if you try to do it day to day, that's a lot of work. Shoot it this day, then I'm gonna drop it this week, then shoot it this week, and I'm gonna drop. That's a lot.
But that's
man.
also that's unorganized too.
It is.
Like, that's just like going with the wind, going with the flow, because I don't have a plan. I've been to that stage too.
Me too.
Sometimes I still visit that sometimes. So like, I did a new single called Bust a Move Right. And that song came from a place of stagnancy. Like, I was just when I started this album, I did like 6 records within a month. I'm talking about written, arranged, recorded, just waiting to get mixed and mastered. And there was just this period of just like brain fog. It's just like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you just sitting on stuff, like. So it was kind of like, this was like 2019 when I did a record called Shut It Down. And I mean, it was ready to record. I mean, ready to be mixed and mastered. It was recorded, it was arranged, it was written, everything was set just like how I wanted. And all I had to do was just go in the studio and get it mixed and mastered. And one of the things that kind of kept me stagnancy was just like, when you're doing a lot of things on your own, it's your own finances. So it's just like trying to stretch and make that sacrifice. You're like, well. So one thing that helps me out, I was like, okay, these main 3 things are going to get paid regardless: rent, car, phone. Everything else is secondary. So whatever I can move around and pay, whatever, however, just so I can go ahead and get what I need to get done. Because it's like, before you put money into just doing things, right?
Yeah.
But now your mindset changes. Like, no, I'm putting money into places. I'm trying to get a return. Trying to get that ROI. I'm trying to get that ROI, that return of investment.
Yeah.
So like, for example, merch. Return of investment, music, videos, return of investment. It opens more opportunities for more bookings, for movie roles, for whatever the case may be, hosting gigs. So, my thought process is totally different. So when I did shut it down, I was just like, wow, okay. And then I did Bust a Move this past year. I was just like, that's what this record stemmed from.
Yeah.
Just like Bust a Move. What are you scared of? Because sometimes we can be scared of success because we know how much work it requires of us. Too much is given, much is required.
Yeah.
And when I tell you, man, I'm getting stretched, but I'm getting stretched in a good way, and it's keeping me, like you said, accountable, and it's keeping me in a place of having that structure. It's keeping me in a place of what is my priorities, what's important, what needs to get done, what has to be done. So that's why I had put out a video. I was just like, press on, even if you got to just kind of take a step back and kind of process whatever's going on that caused whatever happened. Because it was just like, man, I was just in a year of just stagnancy. I was just like, man, I can't sit on this stuff. Like the gifts God's given you, it's not to be toyed with, because I feel like they're tied to the vision God's given me. So my latency will delay their freedom. So it's like my vision, if I don't put forward what I'm supposed to do, when I'm supposed to do it, and how I'm supposed to do it, in the time and the manner, and having it planned and prepped how I'm supposed to do it, that person is in bondage. Like they have stuff that they got that they need to hear from us and see from us.
Yeah, that inspiration to do or move into a different area. I'm sitting here thinking as you're talking, like, what would you say the cost of consistency is?
Time.
Yeah.
Time. Hanging out. Friends, family.
That's all the cost of consistency.
It costs.
Yeah.
And you just have to figure out a balance that works well for you, that doesn't put you in a place of stagnancy, but also lets you know, hey, yo, we ain't seen you in a minute. Like, okay, I need to go see my people. Like, I need to go just take a day to hang out.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you don't have to work every single day.
Yeah.
Because you have to have a balance. Like, you have to have a time to just wind down, unplug from the world.
Yeah.
Turn your phone off. Just go on vacation. Go somewhere, even if it's somewhere that's kind of give you a peace of mind, that's quiet, that you can kind of reflect. Because it's like if you're constantly putting out, you're depleting what has been put in on the inside of you. So it's hard to keep pouring from an empty cup. You can't. And it starts to get a little shaky, and it's just like, man, okay. You can see the difference of level of excellence when you work and you work and you work and you work, and then you just kind of just like, okay, we need to kind of bring this back to balance, because it's like I'm getting tired. I'm working tired, so I'm not working smart. So that means brain fog. Like you can't really think when you're sleepy, when you're tired, when you're constantly running. So you have to keep in mind that you gotta plan, prep, family time. So like, for me, I got 2 godsons, so I try to make sure that I'm a father figure to them and make sure that I be present so they don't just see me just pop in, pop out, pop in. So it's a challenge.
I think that balance,
especially with family and friends, it's a challenge, man.
I think that balance is something that is always pursued. A lot of the people I talk to, mentors I've spoken with, that's the thing that they talk about, that balance. I was listening to TD Jakes talk about that balance, and he said the thing you don't fail in the same area too many times, you know, back to back. Like, cause you're gonna miss it.
Yeah.
I know this past few months, my son started soccer, my oldest, and I missed one of his games. He was disappointed. He's 7, you know what I'm saying? So he was disappointed. But you know, I communicated it through with him, and then I communicated with him after, let him know, you know. But I was like, I'm there next week. I'm there next week. So you know, I was able to make it. But yeah, it's just like, and I don't, you know, being a parent, you want to be there for your child. You want to see those moments,
Like
but,
every single moment,
yeah,
every
you want to be
play
there.
pan out.
And sometimes it doesn't happen that way because life happens.
Yeah.
But you know, you just try to make sure that you're there, you know, as much as you can be.
Exactly. And even phone calls, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
just a constant presence, whether it's audio, whether it's in person. Just know that, you know, where you're trying to get and to go, like, you want to include your family.
Yeah.
You don't want to get so wrapped up in your work that,
Yeah.
you know, they want to come and see to your awards and your accomplishment to see what you got going on, you know? So, for me, I have to, like, include my family. That's a like major component because before what we were doing, you know, you had family.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you can't neglect or negate that at all. And so I try to be as present as much, but I'm also in a space, in a place of where I can't even be on the phone long periods of time. Unless it's really, you know, really like God sent, like, it's like, man, we was on the phone for like 2 hours. What?
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. We talked about it earlier. I schedule my calls.
Yeah.
Like if I want to talk to someone, and it's not so much that, like, you know, I'm like the stickler, but I respect the individual's time. So I'm like, yo, can you get on the phone right now, or can I call you?
Exactly.
You know, it's very rarely do I just up and call a person, you know, without like prefacing it with a text or something like that.
Exactly.
You know, even my brothers, like, we have a group chat, so we'll group chat in there. You know what I'm saying? So like, just especially the older you get, like, you just, you know, people's lives.
Life is real.
Yeah. You bought up that's a shirt. You bought up the
for real. I'll make a graphic.
Yeah.
We'll split the proceeds.
You bought up the awards.
Yes, the Eddie Awards.
The Eddies. How did that come about? Congratulations on that.
Man, thank you, sir.
How did that come about?
Nominated for Male Hip Hop Artist of the Year.
Yeah.
Man, so this is crazy. So I met Marcus in 2018 at the Tampa Bay Gospel Awards.
Okay.
And he seen me perform at the after party. And after that, it was just like, yo, we got to connect. So we chopped up, we connected. After that, maybe this is like on the brink of COVID kind of starting, and we didn't know what was going on with that. So we always kept in touch.
Yeah.
But he was like, yo, man, God placed you on my heart. Like, this is, I got a show I'm doing, like Undisputed Indie Talk about indie entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Just talking about how to maneuver in the industry and how to keep your integrity while trying to maneuver in the industry, because that's difficult in itself.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I feel like you'd be a great fit. Would you like, your personality, you animated, like, would you be interested in it? I was like, yeah. And this was like on the brink where I was like doing my transitioning in the sense of kind of stepping away, because I was serving in my church, and I just had to take like a step back and just kind of like really, because I've been serving for so long and just serving, and I had to, like, you know what? I can't get what I need done, what God has given me vision-wise, if I'm always pushing someone else's vision. And there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm okay with that. That's something I choose and I take to heart. But it's like, you have a vision too. You need help too. So just through prayer and consecration, the Holy Spirit led me to kind of like, just kind of take a step back for a minute. And everything, I talked with the director, and everything went very well, you know, still cool to this day, everything. And just from taking that step, that's when that even entered in. So it's like everything was just getting placed in position. Like the moment I shifted, bam, this happened. this happened, this happened, this happened. So it's like, and I'm not chasing nothing. So it's like, it's just through key of obedience of like really getting in a place and hearing God, what he needs you to do, what's your next move, what's your next step. So through that, we just started chopping it up more, and then just being a part of that, helping with the Eddie Awards. And so they had like a submission. I was like, yo, I think you should submit. And the beauty of this was like, he had nothing to do with it. So it's just like, it's a whole nother team that's a part of it that handles all the music. So I just submitted my music, and they were impressed. So there's like, we want to have you as a nominee. And then got nominated for male Christian hip hop artist on the Tampa Bay Gospel Awards. So that's dope as well. So man, and it's just really taking advantage of your net worth through your networking. Cause like, that's where your true net worth is, like through relationships. Yeah. It's not just to get something, but just to continue and build that. Because how many times over the course of the year where you get somebody's number and you don't use it? I've been guilty of that. And I was just like, you know what, no. Cause it's like, you don't want to use a person just for that, okay, here's the big moment. Hey, yo, hey bro, what's going on? Okay, what you want? In my mind, I'm thinking, but so I really try to be intentional with people who I meet, like even meeting you, and just like really be intentional, because it's like, for me, man, I really don't have the time to just like not really work day to day closer to what the vision God given me. Like I just don't. So I'm in a place, and you know how you used to be, where your friends, you were like real close friends, you grew up, and then as life happens, you grow further apart. But it's like, when y'all connect and talk, it's like we didn't put nothing down, you know, it's continuous. So I'm grateful to have those kind of friendships and relationships that kind of embark on that, and people understand. And you know, at times I had to understand, you know, they have families, like it's not easy. Nope. Especially with kids involved. So that's even more. So I make sure that what I plan out in my time, I make sure I'm wise in it. Like, I have to use wisdom in everything I do.
Which is entirely true, man. That relationships that I had, friendships that I had, and getting married, you know, and it's not that it's intentional, but when you start adding different things to your life, they require more of your time, and you're a limited resource.
And more of a
24
priority.
hours. Yeah. and that's not a bad thing. It's just like, hey man, this life changed for me. Yeah. You know, and I have to go with it.
Life changed, but the love for that person or whoever, you know, that didn't change.
That doesn't change. Exactly.
Exactly.
We did talk about it off camera. We talked about prayer can't be the only thing that you do in order to seek success in something, especially as a believer. Because sometimes I think as believers, we can sometimes be lazy in the consistency and the hard work, and we just think prayer is going to do it all for us. No. I don't market my business this way. I pray and then God does it. You know, all these type of things that you hear people say, and it's just like, well, I understand it, and that's what's difficult for me, because I understand the mind and the heart that you're trying to use it with, which is fine, but you gotta move it. You gotta hustle this.
You gotta grind.
You gotta grind it.
You gotta get it out the mud.
You have to.
Yeah.
Prayer for me, correct me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead, bro.
Prayer for me is like, that's what strengthens you to perform, right? Jesus went off and prayed multiple times. We see that in scripture. But after he prayed, he got out there and did it. You know, the miracles weren't going to perform themselves. Nope. You know, he got out there and did the work. He talked to people. He sat out there and did it.
Think about this, bro. God came down in the form of man. Right. And he literally, I mean, just sitting on the right hand of the Father, right? Right. Just imagine and think about the power that he holds. And he comes down in the form of man and allows that to be stripped, and so he can see what it feels like to be man, with weaknesses, insecurities, with doubts, with fears. Like, he knows every single thing that we go through on this earth and what we embrace. And one thing he says, like when it says in the Bible, you know, faith without works is dead. You can have all the faith. You can pray all you want. But you still got to work. Faith without works is dead. Faith is the portion of believing in something that you can foresee, but you don't see it yet. But you foresee it, you believe it's going to happen, you see it, that it can happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Well, what do you got to do? You got to prepare. You got to work. You got to work toward the things that you're praying for. Praying by itself is just, that's good. That's great. Pray that the Lord move your feet and your hands to work.
Why do you think that's a difficult thing to mentally, like, what do you feel, or what do you think is blocking that?
What's been taught?
It's not. Do you think it's laziness? I don't want to say it's lazy.
It's not laziness, but if you're not careful, you can use it as a crutch, and it can become laziness. But it's just from what people have been taught. Yeah. Like you take what you've been taught, but that's why I say try the spirit by the spirit. That's why I say, like, okay, whatever pastor, whatever teacher, whatever person who is speaking on things that are gravitating to you, that you taking a like in, go study yourself to, you know, show yourself, study. I'm getting
study to show yourself.
Study to show yourself approved. Yeah. So you still have to do the research. You still have to educate yourself. You still have to put in the work to figure out, okay, well, how does this pan out to what this says? So you still have to, in a way, bug the system in a way to challenge it to see if it's true or not. But sometimes we get stuck in this mentality of what we've been taught, and this is how it has to be. This is it, because it's not done a certain way or a way that you didn't think about it. Oh, it's not God. And then that's where that kind of trickles into, and then it's just like, okay, it's like a domino effect. So it's just like, okay, I know what I've been taught. I've understood, but there's some things that weren't taught to me that I learned on my own that I had to research and educate myself on. So it's just honestly life experiences, and then also what people have been taught, man, and sometimes it's even religion, you know.
Tough.
Bro.
What do you think about, how do you feel about money?
I feel like money's a tool. It's a resource.
Because I talk a lot about money, mainly because I plan on making a lot of it. I'm not shy about communicating that. But I used to be, though.
I'm finna make a lot of money.
But here's the thing. I used to be, though. Money used to be a weird thing.
Because people they pretty much screwed up the scripture where you know, it's the love of money that is the root of all evil, meaning if this is your God, if it's something you place above everything else, meaning that you will do whatever it takes to get this money, and you don't care if it jeopardizes your integrity, you don't care who it hurts, this is your tunnel vision. That's when money is not good. But when you have money where you're trying to put back into your community, when you're trying to get resources for what you're doing with your show, and you're trying to build a brand, like, bro, I'm gonna be a millionaire. Like, I'm shooting for it. Because I'm not fit to limit my mind or let people box me in because they're afraid of money. And my prayer earnestly is like, God, give me the wisdom to handle the money that's gonna come in. Like, even the little that comes in, help me to manage it wisely. Help me to make sure I do what I'm supposed to do. So when the big bucks do start rolling, I'm still tithing, I'm still giving to my community, and I'm still taking care of my family. Like, point blank. Yeah. Money's not bad, but because I feel like a lot of people who says that money is bad and not really understanding what they're saying is those who had the opportunity to have that and to create that, but because of fear, but because of religion, but because of your thought process for whatever reason, you hold yourself back.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can be scared, like I said, sometimes you can be scared and afraid of success because you don't know how you're gonna handle it when it comes.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, how I'm gonna handle all this? So I'm like, man, my new motto is do it afraid. That's my new motto.
I like that, and I think sometimes we can do that. And I've done that before, where you start moving and then you start seeing the success and you start seeing things happening. You kind of just do like this retreat back. But not no more, man. I'm all the way out here now.
Man, I'm in the deep end, bro. I'm swimming, cuz.
All the way out here now. So I guess when it comes to developing like your brand and what you want people to see and feel and get when they experience Boy Wonder, you know, in various forms. In various forms. Like what are some of the things that you hope or that you desire to convey? Because you're not always going to be sitting here on a platform and talking about God in every moment.
No.
You know, like, so like what's that, I guess, the purpose behind everything?
My purpose for me is to help you to unlock your purpose.
Yeah, facts all day.
Like, my job is to make you think about what it is that's going on in your life and what you can do better and how you can take a step closer to what God called you to become.
Right.
So my vision, no ground, no glory. The scripture basically comes from a man don't work, he don't eat. No grind, no rewards. No grind, no fruit. No grind. Basically, you're broke. Like, you it goes back to that mentality again. Like, it's not gonna sit in your lap. It's not gonna come to you. You have to go out and get it. You have to create it. You have to make it that. You get out what you put in. So you don't put in nothing, you get nothing. Simple as that. Like, so my vision for no grind, no glory is just like, understand that if a man doesn't work, he doesn't eat. But also, when you don't work, how can God get the glory out of your life? And to show him to be true and proven fact. Because it's our witness and testimony that connects people to Jesus, that connects people to God, and seeing what he's done in our lives. So if they're not seeing that, if you're not seeing that for your own life, like, how can you get closer to him? How can you figure out who you are, what your identity is? So that's my job. Is to help to unlock, to help you think, to help you motivate you, to make you want to do something with your life and not just waste it and just do day-to-day things and just sit there and just exist.
Yeah. I appreciate you sitting down here talking to me, bro. This
Anytime.
dope, bro.
Just let me know.
This is
I'm coming through all the time.
Yeah.
No matter whenever.
Thank you guys so much for watching another episode of The Sit Down. Make sure you guys reach out to the guests, help the guests, support the guests. I want to say what's up to our partners, taxmoney123.com. Hit them up for all your accounting and tax needs. And then my favorite, most beautiful partner, Oksana, the legacy coach. Thank y'all so much for watching. We will see you next time. Deuces. Sub to the YouTube. Yes, sir. What's going on, everyone? Thanks again for joining us for another episode of the Sit Down Pre-Show. Joining me tonight for this conversation is a legacy coach. She's co-founder of the Boss Collective, a women's networking group. She's a... Stop looking at me like that. Stop. I'm trying to be serious.
I didn't do anything.
One take, Daniel, because we had multiple takes. Thank y'all so much for tuning into another episode of the Sit Down Pre-Show. Joining me tonight for this conversation is a legacy coach. She's co-founder of the Boss Collective, which is a women's networking group right here in the Orlando area. She's also executive producer of the Sit Down Season 4, the mother of my children, my wife, Oksana Tademy. Woo! Insert applause.
Oh, wow.
What's going on, babe?
Hey, thanks for having me.
You know I had to bring you back. Because the first time we sat and had a conversation on the sit down, it was when it was live. So that was like
Episode
season
6.
1. Was it episode 6?
I think so.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And since then, we've been pushing through the show. And you said we gotta redo my sit down. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna redo it. And life just kept happening. But it's also kind of dope that right now is the time that we kind of reboot it. Right? Because of all the stuff that you got going on.
This is true.
Which is a lot. So since like then to now, because we don't want to go like too deep into all of that, right? But I guess like, how has that journey been for you finding out what you're doing now? Because when we were at that time, you didn't have like the branding and all that stuff moving that way. So I guess you was trying to figure out and find out, but like, what was that journey or transition like for you going into that business side?
Well, yeah, because at the time I was freelancing, so I was trying to figure out how to make it into an official business and, proceed that way. So it was interesting. But a lot of where I am now is because of people that I met through the sit down, though. So if you think about it, because even with the Boss Collective, I met Bianca through the show.
This is true.
Some of the stuff that I'm doing now, like the interview I just had earlier this week, somebody else I met through the show.
Woo!
So shout out to the sit down. The sit down. For definitely helping out. But yeah, it was an interesting time for me because, I was a mom of like young kids. I'm kind of new to motherhood, trying to figure out business, still being a wife and then trying to do stuff from home. So it was a lot to juggle at the same time. But I think everything kind of played out the way it was supposed to. And, just kind of step by step, I came into where I am now with everything.
Did you always, I talk about it a lot. I bring it up a lot when it comes to like your business pursuits. I always think about that story that you told me that you did at your mom's house, like kind of converting her patio. Like, I guess share that story for people that don't know that story. And then I want to hear about how you knew at that point that's what you wanted to kind of pursue, to where you're like, listen, just going to work, having a job, like, yeah, that's cool and all, but that's not what I want to do. Like that entrepreneur seed being planted that early and that young, like you don't see a lot of that, So I guess speak a little bit about that.
Honestly, that wasn't the moment that entrepreneurship clicked for me, though.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell the story, but I'll get to the actual moment. So, there's not much to it, but when I was younger, I decided for whatever reason at the time, I guess it was just an idea that I had that, hey, like I want to find a way to make money. So let me start a little salon at home. And I went on the patio, filthy patio that nobody was using, cleaned it up. Like I'm talking like scrubbing floors, like repainting tables, setting up like a little bar stool area and just made it cute. I found this supply source store online and I was able to sign up and get a whole bunch of products shipped to my house. So like I had like a whole bunch of nail polishes and nail design stuff and all these things. Crazy. I got like a facial steamer to do facials, like just got all this stuff and set up the patio and made it look cute. It was like pink. Oh, wow. It was like pink and white. And I had my mom pull over to the side of the road one day while we were driving. And I was like, Mom, hey, take a picture of me against this wall. And I had like this little fake orchid in front of me. So I like took a picture with the orchid in front of the wall and edited the picture and used it, slapped it on a business card and called the business Exquisitely Beautiful.
Wow.
And I started inviting my friends. I bought some aprons for like my two best friends and they came over and helped me out a couple times. So like I had them in the little aprons helping me out on the patio. But yeah, it was pretty cool and I made some money from it. So, it was a cool experience. But yeah, that kind of stuck with me. I guess that was kind of like, it was a moment, but I didn't realize it was a moment.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I went to New York, and this was the year that my grandfather died, actually, 2014. I went to New York and I was kind of just, walking around the city and I was like, hey, you know what? Let me just see what happens if I decide to just start singing. So I started singing on the street, had like a little hat. I started singing on the street and, by the end of maybe like less than an hour, I had, I don't know, like maybe $30-something that people gave me. And I was like, Now, if I was working, you know, I would have had to do a lot more to get this money. And I think for me, that's kind of when like a switch flipped in my mind. Like, I don't have to do the 9-to-5 thing to make money.
Yeah.
You know, like I can get paid for what I'm good at. And that was definitely a turning point for me when it comes to entrepreneurship.
One of the things that like I say to like a lot of people, even for me as well, is like when it comes to, and I want to go somewhere before I'll follow the conversation since we're talking about entrepreneurship. I want to go somewhere else though.
Okay.
But like, I always say that whatever you want to pursue outside of working is dope because I mean, you're gonna carry a job, right? Even whatever that we do, like we're gonna do something consistently for someone else, right? And get money from it.
Right.
But like, you should always pursue whatever your passion is, right? And improve that skill set. And you got me into the like skill set mentality, right? Versus like you calling it, oh yeah, it's a gifting. Like, okay, it could be a gift, right? But you want to refine that skill till you become like a master at it. And then now you can put that skill into the marketplace, you know, and generate some type of revenue. But you still want to have a passion for it because you want to love what you're doing, right? So, and that's what I always tell people. I'm like, listen, like it's cool, like, you know, do your job and that's fine, you know, get money that way if that's what you want to do. But you should always be pursuing something. You should always be pushing into that. And that's what one of the things that I really do like about you is like, and I admire about you. And it's encouraging for me to even see that because it's like, yeah, Daniel, you could do this, but you'll always give space and encourage that, okay, make sure you're pursuing this though. So I guess speak to the fact that where that comes from for you to where it's just like the 9-to-5 stuff is cool, but where your passion is at. Why is that something, or how did that become such a focus for you in your personal life?
I've never been asked that before.
Yeah, good question.
It was. Why is that so important to me? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think maybe it's because I'm just that type of person. Like I just believe that, you know, whatever reason that you were put here, pursue that reason. And I think that passion and the things that we naturally gravitate towards are normally a key or a clue as to what we're supposed to be doing with our lives, you know? And even if it's not the thing, a lot of times it can be the gift that leads you to the thing, you know, or that assists with your purpose. So I think kind of having that view of life is why I'm the way that I am, because, you know, I'm all about finding out who God created me to be and just loving that and nurturing that and trying to be the best that I can be at it.
I was thinking that kind of ties into like purpose.
Yeah.
When you were saying that, it's funny, before you said the word purpose, I was like, dang, this is kind of moving into like a purpose direction. And we'll talk about that too. Did you always know you wanted to have kids?
I didn't want to have kids.
Really?
No, like not at all.
I don't think I've ever asked you that question.
You never asked me that question. But I didn't want to have kids until I met you.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. It wasn't really something that I was thinking about, but then again, I got married young too. So like I wasn't really like focused on being a mom or having kids at the time, you know, because right before I met you, I hit a personal turning point in my development mentally, where I was actually really getting serious in my relationship with God personally. And I think everything about me changed during that season of my life. My desires changed. The things I thought about and pursued were changing. So I think we met at the perfect time, honestly, like right about the perfect time.
Yeah.
Because once I met you and I started thinking about marriage, I didn't really have to like go out of my way to think about it. It kind of just came naturally, like, you know, okay, kids, cool. Okay, yeah, I want to homeschool. Okay, yeah, let's do this, you know? So it just flowed. Yeah. I think that's one of the things I love the most about our dynamic is that it just happened naturally.
Yeah. And so you have two children, right?
Well, three.
And you said it, I was going to go there because I was going to move into to kids. And I think that'd be a dope segue for purpose too. And you homeschool.
Yeah.
So, well,
Add
what
that
is
layer.
that like?
Add that layer to everything.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm still fairly new at it. Like I've only done it for like a little over a year with Soraya, but I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the fact that I can do it at my own pace. And I love the fact that I'm literally there for every stage of her development. That for me is the most important thing. to be able to go through those milestones with her. And I think that was always my mindset when it came to the kids. Like once I got pregnant, I was like, I want to be here for every moment that I can with my kids, you know? So even everything for me being a stay-at-home wife at 1st and then transitioning into working from home and starting a business from home, all of that was because I wanted to build a life with my kids. I didn't want to be separated from them. I didn't want to leave raising my kids to the, you know, the school system or the government. Like I wanted to be the primary influence in my kids' lives. And I think it's been very enriching for me, very beneficial for me.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love everything about it.
And with that, like it's weird because we live like in a culture and a society that doesn't magnify that piece, you know, of the wife enough to where it's like, okay, you know, staying at home, raising the children, homeschooling the children, being a part of their development.
Right.
You know, you don't. I think the language that centers around that is not always constructive, right? Because it's not like you're just like sitting at home not doing anything, because you have your pursuits, and even just because you're at home with the children, it doesn't mean you can't still move or you don't move in other areas.
Right.
So how is it, I guess, handling that piece? I mean, I know how you deal with it, but I mean, for people watching, like, how do you handle and deal with that piece of it?
It's definitely a balancing act, you know, and I think a lot of the way that our culture views kids now, like partially I kind of don't blame people because of the fact that the way that our culture and society is set up right now, it's really hard to be that, you know, type of mom to your kids, because a lot of families, like both parents have to work, both parents have to be, you know, out of the house for a lot of the time. And it makes it very difficult here to have a traditional family dynamic. And so I get some of the stress behind that and some of the stress that people feel when it comes to that topic. But at the same time, like, you know, if you're willing to do the work and to balance and to figure out what works for your family, it's possible, you know? It might not be everybody's dynamic and everybody's story, but, you know, for me, I chose to sacrifice some things in order to do that. That was my decision. That's not everybody's decision, because not everybody can do that, but I'm thankful that I was able to, you know?
And I like how you do that, because like a lot of times you can miss moments in your kid's development. You know, you can miss things. So like, however your kid is progressing, like when they're at home with you is one thing, but you spend 8 to 9 hours, they spend 8 to 9 hours away from you because you're at work, right? And then they go from school, and then they'll go from school to daycare, after school care, until you get back to them. So it's kind of hard to like make sure you're putting those values in them and then reaffirming those at the same time. So I guess we can take this into like kind of purpose too, because at the end of the day, that's kind of like the main goal. And as a parent, if you don't notice those things in your kids, like you kind of can't, you know, move them in that type of area if you're not paying attention. So I guess speak a little bit about that, and what are some of the things that you look out for and make sure of to make sure that, you know, it's not just do what I say do or do what I say, but also like figuring out what type of person or human this kid is going to grow up to be.
Can you rephrase the question? That was kind of a long question.
Because I was explaining it, right? So I guess like, what are some of the things that you do, or what are some of the things that you're noticing or making sure of that you're actually raising the type of person or human that child is gonna develop into, versus just saying, do what I say do and do this is what you're gonna do. Giving leeway for them to actually like develop and grow.
It's all about mindset. It's all about approach. Like for me, I understand that my kids are like their own person. And so my focus right now, at least in this stage of their development, is more so teaching them principles and like foundational principles and lessons for life. And as I'm teaching them, I'm observing, I'm taking note, I'm paying attention to what they gravitate towards, paying attention to what they say, paying attention to what they think, giving them free space to express themselves and teaching them how to express themselves in healthy ways. Because I don't believe that suppressing what my kids feel is the right way to parent. I'm really big on, okay, you can tell me how you feel, but we're gonna, you know, learn how to do it respectfully. You know, But I want to give them that freedom so that they can also have time to explore themselves and just be vocal about what they're, what they're interested in. And when I do see that they're interested in something, find ways to support that or to encourage that or to invest in that. And even though they're very young, there's some things I can see already. And so, as they continue to grow, it's going to be the same thing, just supporting and doing what I can to teach them and build character along the way.
Yeah. One of the biggest things for me to have to learn, period, as a parent was just like, yo, I don't think kids like intentionally, try to be disrespectful.
Right.
They're kids. And so like you made a good point. It's just like, okay, yeah, you can express and I'm gonna give you space to express, but you're gonna do it respectfully. So if anything moves outside of that, okay, yeah, then we can course correct. But you're still giving space for them to show their personality. And I think that's huge. And a lot of times, especially in our community, like you don't get that. And that's why I said what I said. It's just like, do what I say, do when I say do it. And it's just like, nah, you can't always move that way.
Yeah.
As adults, we don't want that, so that wouldn't be cool for the kids. So the Boss Collective, we brought it up earlier. So I guess what is the Boss Collective?
So the Boss Collective is a collaborative effort. So for the Boss Collective, I have a business partner, Bianca Bilal. Shout out to Bianca. Hey, girl. But Bianca and we met through the sit down, as I said before, and we decided to meet up one day. We were talking like, hey, I do branding, you do marketing, maybe we should connect on something or work together, collaborate. And so we were like, okay, we could probably go into business together, but let's do a test first and see how it goes out. And I was like, okay, well, what should this test be? Oh, how about we start a women's group? So I've been thinking about doing that.
Yeah.
And so the conversation gets started and I'm like, well, what should we call it? And she's like, the Boss Collective. I was like, ooh, I like that. True story. So we decided on the name and I was like, okay, well, let's start mapping this out, planning this out and see where it goes. So we started this little Google Doc, and you will hear us mention this every time somebody asks us this story, I promise you. We started a Google Doc and like just jotted down some ideas. And that Google Doc turned into a full community with almost 700 members.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, we just set a plan and we did what we could to follow the steps, to get it done.
Yeah.
But it's catered towards providing a space for women to network, entrepreneurs to network, and to really support each other. Our slogan is engage, empower, and evolve. So we have a bunch of networking events that we do to encourage women to, get together, support each other, and actually network with each other and build those relationships, because we've witnessed personally how impactful collaboration can be. So we try to create spaces where other women can do the same.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I've had the pleasure of going, working some of the meetups. I'm gonna let you say, I don't want to say them. So what are some of the things that you do, or some of the events that you put on with the Boss Collective?
So we have 3 different types of events. We have our mixers, which are kind of like the introductory event where we all just meet up and kind of like have fun together.
Yeah.
So we've been doing it at the Robinson Cafe for the past few times. So we kind of get together, we play some games, some networking games, everybody talks, mingles, have some appetizers, have fun. And we just make sure that we are, following other women and supporting each other, etc. And then we have the meetups, which are more empowerment focused. And so we have workshop speakers and we have, like group topic discussions and things like that to really teach everybody how to be successful in different areas of business so they can succeed. And then we have the mashup events, which we just started. That's going to be like our collaborative efforts. So we're going to do things like content days and like other things together that we can all support each other with and just find out like, hey, I need this, you have that, let's collaborate. So just creating that space, like I said, to make those collaborations happen.
That's dope. And y'all do it different. It's not like going like to a networking event, because I've been to networking events and I've gone to networking events, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't talk to anyone or never done anything. I think I met up with one person after the networking event. We met at Panera Bread. I met at Panera Bread, and she tried to pitch me on something, and that didn't go well. So I struck out at every networking event I've gone to. And I say that to say the Boss Collective, your networking events or meetups, it's like totally different. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I don't want to say it. What's different about what y'all do at the Boss Collective than any other networking event?
I think number one, there's like just this genuine spirit that you feel at all of our events because it's really genuinely about everybody supporting each other. That's the first thing that people always tell us and people always mention to us. Another thing is that we really encourage accountability. So we assign accountability partners for some of our events. We make sure that you're following up with people or that you're following people on social media, just like making sure that these connections happen. And every time we have an event, there's some type of divine connection that takes place. And like just hearing those stories and, you know, seeing the growth and seeing those things happen is so encouraging for us because that's literally what we started it for, you know? But yeah, and on top of that, like we do like, you know, that fun approach to networking. We don't necessarily like just sit people in a room and say, okay, figure it out. You know, like we assign different like immersive activities and networking games and all these different things for people to really like get out of their comfort zone and just go talk to somebody in a fun way, you know, so it doesn't feel stiff or forced. It's kind of just like, you know, free flowing good time. And I think people really appreciate and enjoy that aspect of it.
I like it. You know, just just going to it, being in the atmosphere, seeing how y'all moving it is really dope. The games that y'all play, and people are actually connecting to the point where after the networking event, every event I've gone to, everyone stays. No one leaves early. After it's done, they still hang out and stay to the point where they're like, okay, we gotta close. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's actually really cool to see, and it definitely is different. So I like that. I like that. So switch up. You're executive producing.
I am.
The sit down.
I am.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see that coming?
No, not at all. I did not. I was not ready.
You wasn't ready?
I was not ready.
You wasn't ready?
No.
But you have a organizational grace about you.
Oh, okay.
I guess like, but that speaks to your maturity and just how you are and how you carry yourself. And I think that's pretty dope. What do you know where that comes from, or you just always?
Oh yeah, I know where that comes from.
Oh, okay.
I definitely know where that comes from.
Let's talk about that.
Listen,
then.
have you met my mother? No, but seriously, like, I think, okay, for those who don't know, like my heritage, my background is 100% Caribbean. Okay, so I'm a first generation American. My mom, especially, bless her heart, she, you know, I love her so much. She is one of the most kind, caring, but sometimes critical people that I know. And she's always pushed me to do my best, to do things in decency and order. Like, you know, saying things like cleanliness is next to godliness. And like, you know, like she's always like instilled those morals in me and those values in me. And I think it's kind of second nature now. Another thing that really helped me though, I think was taking up the performing arts like at a very young age. Ever since, for as long as I can remember, geez, yeah, that's a long time. Since like elementary school, you know, being in things like chorus and drama and being in environments where I'm forced to be disciplined and to learn a craft and to hone a skill. I think that's been very beneficial for me too. And learning piano and all these other things that I did gave me a very structured upbringing. And so it's kind of natural to me at this point, and I'm very big on excellence because of that, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not common. That is not common. No, man, because like, I mean, because a lot of times what people will say about you is your standard to that excellence, and everything that you do, you're always putting everything you have into it. And I had to learn this too. Yeah, no, I had to learn this too. If you're unable to put your all into something, you'll be like, nah, I can't do it. Because of the standard, the internal standard that you have for everything that you touch, which is actually pretty dope.
And I'm very, very serious about my character and my reputation also.
Yeah.
So like if I know I can't do 100% or like put my best effort into it, I'm like, I'm not even gonna attach my name to it.
Yeah.
You know, that's really big for me.
I had to learn that. I learned that that saying no, I can't do it. I learned that from you. Because I would spread myself so thin because you want to do it, like you want to do things, but just because you want to do something, it doesn't mean you should do it first off, and that you're able to do it at the same time.
That's true. And that goes with, just learning yourself and knowing yourself and knowing what your limitations are. And I think as zealous as we can be, because both of us are like go-getter type people, it's just being very protective of your energy, your mental space, and, your efforts, your talents, like being very protective of that and understanding that I can only spread myself so thin.
Yeah. So Jada Pinkett is wilding. No, I'm just playing.
Left field. Whoa.
No, I was going to say this. How important are boundaries to you?
Too important.
Yeah.
At this point in my life,
Yeah.
too important.
Yeah.
That's something you will hear me talk about all the time. All the time. In every area of my life.
Yeah.
Every area. When it comes to business, boundaries. And that comes in the forms of policies and procedures.
Yeah.
When it comes to relationships and friendships, boundaries. Like there's a certain time, if you call me, you already know I'm not gonna pick up my phone. Unless it's something like super urgent or like, you really need some prayer or something. Like I'm not picking up my phone.
Yeah.
But just having those things in place, like if I know I'm not gonna want to do something, even like if I'm starting any type of new venture, like other people know up front, hey, I'm not gonna be available at this time or on these days or da-da-da-da. Like I said it up front so that there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And then for newer relationships, like whenever there's somebody pushing a boundary, I address it right away. Because I've learned that when you don't address it right away, that leads to resentment and buildup, and then it can come out in the most unhealthy ways when you finally do respond. So learning just to be quick with my responses when something upsets me or bothers me has been really helpful too, with boundaries.
Yeah, that's something that you taught me too. Boundaries, saying that I need to, because I came into, I feel like, with just the way that I was and how I am, and just the desire to want to give and help so much. That's something that you helped me with too, and even on the business side, policies and stuff like that. Like you have an executive grace about you.
Thank you.
But that helped me out. That helped me out with all those things. So when it comes to the way that you deal with clients, like I love the way that you deal with your clients, because not only do you give them an excellent experience, even when you are communicating a boundary, you still communicate that with so much professionalism and grace. And it's just like, okay, she just place checked me, but it was okay though.
The funniest thing one of my team members said to me in Teach Me the other day, she was like, like you'll correct us, but like by the time you're done, like it's in such a nice way. I'm like, okay, I can do better.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow, okay.
But that's real leadership.
I guess.
That's real leadership, to be able to do that. Because one of the biggest things that I've noticed that has it's always been important to me, but at this stage of my life where I'm at right now, this age that I'm at, I'm almost 40. Like I'm not taking no disrespect. Like respect is like, boom. Right. I see how people, when they get older and they get a little bit more loose with the lips, they're like the oldest, they just be like, I'm just gonna say what I want to say. Okay. But I see how that happens, right? Yeah. I'm learning how that happens. And one of the biggest things to me right now, man, more than anything, is respect. Like showing it, making sure I'm showing it, and making sure that I'm getting it back too. And if that boundary has to be set and enforced, whatever, do it. You know, and be okay with doing it.
That's big.
So you also do branding.
Yes.
And web design. Yep. So I guess speak a little bit about the branding, because the way that you have your brand, that's just amazing. I love the way that your brand is represented. Yeah.
I had a really great photographer.
Oh, you know.
Just saying.
Somebody's just snapping pictures. I'm just a guy with a camera. So I guess speak a little bit about branding. How important is branding? Let's just start with that question. How important is a brand's image?
It's everything, honestly. I mean, the first thing that people experience or encounter when it comes to your business is going to be your brand in one way, shape, or form. So having a professional presentation and a very clear, recognizable visual identity is key, especially when it comes to, people recognizing your brand recognition. You have to be very consistent with your imagery for people to really be able to pick it up. It actually It's actually a fact that it takes about 5 times somebody seeing your logo or your brand to really like be able to recognize it and remember it. So, you know, the more you can put it out in front of people and you have something professional to put out in front of people, the better it is for your business because people are more likely to remember you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just putting text in a post or like adding text to a picture and throwing it out there on social media. That's
my
not,
pet peeve.
That's
That's my pet peeve.
That's not really good for brands. Brands should not be doing that.
That's my pet peeve. I'm serious.
But
like,
how do you? So if I come to you as a client, I'm a new client. I don't know anything. All I know is that I just want to start this business. What are some of the things that you make sure you communicate to a first-time client, someone that don't know anything about branding? What are some of the things you communicate to them to kind of like help them hone in on what they're trying to do brand-wise, or establishing that brand identity?
It's a good question. So I really focus as far as like the initial interaction on having that discovery call. And I think that's important because everybody starts at different places in their branding process. So like finding out where somebody is the best way to diagnose how to be the solution that they need. And so I kind of figure out, okay, at what stage are you in the process of branding? Do you already have a brand that you just want to revamp? Do you know absolutely nothing about branding? You know, and I have to teach you, which is fine because I offer, you know, sessions that teach as well. So it just depends on where they are. And so my goal, my objective with new clients that aren't familiar with the concept of branding is to kind of help them to answer some of the important questions. Like think about, you know, what would you want your brand to look like? What are the values of your business and your brand? Like, what is it that you want your imagery to convey to potential consumers? You know, and who's your target market? Like, what solution do you actually solve? Like, what problem do you solve for people? So, you know, just finding the answers to those questions is a really good starting point. And then after that, you know, kind of just mapping up a solution to present to them. And then if we decide to move forward, I do, you know, also teach my clients about what branding is, about, you know, how to put your brand together. What fonts should you use? What should your typography and your color palette look like? You know, really establishing their brand story and their brand's identity. So that way, when I get to the design aspect of it, I'm creating something that's going to convey all of those things that we talked about to the people that are looking at their business and their brand. So, you know, it's a whole process, and people don't really think about sometimes how much goes into mapping out a brand and like creating a brand manual and like having everything in there that your business needs for your brand. But it's a lot, you know, but I love it. I love everything about it because my passion is, you know, turning visions into reality. Yeah. You know, that's what I do.
I like that. And you helped me with my brand too, especially the sit down.
Hey.
So everything that y'all see sit down related and the way it just be popping, it's all her, man. So I mean, I love that. I'm telling you, man, you have an organizational grace about you.
Thank you.
That's the 3rd time I said it, and confirmation come in 3s.
Even if it's from the same person.
Nah, I love that, man. I love that. I appreciate you sitting down here taking this time to talk to me.
Thank you for having me.
I'm pretty sure this won't be our last conversation.
I hope not.
On camera. But yeah, man. So thank y'all so much for watching. We'll be back with some more pre-shows, man. And stay tuned for season 4 too.
Bye. Oh, bye.
That was your camera. You had it right the first time.
Okay, whichever one.
Thank you so much for tuning into the Sit Down Pre-Show. I appreciate it. Hey, look, we have some exciting news coming down the pipeline with the Sit Down Live Season 4. Okay, so be on the lookout for that information, dates and times. We're going to be getting that all out. We're looking to start production around early next year, but we'll finalize a few things and then we'll send those dates and times out there where you guys can purchase your tickets, okay? Listen, if you want to partner with us, sponsorships, we have packages available. If you're interested in that, you want to connect with what we're doing, you can inquire at contactthesitdown@gmail.com. Also, if you're interested in being a guest on the show, or if you want to showcase your gift or talent in one of our spotlight segments, you can inquire about that. Same email, send us an email, contactthesitdown@gmail.com. If you want to join the family, you can inquire that too. We're always looking for people to add to what we're doing. So listen, thank y'all so much for tuning in, and we'll holler at you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Sit Down Pre-Show. I am your host, Oksana Tademy, and I'm here tonight with the marketing extraordinaire, the fashionista, the blogger, and my business partner, Bianca Valab. Hey, girl.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So, everybody's going to want to know, who is Bianca? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Well, Bianca, she is multifaceted. She's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So she is an entrepreneur. Well, let me talk about me, right? So I am an entrepreneur. I am a child of God. Okay. And I'm just an explorer of this world, honestly. Like, I'm a person that just wants to see what this world has to offer, love the people who are in it, and run a business successfully. Like, that's pretty much the overall goal. I'm an ultimate creative, creative thinker, creative doer, creative. Even when I would like make regular presentations, it would feel so boring to me. So it's just like everything I see is out of the box. So I would say that Bianca is a creative.
I love that.
Yeah.
It was a third person for me.
I know. I was gonna keep it for a while, and then I was like, maybe
let's switch gears.
Maybe let's like actually talk first.
That's awesome though. So you're a creative. I love that answer. I think that's one of the reasons why we click so much is because we're both very creative people.
Yes.
But yeah, so I mean, many people may not know this, but we actually first met on one of the sit down episodes.
We did. Yes.
So kind of like tell everybody a little bit about that. Like, what was that experience like for you?
So this was 2022, 2021.
No, two.
Two?
Two.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two.
Okay, so whichever year. Cause yeah. Anyway, so we met at the sit down. That experience for me was very eye-opening. Specifically because I had been out of the camera scene. I was not on sets. I was not in front of the camera. I was not doing anything that was associated with like creative arts or videography, anything like that. So when I got the message from you guys, also, I was in a time when I had just moved to Orlando, Kissimmee area, and I didn't know anybody. So, I mean, I grew up here, but not really. So I didn't know anybody. So when you guys reached out to me, that kind of made me feel a little bit of a reassurance that I was supposed to be here.
Aww.
And then when I got to the set, I was like, God, what are you doing? Like, I was really taken aback because I thought it was going to be like a little cell phone tripod and some wireless microphones and a ring light. Like, that's what I thought it was going to be.
Right.
But then when I walked in, I was like, God, like, oh my goodness. Like, I was really taken aback by the professionalism, by the set, the layout, the production, everything about it. I was like, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really well done. And so I just took it all in and I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be here. And I think that's something that I said to you that day. I remember specifically coming up to you and saying, Oksana, we met for a reason.
Yeah.
And at that time, I think I also said, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I'm not sure why I'm telling you that we met for a reason, but we have. And here we are a year later, like back at the set.
Yeah.
But with a business.
Listen.
Right.
Well, we don't get to that part.
Right.
We don't get to that part.
Okay.
So at the time when you were invited to be on the sit down, what were you currently working on? Because I know that you're in marketing. So
yes.
What was it that you were currently working on? Where were you in business at that time?
So when I came to the sit down, I was actually super busy. So during the pandemic, we got 2 big contracts. One of them from Florida A&M University and the other one from Leon County. And so we were working, like we were going in at that time. And we were also working with our other clients as well. So at that time I was at expansion. I was looking on like how to bring people on, how to maintain this much amount of work. But also, I was in a point of transition because I was in a new city. The pandemic had just kind of started leaving us alone a little bit, just enough for us to like step our foot outside, but not be terrified if somebody coughed or something.
Right.
So it was a lot, like it was a lot going on at that time. So I was in a point of transition into not only a new space, but I was also navigating new waters after the pandemic. So it was a little bit of a double whammy because I didn't know what to do. So that's where I was in business as well. Like I wasn't even sure where I was supposed to be taking it, what I was supposed to be doing. Like, should I go back to Tallahassee since all my clients are there? Like, I didn't know where I really was. So that's where we were in business, but it was growing and yeah, taking off at that time.
Okay. That's pretty interesting. I don't think I've ever asked you that.
No, you haven't.
That was very interesting. Okay. Well, you kind of mentioned having to, like adjust and pivot and all these other things. So would you say that was one of your most challenging times in business? And if not, what do you think was your most challenging time?
I don't think that was my most challenging time in business.
Okay.
I think that I've experienced more challenging times when I started the business. That was, I think most business owners can relate to starting a business being very difficult. Like it's a little ghetto in the beginning. It's a little ghetto. It's just a little bit. Only because it was really, I was teetering between going full-time in my business and working as a director of digital marketing at a different agency. So I was doing both at the same time.
Right.
And when I finally let go of my full-time position, I was really banking on myself. And I don't think I had the discipline at that time. I know I didn't have the discipline at that time. Not I didn't think. I didn't have any discipline at that time to basically execute on the level that I needed to execute on.
Right.
And it took me a while to show up as the person that I needed to be. And that was a process. That was a struggle. But I also needed my bills to be paid. So that part, because I hadn't left the job. So I had to make it happen quickly. Listen, I was like hustling.
Right.
And so that was probably like for me personally, that was probably the most difficult time because I had to like really figure out myself and who I was pretty quickly, but also change who I was because I couldn't stay the same. Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting. So would you have done anything differently? Or would you have done it the same way? Just curious.
Would I have done any? I mean, the faith in me says no.
Okay.
Because everything was supposed to go the way that it was for me to learn what I was supposed to learn. But the reality of it is I think I would have saved more money. Because one thing I can do is buy lots of things.
I think all of us ladies are a little guilty of that. Just a little bit.
Just a little. I would have saved. But I did really good at saving, especially in the beginning. But I think maybe my financial habits, I think that probably would have been more of a focus, where it was more of my self-discipline, just kind of my business habits, but not my financial habits. So I didn't really take that into account. And that I think probably was something that I would change early on.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
So financial habits and the discipline in that area would have made a difference. Okay, good to know. So moving forward, I'm pretty sure that was a situation that definitely like impacted you as a person and who you are. Were there any other situations, whether like business or personal, that you feel like really helped to make you into the woman and the businesswoman that you are today?
Yes.
You mind sharing one of them?
So I have like 2 years where I call it my series of unfortunate events.
I remember you mentioned this.
That is the title of those 2 years. It kept smacking me. It kept coming. Like, it was just like back to back to back. And at that time, a lot of people do not know this about me, that I went to doctorate of physical therapy school. So I had graduated undergrad. I went to Florida A&M University. Shout out the Rattlers. So I went to Florida A&M University, and I went there knowing that I was going to be a physical therapist. So freshman year, my major was health science, pre-physical therapy. So graduated in 4 years. First semester out, well, I took the summer, but fall semester, I was in doctor of physical therapy school. So I didn't have any time off, right? So I get into this program, and I'm going from bachelor's to doctorate.
Wow.
So it's a 3-year program. So that means everything is condensed. Needless to say, I didn't do well, right? Ended up getting dismissed from the program. And I was devastated because I didn't know who I was outside of being a student. And that's all I knew for the last, like, I got dismissed 2 years into the program. Mind you, I told you it was a 3-year program. So that also threw me, because I was like, I only had 1 more year.
Wow.
And I was supposed to, you know, my trajectory, you know, when you like, you see something where it's like, okay, let's say it's $100,000 job. Like when you're in the program, you're like, oh,
yeah.
Like that's the motivation, you know? So in my mind, I was supposed to be making some money.
Right.
And that did not happen. Like I got kicked out of school. So I get dismissed from school and I'm lost, like lost. So that was the first of it. At that time, I also had like separated from a long-term boyfriend. Like we were together for like years, like more than 5, more than 6, more than 7. Like this is like my first love, right? So separated from that guy in the same span. Then got into a car accident. Then I get robbed. My father was diagnosed with cancer around this time. Like it was slapping me in the face. Like within these 2 years, I was being drugged by this here ponytail. Okay, like they were it was dragging. So I remember by the time I even applied, so I applied to go to grad school again. So I ended up getting my master's in public health. By the time I was applying to get my master's, I just applied because I was like, I need to do something. Like, so that was probably the most pivotal time in my life, because it really took me out of a situation to put me into something new, because that's when I developed a Grow It style.
So wait a minute, wait. Tell us about that.
Right. So in 2015, I developed a blog called A Girl With Style. And A Girl With Style was a blog where I would encompass all aspects of beauty. It didn't matter what color, what size, what shape. It didn't matter. I wanted to cover everything because I rarely saw myself in beauty campaigns growing up, right? Black girl, natural hair, plus size, whatever the case may be, dark skin, you know, you don't really see that, especially like growing up in the 90s, right? So like now, yes, now there's so much diversity, but back then there was not a lot.
Not at all.
And so I wanted to create a platform where everything was represented. And so that's what I did. So I started a blog called A Girl With Style, and we were growing and booming around that time. And this was also around the time that I started coming into my own self-style and self-worth. Before then, I was a tomboy. Like, I didn't want to wear heels. I didn't want to do my makeup. I didn't want to do my hair. I wore sneakers everywhere.
Wow.
I was a tomboy.
I can't even imagine that now, because I know you.
You can't? Oh, baby girl, because my sneaker collection still goes to this day.
Oh, my
God. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I was a tomboy, and my friends that knew me back then, they could attest to it. Like, I have grown a lot as a person.
Yeah.
And A Girl with Style was the testament to becoming a girl that had style. Like, I didn't dress up. Like, I didn't care for it. Like, I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, yeah. I didn't care to do, but I also think I had like maybe a little bit of maybe low confidence, maybe.
Okay.
So yeah. So I started A Girl with Style when I started around the time I started grad school. And that's when I started my first business. So all of the dragging. Listen, I mean, you could have been a little bit more gentler with me. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, but it took all of that because also I think it had to because I'm so stubborn. I wouldn't have done any of it if I was still in that situation. I probably would have went a totally different route, right? So it took all that dragging to get me to start my first business and end up here today with you. So yeah, so that series of unfortunate events was probably the biggest influence in my life, like the biggest change in my life. Yeah.
I think that's amazing though, like the fact that you went through all of that and still chose to like take that and make something from it that was, you know, empowering and that was just pretty awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Like honestly, like I think that's really incredible. And even to have that mindset or like to have that perspective, where do you think that comes from? Like, is there somebody in your life that you think kind of, you know, helped you to become that way or resources maybe, or what do you think?
Well, one of the biggest things I think is like giving up is not really an option. Like what else would I have done? You know what I mean? One thing I do know is I grew up, my mother always told me, you like expensive things, so you're gonna have to get you a good job. Like she told me this at a young age. Cause the girl likes, like every time I remember going to the store with her and I would pick out things and she was like, how do you keep picking out the most expensive thing? And it was just my taste. Like it wasn't like, you know, I wasn't really influenced on anything, but so I always knew that I had to have some sort of like good occupation or good work ethic because I needed to get the things that I wanted.
Right.
But also my mother was an entrepreneur. So I grew up seeing her like run a salon, hire new people, start her own beauty line, like print out flyers, hand out flyers, have this camaraderie with her clients.
Right.
Like I saw her do all of these things. So that also, you know, subconsciously was a part of me, like seeing that experience. But also my mother transitioned. So my mother came to Florida after shutting down her shop and started working in cosmetology at Disney. So it's like she took her position and kind of like transitioned it to work for her in a different area. So that subconsciously, I think, also motivates me to see that like my mother never gives up. To this day, like she's pursuing a certificate in baking. Like she's a full student right now, like going to class, taking tests.
Okay, Mom.
And I'm like, if you like, this is the example that I'm seeing on a daily basis. Like she's never giving up.
Wow.
So how can I, you know, like,
that's awesome.
So that's definitely motivation for me. But also like, I think my family in general, just everybody has a amazing work ethic. Like all my family members are super successful. Like everybody that I've seen growing up was always on it. So I think that alone was like an example of like, you know, who you surround yourself with. But even my friends, like my friends have like, listen, everybody that like, I'm always amazed by like the things that my friends are doing. And I'm always so proud. Like my cousin just graduated. My friend is like everybody's just doing amazing things. So I'm motivated by that. Like you have to, you know, keep
Right.
up. You can't just like fall by the wayside. So that's also motivation for sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. Like you said, that's very important. Like having the right circle around you.
Oh,
Because for me,
so
you're one of
important.
those people.
Oh.
So it's definitely important to have people around you that are constantly going. And this is no shade to anybody else, but I really feel like it's the Caribbean thing though, like the work ethic.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't know what it is about
Yeah.
us.
It's a Caribbean, African. It's like the islands. Like
Yes.
if you're on,
Anywhere in that spectrum.
I wouldn't say, but it's honestly there's some southern people that I also see. I think it just depends on the upbringing. But yes, I have met a lot of Caribbean people who are
Like just
go
the value
getters.
system is just like
Yeah, well, we
work
had
ethic,
no
work
choice.
ethic. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have because our parents were immigrants, right?
Yeah.
So they're first generation in a new country, learning the culture, but also raising kids in the culture. So they
Right.
had to have a different level of resilience, right? Because
Yeah.
everything that they learned back home was not what they had here.
Exactly.
And then on top of that, you're raising these kids that are real bad. They're coming home talking about that's not how they taught us at school. Like and they're looking at us like, go read a book. I remember when like the internet really started coming out and I used to come home and be like, Mom, we can go on the internet. And that's not what they knew, you know? So it's just that example of resilience. Like when you come into this country as an immigrant, you come with nothing.
That's true. We had
And
to
they
really
made everything for us.
build from the ground up.
They made
literally.
everything for us. So seeing that, we don't think about it. It's probably very subconscious, but even just like seeing the parents, like you have to go over your aunt's house because all your parents are working, or whatever the case, you're all with your cousins because somebody has to go to work, and then y'all switch to another aunt's house because who can afford childcare? Like, you know what I mean? So like it's like a whole value system, and you see the hustle through everybody, right? So yeah,
so true.
I agree.
I could totally relate to all of that because
Yes.
my grandfather brought his family from Jamaica, years ago. And my mom was maybe 11 when she moved here.
Right.
And so, that whole story of like how he went first just to like work on a plantation and save up money just to bring the family here. And like, so, we have that heritage, we have those stories. And I think you're right. That definitely contributes to like that work ethic and that grind that we have because it's like we got to get it. Like,
Yeah, because my father, and it's always the male in the family. Like my father and my stepfather were like the first people in America, and it's like, imagine, like
and we don't think about it sometimes.
We don't think about that. Like
That's
we are
crazy.
so comfortable in our regular lives that we are here in America living our dream, right? We are living the epitome of an American dream,
right?
Because we've started a business. We are working on our own time, doing our own thing because our parents sacrificed and came here and sacrificed it all to bring an entire family. So they couldn't even have their money.
Right.
They had to they had to send it back. So that's amazing. Like that alone is like internal motivation.
It puts things into perspective. For sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
A lot of perspective. And they had kids doing that.
Listen, that's the part that gets me.
How
like,
are you doing
how?
this? How are you doing this? Like I'm barely taking care of myself. Okay.
But in that vein, since we're talking about being on the grind and building, since we do have those privileges, and I love the fact that we're both doing something with it, but you specifically with marketing, like the fact that you took the time to like first do A Girl with Style, so shout out again for that, and then get into your own marketing company. So what was that process like with like building your company?
Well, building my company took it was another pivot for me. I had built A Girl with Style. We were doing collaborations. We were putting on events. Like I used to host this event called Exposure. And I was working with like Playtex and Lane Bryant. I was doing all of these super cool collaborations, but I got burned out from like being the face of every campaign that I had to do because I was doing the hosting, I was putting on the events, I was writing the blogs, I was running the ads, I was doing everything.
All the hats.
Right. And so and this was all while I was in grad school, by the way, because remember I told you I went back to grad school.
Girl. That's a lot.
Let's not forget that I still got the master's.
Ooh, that's a lot.
So I was doing all of this while I was in grad school and working a job because I also needed money. So I was doing a lot. And so by the time I got to graduating, I took a course in risk communication in my grad program. And risk communication is basically how they market or they communicate through like a large communication of super important things, like how they used to have the campaigns for AIDS or how they used to have the campaign for COVID or like getting vaccinated, different things like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's risk communication. So when I realized that almost everything was a marketing campaign, that's how I saw that what I was doing was also marketing.
Wow.
And that's how I connected the two. And that's when I realized, like, oh, I love marketing. Like, I don't get me wrong, I like a good camera. You know what I mean? Like, I like a good microphone. I love a good photo shoot.
We know. After this,
I like a good photo shoot. You know what I mean? But for it to, it was like, it wasn't just that. It was the fact that I was doing all the things plus the photo shoot, plus the video, plus the. So I was like, I was done. So.
That would burn anybody out.
Oh, I was tired, child. Like, I was on a photo shoot every weekend. I remember, like, I was telling my mother today when I was leaving, like, I was like, this used to be my life in Tallahassee. Like, I would get off of work, change my clothes in the car, take a photo shoot. Like, I would be
just
rolling.
Going.
Yeah. So when I took the course, I realized that I liked marketing. And so I was in my last semester. And I realized that I did not want to go to school again. And so I was like, but I know that I like marketing. So now I'm like stuck between a rock and a hard place.
It's like, what do I do?
I'm like, oh no. Oh no. So I decided to educate myself and read a whole bunch of books, listen to a whole bunch of YouTube videos, but also I knew that that wasn't going to build my credibility.
Right.
So I started taking internships. And so this is how I started transitioning into marketing.
Gotcha.
I started taking internships in marketing, and I had educated myself so much because I had already been practicing with A Girl with Style. And I had already been practicing with businesses, doing marketing campaigns because I was doing brand collaborations, right? So I already had the blogging, the ads, the social media management. I was already doing all of that. I just wasn't doing it for other people.
Exactly. Okay.
And so when I got into my internship, they were like, how do you know all of this?
Right.
And so
that's cool.
I went from intern to account manager pretty quickly. Right. So then I did account management for a while, and then I got to be the director of digital marketing at an agency in Tallahassee. And I did that for a long time. I was still doing freelance on the side, like little businesses every now and then.
Right.
And then, I worked for another agency and moved to another agency and became the director of digital marketing there. And then that's when the transition happened, when I had to leave the position and like fully follow my dream. Because I had entered into an incubation program. So so I had went into like a business development program, a 12-week program.
Nice.
And within that program, I had to launch a business at the end. And that's when A Creative Station was launched.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, now that I'm saying it out loud, I did a lot.
Listen, I'm like, whew, the amount of twists and turns in
it
this
was
story.
a lot of twists and turns. Maybe a book needs to be written.
Ding, ding, ding.
Listen, ChatGPT, write this book.
And the next idea was born.
Right. And it was this day. Listen, you want another chapter? Let's go. Ooh. But yeah, no, my life has, in such a small amount of time, my life has taken a lot of loops and a lot of turns and a lot of sharp turns on a highway. Like, going 65.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. And I love how it all brought you here. That's so cool.
Thank you.
But speaking of other chapters,
yes,
what have you been up to lately? Are there any other ventures that you've been working on?
Listen, I'm a serial entrepreneur. Like, I'm a serial entrepreneur at this point. Yes, I have a new venture. So my business partner and I have started the Boss Collective. And so, yes, this is our new venture. We have a networking group of amazing boss women. Incredible boss women. Like, I'm inspired by them. And we are working and trying to build out this business that started off as an idea and a Google document.
For as long as we live, we will
listen,
always reference
that Google document. We
the
still
Google
have
Doc.
it. Just so you know,
it's in there.
It's still in our Google Drive.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's we are building the Boss Collective. It is a networking group of boss women that are focused on collaborating and empowering each other and uplifting each other, but most of all, supporting each other. So we are excited for 2024, to say the least. So
many things coming up.
Because we have so many things.
So many things that are about to take place.
Right. So yeah, so from an idea, from a little mustard seed, here we go into this fruitful tree.
It's the prophecy tree.
Right.
Oh gosh.
So yes, we are embarking on a new journey and I'm so excited about it.
I'm excited too. And just to see how everything just came together, like even with the story you were telling about your life and how all the pieces came together, it was very similar with us too, because you know, you coming on the sit down, us meeting, connecting later on and being like, hey, I don't know why we were supposed to meet, but we were supposed to meet. Let's figure this out. And just the fact that we were able to get together and say, hey, you know, we both have our own businesses, but let's see how we can come together and, you know, what that would look like. And so we ended up starting the Boss Collective. And here we are now with almost 700 members in our Facebook group of the Boss Collective. And we've done how many events this year? Listen, I stopped counting.
It's more than 8. It has to be like 8.
Listen,
which is crazy.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
It's been like 8, I think.
We'll just say, and that's not
even
including
counting,
online.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's not even, listen, we've been working. We've been working. But the caveat of that is we met online.
This is true.
This
is true.
We met online through me thinking that I was supposed to move to Atlanta. This is what I thought in my mind, right? So in my mind, I knew that I had to move from Tallahassee.
Wow.
Because I was building this marketing business, but I felt like I need a bigger city, right?
Right.
And I started using hashtags in Atlanta.
Wow.
I started using Atlanta business owner, Atlanta, because I was like, if I'm moving there, I'm going to start putting my content out there. And you found me under a hashtag. Or Daniel found me under a hashtag and then DM'd me or emailed me. And that's how this all started.
Wow. And that's just crazy because I'm thinking about at that time, you know, like how he was, because we were trying to go to Atlanta to film some of the sit-down episodes. And so when he found you, he was like, oh, I think I found somebody in Atlanta.
Which is crazy because I wasn't even in Atlanta. And then you were like, oh, we're going to Atlanta to shoot. And I was like, I was so devastated. I was like, I'm not in Atlanta. I was like in Central Florida, sitting in my house like, I'm not in Atlanta though. And I was like, how do I break it to them? And I was like, oh man, I had to like, and in my mind I was like, well, how do I get to Atlanta? Because in my mind I'm like, if somebody wants to interview me, I'm gonna figure it out. But then I was like, no, but like I can't, like I don't even.
And we were right here.
Yeah, and I was like, actually, I'm in the Central Florida area, and you were like, we live here too. I was like. God, God, is that you?
Perfectly.
Yeah, so
perfectly.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and now like even like with everything, because we just had a strategy meeting, so like we know what's coming up for 2024.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are gonna have to stay tuned.
Yes.
But even with what we just recently did with the website launch too, like so people can now check out the Boss Collective at bosscollectivenetwork.com. Just throwing that out there.
Check it out, bosscollectivenetwork.com.
Join the group. Please. But yeah, it's just been really encouraging to see what we've been able to build together so far, and I know like it's gonna just keep growing and growing growing. And this has really shown me personally, I can't speak for anybody else, but for me personally, it's definitely shown me how powerful collaboration is.
Oh,
and how much
awesome.
farther you can get when you go together.
Yeah.
You know?
Collaboration is important because it's not about competition.
Right.
I've really learned that over the years because my story, I never was looking at anybody that was like, and I was like, oh, I want to be better than them or I want to beat them. Beat them is crazy to me. Like, what?
Like, why?
Like, how? How are you going to beat them? Tell me. Because what they're going to do today, you don't even know what tomorrow's looking like. They don't know what tomorrow looks like. I don't know what my tomorrow looks like. You know what I mean? So, like, how can you beat me? So that's why I'm always like interested in working with other businesses because like if we can figure this out together, I think two minds are better than one, right?
Yeah.
And you may know more than me. You may operate in like in our sense, we're two different, we're both creatives, but we're two different types of creatives, right? Like I'm one with the wind. And Oksana is like, please, girl, please come back.
Wait, details first.
Come back, please, details. But then it switches sometimes. Sometimes you are one with the wind, and I'm like, but what about this part? And you're like, you know what? You know, it just works. But I would have been struggling trying to do this on my own. You know?
Me too. Literally, it's a
lot.
It's
a lot. To run a business, it's a lot.
So like to have that person to like bounce off of and like to be able to like help each other in the areas that we're weak and like encourage each other in the areas that we're strong. Like that's really powerful.
Yes,
you know?
Is.
And like the fact that even our differences complement each other.
For sure.
I think is pretty dope too.
For sure. Yeah. Cool. And we communicate pretty well.
Yeah, I was so proud of us.
Yes,
like cause even like with like the recent incident that happened, I was like, we just got through that so easily.
Because I was like, well, it's nothing to be upset about. Like it's very minute. Like I was like, it's all right, whatever. Like you know, it's not that. In the bigger picture, we're probably gonna face
a lot of different things.
Life, you know, things that there's bigger things to worry about than like small details in a business, right? Like our lives probably have been through so many other things that deserve our attention.
That's true.
So small things to me, like all right, whatever. It's cool.
Yeah. But even so, like even what you were saying earlier about like who you surround yourself with, like it's important. Like me personally, like I don't even consider people like close to me or like friends until I see how they handle conflict.
Right.
You know, because that's really important. Like, do you have the emotional intelligence and awareness to actually have the hard conversations and work through it so we can get better? You know, that's important. So that was big to me. Even though it was a small thing, it was big to me. I'm just like, we're so great.
Listen, we are. And like, I can see it going so far because of that. Like, if you, especially the emotional intelligence, like, it's so important because like there's going to be conflict.
There is.
Listen, I have a resume full of conflict that I have a resume full. Listen. It's coming.
It happens. Okay?
It goes down, you know? Listen. So if you don't know how to navigate through that, then listen and keep your head, keep your mind, keep your level headed because some things are going to make you stumble.
Yeah.
Some things are going to make you upset, but do you know how to navigate being upset?
Right. And it's not about like putting your feelings to the side. It's just addressing it together and working through it. And that's it.
Exactly.
You know? So that was really big. And I'm proud of us for that.
I'm proud of us too.
You know, I'm very proud of us for that. Okay. So with that being said, so we talked about marketing. We talked about the Boss Collective. We talked about A Girl with Style and all these other things that you've done. But with all these pivots and these turns and these challenges that you faced, what advice would you give to a new entrepreneur or somebody who's trying to build from the ground up?
What advice would I give? Advice would I give? I would say follow your dreams. And I say that in a sense of like, be fearless. Because we already said things will come into your way. The path is not clear.
At all.
The path is so hazy. Okay.
Twists and turns.
The path can be hazy. You may feel unequipped.
That's a big one.
You may feel less than. and you may want to give up. And I would tell them, don't give up. I would tell them to organize themselves. I would tell them to invest in personal development. Invest in your personal development. And I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, you can never invest too much in yourself.
No.
Ever.
No. Personal development has actually been the most one of the biggest things to help me navigate business, because I realize that I'm only as good, my business is only as good as I am.
Right. That's very important.
And that is like, it's 100% a reflection of who you are. And so if you're unorganized, if you are just raggedy, if you're raggedy, that business is gonna be raggedy, okay? Like from customer service, like if you do not know how to handle conflict, your customer service is going to be horrible. Your business is going to be raggedy. Your finances are going to be out of order. You have to invest in yourself. You have to invest in your discipline and your personal development. Seriously. And that's like step one, because getting organized in your life, knowing how to set goals and actually meeting them and how to be dedicated, all of that is personal development.
Wow.
So yeah.
I love that. Do you have any specific like resources or books or anything that you'd recommend for new entrepreneurs? Or any entrepreneur?
Yeah. So with personal development, honestly, one of the biggest things that I like to be yelled at. So Eric Thomas is somebody, because I'm hard-headed.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so hard-headed.
Oh my God.
I'm so hard-headed. I need somebody to yell at me, because
like, Bianca, no.
Listen, get up. Because he be yelling.
We're like, this is a real life, y'all.
No,
I promise
listen,
you. Like, this is
listen.
our conversation.
Listen, Eric Thomas be yelling at you, but in the Lord's name. So he does. He got a church now. So yeah, Eric Thomas is definitely like, if you're looking for motivation, but also personal development. I feel like he also ties both of that, personal development and motivation, into some of his speeches, but also some of his sermons, because now he does like motivation, but also with the Word of God, which I thought was like taking it to another level, right? Nice. So I love that. I also listen to a podcast called The Social Proof. It is a entrepreneurship podcast, and they talk a lot about different aspects of entrepreneurship. I would say YouTube, honestly, like if you are looking for like how to organize my life, how to get more discipline, how to do time management, all of these things can be Googled and YouTubed and TikToked. Like you can look up all of this stuff. I would say definitely read books on it. If you're looking for a book to motivate you, I say The Alchemist. That was the first book that I read that I was like, what?
Okay, so it made an impact.
Yeah. Have you read it?
I'm
okay.
going to now.
I can let you borrow it. I've let other people borrow it. But The Alchemist, and I low-key want to read it again. But The Alchemist is one of those. Like it's like almost like the Four Agreements.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's something that will change your mindset for sure.
Gotcha.
So that is definitely an important book to read. And I just read a lot of self-help books on finances, on the, I think her name is The Budgetista. She has like a finance book, Think and Grow Rich. There's so many different books out there that you could read. But definitely always educate yourself. I think at some point in your day, in your week, there should be an education component.
Yes.
Yeah.
Consistently.
No, like, yeah, seriously. Seriously, like education doesn't stop. Like after school, it does not stop, especially if you're in business.
Yeah, you have no choice.
No, you have to keep, especially the way the world is changing with like AI and all of this stuff. You have to constantly be educating yourself.
Yeah, so true. Well, Bianca, it was great to sit down and talk to you. I just want you to take a moment to kind of let everybody know how they can keep in touch with you and check out everything that you're doing and all the things that we talked about.
Yes. Well, my name is Bianca Belab, and I'm the owner of a creative station. If you would like to get in contact with me, you can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I am at acreativestation.com. It is a digital marketing agency, and we specialize in social media management, content creation, and becoming your remote marketing department.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much, Bianca, for sharing your story. And I hope that it definitely encourages everybody else out there because it encouraged me. And we look forward to having you again.
I'm ready.
So y'all be sure to look out for Bianca in the future. And also remember to stay tuned for the Sit Down Season 4 live.
Yes.
Woo! Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much for tuning into the Sit Down pre-show. I appreciate it. Hey, look, we have some exciting news coming down the pipeline with the Sit Down Live Season 4. Okay, so be on the lookout for that information, dates and times. We're going to be getting that all out. We're looking to start production around early next year, but we'll finalize a few things and then we'll send those dates and times out there where you guys can purchase your tickets, okay? If you're interested in that, you want to connect with what we're doing, you can inquire at contactthesitdown@gmail.com. Also, if you're interested in being a guest on the show, or if you want to showcase your gift or talent in one of our spotlight segments, you can inquire about that. Same email, send us an email, contactthesitdown@gmail.com. If you want to join the family, you can inquire that too. We're always looking for people to add to what we're doing. So listen, thank y'all so much for tuning in, and we'll holler at you next time, all right? Deuces.
Everyone, and welcome to the Safe Space. This is our very first episode of this new segment, and we're going to be talking about a man's world, understanding the male experience in modern dating. So joining us today, we have Dr. Love Jones, who is an author and a level up coach. And we have Jannard McNeil, who is a serial entrepreneur. We have Alexander Dixon, who is a certified coach. And then we have Bryce Greenford, who is an educator with OCPS. So we're going to start the conversation today with a question, but before I do that, we're going to be basically picking a number. So if I call your name and ask you to pick a number, you're going to go ahead and pick that number, and then we're going to talk about that question. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, so for the first question I have for you guys, since this is the safe space and we're all about having the hard conversations in healthy ways, my first question for you guys is, when is the last time you felt safe in a relationship? It's the looks for me. Let's talk about it.
Well, you sure you want to start this off with this one? That just had a nice silence across the board.
I'll just say I felt safe this morning when I woke up. So you know, I've been married for 2.5 years now. So and I have a great relationship with my wife. So I feel pretty secure with mine. But that came with, you know, a lot of communication, a lot of, you know, figuring out who we are together as a partnership and, you know, who we are separately as people too and how we work together. So, you know, that safety did take time to figure out, you know.
And we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But I want to hear from, I guess I'll just, Alex, what about you? When's the last time you can remember feeling safe?
I always feel safe. You know,
Physically or emotionally?
Just with self, you know, the relationship with myself, and then calling in a partner that also matches my safety, right? And so, yeah, I always feel safe. Whenever I feel uneasy or I'm not safe, then something that don't work for me. So I prioritize my safety.
I like it. I like it. Jannard, what about you?
Oh, okay.
I gotta kind of go the opposite of what he just said and say, like, I can honestly say, like, I really never felt safe. Like, emotionally, I feel like, you know, every woman that I talked to chose themselves over just us.
Oh, wow.
So, definitely, I can say I've never felt safe. So that's my answer.
My answer is kind of in alignment, but I'm gonna say I take accountability. For me, never put myself in a position to know what it means to be safe, and never setting that boundary so I can be safe in a relationship. So for me, growing up, I grew up in North New Jersey. It was a safe environment that I grew up in. So I'm used to never being in a safe environment in the first place. So being in a relationship that was not safe was never really a big deal to me because that was normal. And so I could say for the most part, I've had moments of that, but I never had a relationship where I could say I was safe.
Wow. So now I'm curious. So when we talk about safety, especially emotional safety, like what does that look like for a man? Like, can you describe what that would look like, feel like, be like?
I would say safety for a man is his ability to be himself, his emotional self, his toxic self, without feeling like he's judged or making him seem like he's less of a man. And one of the things that gets thrown around that kind of hurts my nerves, especially with women out here, is they will say they will use the term boy to describe a man that they feel is not manly, right? And my biggest problem is because slavery, they called us boy. So when you use the term boy, you're just demeaning him further, even if he doesn't represent what you call manhood. The term boy gets thrown around too much, and that's going to cause not any man to feel safe. So I think just in that regard, I think we could learn how to cultivate safetyness by acknowledging that a man, because by definition, man is a adult male. So if he's an adult, he's a man. So just love that person. So for me, I think those are the ways we could get started.
Okay. Then do you have some thoughts on that? Like you were thinking about something.
I would say that question is kind of subjective.
Okay.
For everybody who get asked that question, I think you're gonna have multiple answers. What safety looks like to me is just being able to, be who I am. Sometimes I'm silly, I'm jokeful, and being with the opposite person who's always serious, I feel like you're gonna bump heads a lot with a person who's always serious. They can't take your jokes or whatever. They can't, so I honestly feel like, it's a safe space for me to be able to be serious when I want to be serious, be jokeful when I want to be, and having that person to actually just understand who I am, who she's with, and, take it in and be able to be jokeful with me when I'm jokeful. And, I think that, that's why I stand with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was expressing to you all before we got on here was that I really wanted to create a space where men can talk about their feelings without having to deal with combative responses, right? And so even just now listening to what you guys were saying, so my approach to that would be, okay, so what I heard you say was, when a woman degrades me, when a woman doesn't know how to have fun or is always serious, when a woman makes me feel judged for expressing how I feel, those are the things that don't make me feel safe. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would add too is when your vulnerability is weaponized against you.
Oh, that's a big one. Okay, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so let's just say, and I've dealt with this in past relationships where I would say in a vulnerable moment, express it. And then when there's an argument that happens, whatever you express get thrown back at you as a way to get back at you. So it kind of levels the playing field in a sense. It's really like a cheap shot. Yeah. But, when you do that, that develops distrust. And at that moment, I don't feel safe no more.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like a betrayal of trust because you trusted somebody with that sensitive information and then they turned and used it against you. Yeah, I totally get that. Let's hear from this side of the couch.
So, I feel what y'all are saying. Like, I was saying my relationship right now feels safe. That's because that's built on almost 8 years at this point of being friends, being in a relationship, being married, learning each other's communication style. But I've been in relationships in the past where the communication was not there whatsoever. We'd have fights all the time. It's very emotionally draining. And I think that's a problem that a lot of people, especially kind of in our generation and the generation beneath us, Gen Z, they're dealing with that right now. There's a big generational communication gap happening right now that it seems like people are struggling. They're struggling to be able to have a clear path of communication between each other, and the solutions are varied. I don't know what's the right solution for everybody, and I think kind of like you were saying, it's subjective. You gotta figure out what everybody's partnership is like. Your partnership with one person is going to look way different than the next person who might come along.
Yeah. So
I feel that.
yeah.
What do you think, Al?
Your question, I don't want to have a misstep. The follow-up question.
Describe what safety, emotional safety, would be like for you in a relationship.
Comfort. Somebody that adds to my life. I just think that when you release the need and the want of a partner, and you get into yourself and go back to the childhood version of yourself, and if you can have somebody that's safe, that you trust to go back with you, that way that you're not alone in that space, and then give that little version of yourself a hug and nurture that little version, and then really do the steps to heal and work on for self, not for partner, but for self. You'll attract or call in a partner that doesn't make you feel. And when I did have those partners, I guess in the past, I just took personal responsibility because I co-created that relationship. I co-created that situation. I co-created that experience. And so I got to take personal responsibility for me to grow, because that person moves on, but I have the pieces to progress. Really good. So I just think safety is always going to come back to how do you feel? How do you make yourself feel safe?
That is so good.
I want to bounce off a point, kind of that point, but also kind of the point that Dr. Love Jones brought up. That kind of some people, when they try to have an argument in a relationship, they might choose to denigrate. They might choose to use the language that will make you feel small, make you feel emasculated. But you got to, when you're in a partnership with somebody, treat them with respect. We talked a little bit about this earlier, but if you're going into a relationship with somebody that you want, especially somebody you want to have as your life partner, you need to think about, am I going to be comfortable being with this person for the rest of my life? And if I'm not, what am I doing here? And also, if I want to be comfortable with this person for the rest of my life, am I treating them with the kind of respect that they deserve? And are they treating me with the kind of respect that I deserve? So, it builds on each other. You treat them with respect, and hopefully they treat you with respect back. And if you're not getting it, you gotta evaluate partnership.
Yeah, and I want to also add too, and that's in what Alex said. Touched on the first thing I said was I took first blame because I didn't know how to set that boundary.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't know how to set a boundary, then you got to realize that that's on you, that you allow someone to disrespect you. You allow someone to betray your trust, right? If you had that boundary in the first place. So for me, what I had to learn is that I had to love me the way I need to love me, so I can create and cultivate a loving relationship where a partner can love me on that level. So for me, and he said it was so true, you got to be your own safe space, right? And that's where it starts with for yourself. And that's the thing that I had to learn within my journey, is that I got so used to living in the environments that I live I didn't realize until I moved to Florida that, oh my God, safety feels this way. So when you're growing up in a toxic environment, you kind of, safety is not your priority, you know? So now when you get older and as you value yourself, you start to realize, oh, it feels good over here to be able to see. And that's how you set that boundary, by starting with yourself.
And it's almost like to go off of what you were saying with like being introduced to what safety is.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like your nervous system gets a break. You know, like you have to reset your whole nervous system to be like, okay, I don't have to fight or flight anymore. And I can breathe. I can relax. You know?
People can't really, maybe bold to say, but people can't really heal people. If you can heal the nervous system of someone, like by making them feel safe, then they can heal their heart. But that's their journey, not yours, right?
That's
a fact.
That's a good point. But like you guys said, it's a journey. It's about figuring yourself out and doing the work and putting that time in, you know? I wanted to piggyback off of something you said, Bryce, before we move on about respect. I think most of the issues in relationships that I personally heard about so far have to do with, at least from the male perspective, respect, right? Like the way that, how can I put this? Women value love if you want to feel loved.
Right.
But our equivalent, or your equivalent to that would be respect. Right. So what love is to us, respect is to y'all. Okay. That's super important. And so I think we have to, as women, and this is just my personal take on that part, understand how powerful our vows are when it comes to, you know, respect and how we can either help to build up or tear down.
Right.
And I think it's unfortunate that we do use our mouth that way sometimes, but that's also where our process comes in. You know, but I think that's really huge, like to be mindful of, like to let women know to be mindful of the words that we use so that we're not demeaning or disrespecting or making the person that we love feel unsafe. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And, you know, it's kind of, it goes, like you're saying, it's how we use our words, how we choose to communicate with our partners is a big part of what makes a relationship pass or fail, you know? It creates an environment of mutual trust if you know that you can come to your partner with your problems and know that that's going to be respected. And that doesn't always mean, like, as a man, that you're going to get a free pass for everything like that you do. Like, let's say, oh, I went out drinking with my friends like 5 nights in a row and didn't come back until like 3 a.m, didn't tell my wife where I was, wouldn't get a pass. But, you know, a reasonable expectation where like I just didn't call her back once. And then it's like, oh my God, you didn't call me back. You know, you must be out with some or other, you know, you ain't gonna get that kind of treatment where there's like a level of respect, like, you know, like, listen, I'm gonna get back to you. There's security in a relationship, you know, because there's levels to it. People have different expectations, but you've got to communicate those expectations to your partner. What kind of relationship am I trying to have, right? Yeah, that's.
I love how we have all these different like perspectives on the conversation. We have the married perspective, we have the, you know, the single perspective. So I think it's really cool to have like the two different dynamics here. Alex, pick a number for me.
4.
4? All right, let's do 4. Love 4. I'm intrigued. All right, question number 4. Okay, yep, this is right up your alley, Alex. What has your experience with dating taught you about yourself?
It's taught me about myself. I mean, as of recently, it has taught me a lot about my heart. You know, being raised with 2 sisters and a mother, and going through that journey, right, of a healing journey, right? And those journeys aren't always fun.
Yeah.
Right. But just knowing that, you know, I've watched the women in my life nurture me and take care of me and provide for me and, you know, taught me how to communicate my frustration without anger. Right. And then so when I meet a woman, I really can't say I had any bad experiences. You know, I met some amazing women, but at the end of the day, they just weren't for me, not to take anything away from them, whether they were selfish or not, maybe they were selfish because of their upbringing, right? And maybe I was a giver because of mine, right? But when that lack of boundary, you know, is in place, our expectations, our values are, misaligned. For me personally, I just never had a problem like moving on. So if it just didn't sit well with me, if I didn't feel like we can throw the word masculinity in there, right? And feminine. And whenever I felt like, I don't know if I could cuss, but like if I felt like a little child, I guess, and I couldn't speak up, right? Then that was something that made me feel uneasy. And if I value growth, and if that person, right, maybe that person had an example of maybe her mother met, or had maybe her mother and her father, maybe they show her love out of fear, right? And so when it comes to me, if I go outside, it's control, right? Trying to dictate how I do things, and so a lot of it has to do with, it's going to like unresolved trauma, right? But you can go on that journey with people, but they have to continue to do the work themselves.
That's it. We keep getting back to drawing these boundaries. We may have to unpack that a little more in a second. But Jannard, same question. What has dating taught you about yourself?
Hey, definitely, and I think I told you this a while ago as well, putting more love into myself than I do someone else.
Unpack that for me.
Yeah. I guess with the way that I was brought up and the way that, I saw love, I always looked at a love standpoint from a protective role. So I always, put the protection of them over myself, their feelings, their body, I protect the person who I'm with more than myself. I allow them to get off their chest what they want to say. And it's like when they get me upset, then I gotta kind of not say what I want to say, because I know I'm gonna try to hit back hard. So I would say learning how to communicate better would be, a better thing for me. And just, I don't know, communication. I would say that communication is real big. In a relationship, I guess it taught me that I didn't really know how to communicate as well as I thought I did.
Wow.
A lot of people feel like when they're talking, they're communicating, and that's not true. So, I definitely had to go back to the drawing board and get help and understand that just because you're moving your mouth, it doesn't mean you're communicating. So, definitely, I feel like sometimes we got to go back to the drawing board and understand just because we're a man and women say we're a boy, sometimes when women say that we're a boy, they're not saying it in a way of, racism. They may be saying it in a way of, we don't know how to communicate, or we don't know how to do this. And they're seeing that we don't know how to do that. So they're like, oh, that's what boys do. Little boys, they communicate like that. So sometimes we might have to go back to the drawing board and see that they said it like that. And it's like when a woman talk like that, sometimes they need to work on how they say things. And we got to actually take in things as well. Like, what does she mean by that? And that could be the next follow-up question for her. What did you mean by that? When you called me a boy, and then it's like a twofold thing. Like, she can work on how she communicate with you, and then you can work on your overall thing on how to communicate, period. So, with me, I definitely had to go back to the drawing board because I didn't know how to communicate well. So that would be something that I actually learned about myself. Yeah.
Okay. So I definitely get what you're saying about and I appreciate the transparency first off.
of like trying to understand what she meant by what she said.
Yeah.
Instead of just automatically getting offended. But even so, like you said, it's not okay to just demean somebody because you don't understand them or because you don't agree with the way that they're behaving. You know? And so I guess what you were basically saying is like you think sometimes women say that to indicate there's an area of immaturity.
Yeah, and the way that they said it could be fixed. So
Yeah.
I think that in every situation, it's a learning experience there for both sides. And it's up for you to actually see where it's for you to learn.
Right.
And she have to do the same thing. So, yeah.
Can I just say, like, I don't subscribe to the whole, like, you know, you're a man or you're a boy mentality. And that's largely because I know a lot of great men in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that all men are dogs and all that other crap that you hear, because I know too many great men, and you guys are a great example of that, you know, actually uphold the standard. You know what I mean? So I think it's important to address that. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, touch on what you said. I do agree with what you said. Everything that's said to you doesn't have to be what you take it as, right? It's always an impactful moment. But I mentioned that for the reason is one person can say, all right, we can unpack it. But for another person, that feeling is the meaning. And what we understand, my feelings are not logical. Right? You can say something, and I remember I grabbed the woman by her arm, not like on a rough way, but just to grab her attention. And she blacked out because she had experience where someone violated her. So emotions and triggers are not based off logic. It's based off feeling, right? And when you say something that makes someone feel low, whatever is on that vibrational level all feels the same. And that's kind of why I say women should be wary of the words they use, because you don't know if you want a man to be better, you don't speak to him low to expect him to rise to the king that you want him to be. You got to speak up to the king he wants to be and find him to be to that. And if you're not willing to speak up to him, then be willing to deal with the fact that he might be the very manifestation of what your idea of him is. And that's why I believe we all should be wary of our thoughts, other things, or how we speak to each other. Just like I gotta be careful how I speak to a woman. I can't just be lashing out B's and H's and all these terms if I want her to be the queen that I want her to be,
right?
Or the goddess that I want her to be. So you gotta learn. We have to learn how to be able to express how we feel without the meaning.
Yes, I agree.
And that's the main point of that. So,
right. You know how, like, when you say, like, boundaries, like, a boundary that I would use was, hey, can you please not talk to me like that? If you do that again, I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And 3 of those for me, 3 boundaries crossing of mine, I exit. Right. I'll let you know why it is that I'm exiting. So when you lay your head on that pillow at night, you know why you're not welcome here anymore. Right. But also to be in a space where if me and this person is together, then we're both trying to go deeper than we have ever been.
Yeah.
But I will not be disrespected, you know.
So I got a point I want to build on that too, actually. And off your points, it goes back to kind of why we're here in the first place. That a lot of women or a lot of people trying to date men in the first place don't know what's going on with men, don't know why we're having the issues we're having. And I think part of that is a lot of men don't know how to communicate their own boundaries sometimes. And I think it takes a lot of self-learning on our part to get to the point where we can even express what kind of boundaries we need, or even to know what boundaries we need. And if, let's say, a woman is interested in a man, she's trying to pursue him, but her whole life, or at least for the majority of her life, has kind of been validated in being able to feel comfortable with her feelings. But then she goes to a man that is not comfortable with expressing his feelings whatsoever. Because a lot of men aren't. They're treated like anytime you are too happy, oh, you being a little effeminate. Anytime you're too angry, you get cussed out. Or you might get in trouble with somebody if you're too angry. you know, and you're not, but you, at the same time, you're not taught how to regulate those emotions. And that, as an educator, is something that I see a lot. Kids aren't taught how to regulate their emotions a lot. And that ends up falling back on us as educators, or falling on their parents. But a lot of times, these kids make it to adulthood, and then it falls on their partners.
Well, and what I wanted to say is that's the major part. We're never been taught how to regulate emotion. We're taught to not have emotion. Being a Caribbean American as I am, growing up in that household and growing up, it's like having emotions as a boy was synonymous with being weak. And so we're never taught that it's okay to cry. You're never taught to say it's okay to express pain. If it's not expressing aggression, then it's seen as weak. So how we growing up, is whatever emotion has to be aggressive. And now if you take that and you level up with hormones and a deep voice and a big presence, you can see how destructive that can be. It can be for an adult.
Right.
So that's why it's important that we have these conversations. That number one, crying is a form of detoxification, meaning whatever ill energy you feel and you cry, you're releasing. And feeling pain, we deserve empathy too. We deserve to understand that we have our own emotions and our own frustrations and that we deal with. And the best way for us is to make us feel normal in that moment, not make us seem like we're strange, lesser. Because especially if you look up history, we have a big problem when it comes to anything that makes us look weak. And that's a very deep history understanding. So our presence needs to be respected whenever we're feeling our emotion.
Wow.
I got my mom will be up. She would when she watches this, she's not. So I'm also Caribbean and Hispanic, right? And so my mom always taught me to honor my heart, like, in that emotion, in that space. And she said, man, you know, if you're gonna cry, like, go do it in your room, but don't let nobody see you with your head down. And I feel like there's power in that, because when people do see you with your head down and your head in your chest and you are crying, you are sad, most people look at that as a position of weakness, right? And so learn how to deal with self, learn how to pray, learn how to go to people that you can trust, you know, and it's important that we do create healthy community, right? But there are people who grow up in households from fear and survival. And then you cannot have love. You can either have one or the other. I grew up in a household off of love, you know, and so that's why I say a lot of things that I don't think that I've had a hard life. I think that my journey may have been different, right? But I do think that I've had challenges that are different than everybody else's experience, right? It's the journey of life. Like, so I love it. But I do understand what he's saying. In a Caribbean household, you are very much, it is a structure. It is, this is what you're gonna do. Men work hard labor jobs, men don't have. But I think that my mom just took an alternative route with me, because she saw that I was shutting down literally at like 13 years old when you're talking to me that way. So.
Wow, shout out to mom. Oh, no. Gotta commend that. Right, go ahead and pick a number for me.
Let's do 7.
Okay. Stop that.
Hell, I ain't get to answer that question. No, I'm joking.
Okay, question 7. Okay. What are some steps that you think men and women can take to try to bridge some of the divide that we have today in modern relationships? We kind of touched on a few, but let's go in a little deeper.
Patience, having patience with your partner. If you're going into a new relationship, let's take it from the new relationship aspect. If you're going into a new relationship with somebody and you want to get to know them, you want to understand, hey, what brings you peace? What makes you feel safe? I want to be that safety for you. I want to be that peace for you. Say that in and of itself is a good thing, but actually sitting there, having the patience to let them work that out, because maybe they haven't thought about it, or maybe they haven't had the space or the time to think about it. Because a big thing that I have seen with some of my friends' relationships, and you know, the ones that they have had successfully or failed, is that they have had patience in the success for each other and for building the kind of relationship that they need to be the best version of themselves and to help their partner be the best version of themselves as well. So,
I love that.
Yeah. You can go that way. Honestly.
All right, Denard, I haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, I was hearing what he was saying. You know, when people see you crying, they look at it as, you know, a form of weakness.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually just hit me that I think that when people look at you when you're crying as a form of weakness is it's not a mature way of looking at things, I would say. Because if anybody look at you when you're crying and see it as a form of weakness, I feel like it's them basically saying that they don't have those rough moments or tough moments where they cry. You can go in a room, but you still cry. It makes me more of a man to show my emotions in front of people. So I would say, like, when people look at you, like, I cry wherever. I definitely cry wherever I'm at. If I feel something, I definitely cry where I'm at. I just cried at work, and I work in a hospital. You know, like, anybody who saw me crying, they saw me crying. But nobody messed with me if you ever felt it was weakness in me on the level where you will put your hands on me, it's totally crazy. So it's like, definitely, I think that it's crazy for somebody to look at it as a weakness, because what would be weak about that person? It's like, do you cry? Have you cried? Okay, well, you've been weak as well. So, I definitely would say that crying doesn't make you weak.
I agree.
And what you were saying, basically you were saying have balance. You know, a lot of people don't know how to balance their emotions and their feelings and what they're saying. So just have balance. And it's a learning process.
Yeah.
That's definitely learning. A lot of people are not even around the right people to even learn that. So you see a person who you're attached to, and you just be like, man, I want to learn from them. And they may be failing in that area. And they try to teach you. Now they're putting, you know, something that they never had teaching on over something that you never had teaching on. Now you double scarred. So I just feel like it's find right people, like he said, the community of people, you know, who you can learn from and actually vet them out for a while. Like, a friendship and a relationship is kind of the same thing. When you have friends, like, I've known her for years, so I know it's a lot of things that I can look at her and say, I can learn this from her. But a lot of times we see people because they're dressed nice, they have money, they have nice cars, and be like, I want to learn this from them. And a lot of these people be portraying. Yeah. So a lot of times we look at them and we start to pick up things from them, and we don't even understand. They're not even giving their authentic self.
Right.
So then we start to pick up a generic version of who we want to be, who we try to be, and we don't even realize that we're taking ourselves more. So definitely, I've learned in my 34 years of living, just find the right people that genuinely love you and can genuinely tell you when you're falling, when you're failing, and just keep learning.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, life is a learning process.
I want to back you up on that, because I'm currently grieving. I'll tell everybody, I lost my grandmother a week ago, right? And I know by the time y'all see this, it's gonna be whatever. But as it's recorded, I lost my grandmother a week ago. What I've learned is that I don't like crying. Right? Crying doesn't feel good. So what I'm not doing is hiding my tears, because who I am at that moment, there's nothing weak about me. So I realize that I'm strong even in my most vulnerable moments, because strength is vulnerability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And understanding that there's nothing about me weak. So even if I cry, I don't feel weak. I don't feel lesser. But because I don't like that feeling, I've learned to normalize the conversation, express it, don't hide from it, realize that, and then the tears come to my eyes and they come out. Yeah. So we learned to protect ourselves, but in reality, we look backwards. It's ourselves we need to express.
Yeah.
And that's who it is. Who we are, we taught to protect our heart, protect this person. The truth is, our heart protects us. If you understand metaphysics, our heart protects us. So the reason why people get heartbroken because you was suffocating your heart, so your heart didn't get enough strength. So when something happened, you took it harder than what you really supposed to take. So we all realize that our true self needs to be expressed. Emotions are meant to be expressed, not held. That's why it's called emotion, energy, motion.
Yeah.
If you're not expressing emotion, then you're only going to put yourself in a state of being that's not going to be true to who you really came here to be.
It's the breakdown for me.
I was just gonna say, like, that's stuff that people don't know. So you just taught me something, and like those type of teachings is what people actually need to learn. But if they actually just looking at emotions as a feeling, then people gonna keep feeling in that area. So I think the breakdown of it was dope. What you just said.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so good. Okay, so one more thing before we get out of here, and I feel like we may have to do a part 2 because
I was like,
barely even scratched the surface of all the things we could have talked about. But I really appreciate all of you being willing to share your transparency and to share your experiences while you've been on here. But before we go, I got one more thing to ask y'all. I need you to take about 30 seconds to tell me one thing that you think men and women can do to start facilitating the healing process as far as like bringing us all closer together. So I guess I'll start on this side.
All right. One thing they could do, that men and women could do to facilitate a healing process, start to get that kind of connection back, understand each other, is listen. You need to listen. You need to actually sit down and listen to your partners. You know, if you're not actually taking in the words that they're saying, holding it close to your heart and processing it, understanding where it's coming from, and asking them questions. If you don't understand, ask them. That's the whole point. Learning is key. That's why I became a teacher. I love the process of learning. I like learning myself, and I like showing other people how great learning can be. That's true of relationships too. You gotta listen in order to learn.
That's awful.
Thing that man and woman could do better to heal together. I don't know, be open to receive love.
Okay.
Like the good kind, right? Be open to receive love and know that every day is not going to be sunshine and rainbows, you know, and it's okay to not be okay, right? Because I think we all struggle away. And so just ask yourself, you know, what do you want in a partner, right? Write a list, write that down. Go on your phone, and something that I do and I teach my students is put a green charger emoji next to their name if they give you energy. Put a red charge emoji if they drain your energy. Really look to see who you giving your energy to. And then also, you know, get around more people who teach you things, right? Podcasts, places like this, social media following. Maybe you gotta stop scrolling so much and start unfollowing people and subscribing to people who actually teach you something. Open up a book, I guess.
All these All right, Janard.
I would say find a relationship coach.
Good.
Like, and I know that's not the norm, but I know a relationship coach and she dope. And definitely before, like when you come with your mate, you know, thing she do is give you a test. And she asks you questions about your mate to try to break down like what areas the relationship need help in. And I think that's a great start because now you have a base of where to go from there. A lot of people are not used to that type of growing, but I mean, what we've been doing is not working. So, you know, definitely, you know, if we want to try to grow in the right areas with that person and go to those places that, you know, we've never been before, we need help. We got to understand that doing it by ourselves is not
always the right thing to do, because if we could do it ourselves, we would have been done it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say get a relationship coaching and grow from there.
Awesome.
I would say fill your cup up first before you start pouring into others. Think when we start to realize who we are requires our own, the love that you want to receive from someone, you got to give it to yourself. The love that you want to give to someone, you want to give it to yourself. And if everybody takes this approach, it will be helpful, because now you can incorporate love into what you really desire within each other.
Yeah.
See, we often try to love from a struggle place, and love and struggle is two opposite frequencies. You can't bring that together. So you gotta, so the truth is, if you have abundance of love within you, then you have abundance of love to share. If you have a lack of love within you, then you're gonna be lacking in love out there.
Ooh, nice.
Not the love.
Right. All right. Well, once again, thank you all so much. This was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Because I feel like there's so much that we can learn, especially as women, like about the male experience, you know, to really help us to understand you all better. And I appreciate you guys for trusting me enough to come on here and talk.
Or is happening to do something. I appreciate you taking charge, being a woman, seeing the conversation, realizing that we need to be heard, and creating this safe space for us to be able to do that. So, and stay here.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Well, guys, this was our first episode of The Safe Space. Let us know what you think about it in the comments. And you will also be able to find all of our guests' social media, so you can go ahead and look them up and hear more of the wisdom that they have to share with you all. But yeah, this was The Safe Space, a man's world, understanding the male experience in modern dating. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time.
What is going on, everyone? Thank y'all so much for joining us for another episode of the Sit Down Pre-Show. And joining me for this conversation is producer, technical director, cinematographer. He's also a teacher, licensed minister, principal. I know his list is extremely long. He's a husband, a father, my friend, Lamar Shealy.
Yeah, man.
What is going on, bro? I'm gonna bring the fist bump back, because this is what we was doing like in like the first 3 seasons of the Sit Down.
Okay,
Fist bump, I guess we're gonna bring it back for this. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll do it for this one, man.
Man, thank you for joining me.
Man, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited about this.
So you come from like behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying, running the switcher, doing all that type of stuff, to now just sitting in front of here. And you still had to kind of like do the same thing here.
Yeah, you know, that's never gonna leave. That's what I do.
Yeah.
You know.
What got you into doing like all this media stuff anyways?
So let's backtrack. So I was a musician. I know we'll get more into that later.
Yeah.
I started as a musician. Things happened, moved, came back, things of that nature. And when I came back, I could never really get back into being a musician as much as I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And even before I left, I was doing audio and playing the piano at the same time. So when I came back, it was kind of like, okay, where is my place?
Yeah.
I still play some, still was doing that, and it's just, we had somebody else doing video. I hopped back into audio because everything was all tore up and messed up, fixed that, and then just started. One day, the guy that was doing the photography and the videography just wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, so
yeah, I
picked up the camera and just fell in love.
Yeah.
And just kept going.
And that was at your church?
That was at my church.
Yeah. And that's the same church you go to right now?
Yes.
How long you been there for?
I've been there since I was 15 years old, and I'm 38 now.
Dang, me too. When's your birthday?
August 23rd.
And I'm August 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, we got a lot in common. How long you been married?
I've been married for 13 years.
13, okay, you got me on marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Yeah, 13 years.
And that's a whole story within itself.
That's a whole story. We've been together for 18 years.
18?
Mm-hmm.
And so 18 years, so y'all met Out of high school or in high school?
We met after high school. So the funny story about the way we met was I went to West Orange High School, okay? And I was in chorus. So, I was singing. And then her brother happened to be our intern at the school, but I never knew her because she went to a different school. So, I used to play the piano at the school. I used to there play the piano. And when her and her mother used to come pick him up, they would see a black kid playing the piano. She would never knew it was me. I didn't even know she was back there. So once we met through another mutual friend after graduation, we were talking about it. And she was like, yeah, my brother, this, that, and it. And so I said, hey, you used to play the piano there all the time. She was like, yeah, I remember somebody. I said, yeah, that was me.
Wow.
I got an even crazier thing about it that I found out, I think, a few months ago. So I was born in California, military brat.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Her father was in the military too.
Wow.
She was in California. Her father, she wasn't born in California, but they were in California when I was born. Like around that same time.
Yeah?
They were in California.
That's crazy.
It's a crazy thing.
Yeah. So y'all was like kind of, well, not like in each other's lives, but like around each other.
From the beginning.
Wow.
It's insane.
That's deep. So going back to the media side of your life, I wanted to ask you this because a lot of times when people are like move like as proficiently, I think I said that right, as you do, like that's like kind of like a young thing. It's in them and they kind of move in that. So like you started at 15 years old.
I started playing the piano at the church
piano
at 15. I've been playing the
15.
piano since I was probably like 8, 9.
Wow. So you had that, I guess, like performance side of you. So what takes you from being in front of a camera to being behind it? Is it just like responding to a need?
Well, as a musician, you're never really in front. You're backing someone up, generally, most of the time. So I was always used to being kind of in the background. When we were younger, my sister used to sing. I sang as well, but she was always the one that went out and sang. We had a group at one point where I played for them, and I actually used to record music, interestingly enough.
Yeah?
I remember you used to also. I remember. Yes. So I was always used to being in the background anyway, being the playing, because, usually the person that sings up front, musicians off to the side in the back. So I was always used to that. I never just craved to be in the front.
Yeah.
That's how I always was.
Yeah. That's crazy. And so, and you move into the media side, what was that like? So how old were you when you started doing that at your church?
The sound side, I've been doing that for a very long time. My pastor actually started a show. I was helping out with the show, just being there, I'm a techie at heart.
Yeah.
Just helping out with different things like that. I wasn't editing the show. I kind of learned a little bit about it at that time. And I just kind of went on the back burner. I wasn't really thinking about it. It just really came out of necessity.
Yeah.
We needed somebody to do it at the church. I started doing it. And that's just how I fell in love. I don't know what happened. It's just, once I started really getting out of the music scene, doing it as much as I used to after I moved from Michigan, I just needed something else that I was really passionate about.
Yeah.
I still love music. I still play the piano. I still sing some, but I don't really miss it as much as I thought I would.
Me neither. See, I never did I did play the drums. Like my dad's a pastor. He had his own church for a time when I was growing up, and I played the drums. And then I left playing the drums, started rapping, and then now getting into like producing projects. Like, you don't miss music as much. I think that there's so many ways that you can move in this production space, cinematography space, however you want to title, what it is that we do. There's so many avenues you can go with this. So like, you can always do something. And you move sometimes, well, not sometimes, you move a lot deeper than even what I do, because you school me on a lot of stuff that I learned too. So I guess like you brought up passion, you know, being passionate about it. So when you get into it, when a person, so let's talk about passions really fast. So when a person engages in something, do you think that a person can find passion in something that they're not passionate about? Or maybe that's something dormant in a person, and when they find it, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, it kind of blows up on them.
That's an interesting question. I think you can find passion in, I guess let's talk about me. I like pushing people. All right. So one of the things, being at the church I've been for so long, I like to play the background role to help things happen.
Right.
So you always need somebody kind of to be your microphone or your amplifier or your bullhorn, whatever you want to call it, to kind of amplify what you're doing. So they have the vision. I attach to that vision and basically try to make that vision be pushed forward. I did the same thing with my mother at the school. Do the same thing at church. Just I'm there. I'm passionate about making those things happen. And when I see something like, when I see people that are doing something that I like or I'm gravitated to, hey, whatever you need me to do to make that happen, we're gonna make that happen.
Yeah. Where does that come from? Is your mom like that?
I actually don't know.
Yeah.
My mom, she's Jamaican, headstrong. She's a go-getter.
Yeah.
She's always been like that. So even when my father being in the military, I remember she had a potato shack in Germany.
A what?
So she didn't own it, but she basically ran it for the owner. And she used to come up with all the type of recipes and everything like that. So she was always headstrong and just go at it. She doesn't like being bored and just sitting at the house.
Yeah.
Even though my father was in the military off in the field, she just likes to do things.
Yeah.
She likes to do things. She likes to try to travel. She likes to do all of that stuff. So I was always like this, go do it. That's what happened with the school. Even this, hey, I want to start a daycare. We started at the house.
Wow.
Then she's like, okay, I want to buy a building. Bought a building on Pine Hills Road. Been there for, 24 years now.
Wow.
And then it's been going. She said, I want to start a school. I said, go for it. She started a school. She wanted to do something else. She's not afraid to just go ahead and just do it. And I don't know. I mean, I got that part. My dad's pretty laid back. He was a little bit different when he was in the military, but he just liked to be laid back.
Yeah.
So I know I got that part, but I don't know about I got that more from my dad.
Yeah.
My dad's a big supporter of people.
Yeah.
So he always does that.
And he supports your mom real hard, bro.
Yes.
So let's talk about that really fast, because I was thinking of a question while I was preparing for this conversation. I thought of a question. So this is a good time to use it. So for people that are watching that don't know, your mom started a school.
Yes.
My son goes to the school. That's actually how we met. And he's been going since he went through the daycare, and now he's up in the school. So, and now you were a teacher at the school before.
Yes.
And now you are the principal.
Principal and owner. So this goes back a long time, actually. And a lot of people don't know this. So after I got out of high school, I did some other jobs. And some way, somehow, I became a substitute teacher. Don't know how that happened. I saw the thing at Kelly Services, and I decided to become a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
And I looked like I was in middle school. So I did that for a while. I traveled around doing it all around Orange County. I substituted for my brother-in-law now. I substituted because he's a chorus teacher. I substituted for my old chorus teacher and a few other teachers around. And this was when I was I think I was 19, 20, around that age. And then I was like, it'd be cool to become a teacher. Then just put it back and never pursued it after that. And then 10 years later, it was around that, no, it was a little bit before 10 years later, maybe about 8, 9 years later. I was talking to my mom when I was in Michigan, and she was talking about starting a school. And I said, go ahead and do it. She was thinking about where to rent it at and do things. Came back did some other jobs, and then she's like, remember that conversation we had when we were at the school? I mean, when we were in Michigan? I think I want you to start teaching. And I was like, that's crazy. I hadn't thought about that for close to a decade. And then just decided I said, all right, let's do it.
Yeah.
And I was already kind of doing it at church because at that time I was over the media team. I always had a lot of teenagers helping out with that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was younger at the church, we were doing stuff with the youth ministry.
Yeah.
So I guess it just all came full circle.
So that part, I guess, being over kids or instructing children or whatever, that instructor piece has been a part of your life.
Yes.
For a while. That's interesting, man.
People call me I over-explain.
They say you over-explain?
I over-explain. I was always told that. I like to over-explain, and I like to figure things out.
Yeah.
So I've cut back a little bit on the over-explain, but as a teacher, you need that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when I don't explain enough, they say, well, I don't understand what you're saying. Well, then let me over-explain it.
Yeah. But I thought about this question, bro. So how is it working that close with like your family? Because it's not, you don't have one person. Me and my wife, we work together on projects. It's just me and my wife. You have your mom, your sister, and is your dad involved?
He's involved somewhat. You know, he's retired, so he helps out when he wants to help out. But
directly, how many family members are like directly
my sister and my
involved?
mother.
Your sister and your mother.
Mm-hmm. My wife kind of helps out some too, but she has her own job.
And your son attends the school.
And my son attends the school. From my sister that works with us.
Yeah.
Her children go there too.
Yeah.
So my second oldest nephew, he's at the school. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Exciting. Great.
Yeah.
Want to pull my hair out.
Yeah.
It's everything all mixed into one.
Yeah.
I've noticed, this is just in anything, especially being in the church for so long and then also working with family. And I worked with my uncle. That was a different experience. It's hard sometimes for people to see you as adults. I'm 38 years old, and every once in a while, the people that I grew up with that remember you as teenagers still treat you as teenagers. And they don't always, they trust you, but then still every once in a while, they still have that kind of, hey, well, you should do this. And it's not in a necessary a way that tries to demean you, but a lot of times it feels like that. So, you know, it's just one of those things that you have to kind of work out and learn how to navigate. And I try not to, do anything in a rude way.
Yeah.
Because it goes the same way. It's like I work with family at church too, because I've been there since I was 15. Most of my life. Besides my family, that's the next most stable people in my life.
Yeah.
Is them.
Yeah. And that type of stability is hard to find in a person.
It is.
So like I commend you on that too, because that is rare. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's a dope side too. And I think that there's pros and cons to everything that we do. There's pros and cons of being that close, working with family, to everything that we do. It's just finding something that fits that person, finding something that fits you. Because I don't think it's a bad thing. I know it can be challenging because sometimes even the people closest to us, when we start growing, because we mature in areas. I don't like using the word change because I don't think it's changing. I think it's just you becoming more who you are. So you're becoming like who you are as you develop and mature. And sometimes it's hard for us to remember or to forget the immature side, the growing side. It's like, no, that person has matured and grown up, but yet we still treat them how they once were. So I think that part could be.
And I'm gonna make some mistakes. That's all of us. We're gonna make some mistakes. Now, the one thing is I don't wanna make the same mistakes. I don't wanna make the same mistakes I already made.
Yeah.
And if you made a mistake, I want you to tell me your mistake so I don't make that same mistake. So you have to understand I'm gonna make mistakes. But I try my best to not, and also try not to make them as big. Because
it's big.
When you're running a business or a company and you want it to grow, And I don't want it to grow too fast. That's one of the things. I don't want it to grow too fast. I want it to grow and be sustainable. And I think my bishop is preaching a message about being, chess and checkers. And I like to try to think strategically and try to make sure that when we do this, because I'm preparing for the influx. I'm preparing for 100 students at this point. So I may say things, I may say, let's do this way, that may seem, oh man, it's a lot of work. But it's not a lot of work. It's the same amount of work that we would already be doing, but we do it with 20 kids, it would be the same amount of work to do it for 100 kids. So we want to make sure that we get those things. And a lot of times people don't always understand where I'm coming from with that, because I'm thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Like when I talk to people, I say, hey, we're doing this, or we're going to do this. I speak in faith because the church I go to, we talk about faith. We talk about that. So it's like, well, I should make that into my speech and how I speak. And my mother's like that as well. It's like, hey, we're going to do it. Yes, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
One of the big things that I learned I'm a problem solver. I like to solve problems. So when somebody comes with the issue, I immediately try to figure out how to fix it. Or, something's broken. I'm like, it's broken. I could take it apart. It doesn't matter. So I think about that. Okay, well, I did this with it. It broke. Well, I might want to do this, and this with it. So when I fix it, how can I make sure that it lasts for this long instead of just fixing it where it's this way? Something, okay, there's a hole there, there's a hole there, there's a hole there. Let's fix it, not just patch it.
Yeah, and that's smart. And I think that you form those habits now so that when the time comes and the growth happens, you're not scrambling playing catch up because you've already have those habits in place. Now you can facilitate the growth versus trying to get ready then, because you might not have the time to do that, and you don't want to scramble. That's pretty sick though. So what's the name of the school so the people know?
LJ Preparatory Christian Academy.
Yeah, so y'all look them up, hit them up, enroll. So LJ, I want to say, because me and you talked about it before. We talked about your relationship with your son. So I guess I'll go into naturally your dad. I pretty much can understand and answer this question, but for the sake of the conversation, people watching, what makes you so intentional, so focused on being that type of father to particularly your son? Like, we understand the daughter side, we're talking about the boy. What part of that makes you feel that?
I want him to be a better version of me.
That's it right there.
That's as simple as that. I think most fathers, when you sit down and think about that, is you see yourself in them. You know your faults. You know the mistakes that you made, and you want them to be a better version of you. And that starts at the beginning, talking to them. And one thing I always want to show him love. I mean, I got love when I was younger. Now, my father was in the military. He was off in the field sometimes. I still felt his love. I knew exactly why he was doing it. And I didn't have any faults with him, with that. I loved him. But I wanted to always show my son love. I try to tell him I love him every single day. Kiss him on the forehead. I love you. Because in this world, the way, we'll go into a little bit of, us being black.
Yep, let's go.
You don't always see that outside of us. So I want to make sure my son knows, hey, I love you. Not just we love you, I love you. I want to see the best for you. We will sacrifice for you. And one of the things I do with him, I speak real to him, just like I speak with my students. With being a teacher, you start noticing, and we deal with the lower income family. So I see a lot of people that don't have their fathers in their life. I've seen ones that had people just like run all over their mother. I see that. So I see one of the things that they're missing is love from their father or from a male figure. So I'm like, I don't want my son to ever feel like that. And the thing is, you never know what's going to happen with me. I could drive home today and pass away. But one thing he's going to know is that my father loved me.
Yeah.
And you can never take that away from him. So every single day, I try to talk to him, and we have conversations. And he's kind of like me. He thinks critically, and he likes things to be explained. So I talk to him like I've been talking to him like he was a teenager. Even when he was like 3-4 years old, I would talk to him Because, we didn't do that baby talk when he was a baby either.
Nah.
We talked.
And it's just like, it's one of those things where I want you to grow and progress. So I'm not going to speak to you where you are. I'm going to speak to you where, I want to get you to be. And a lot of times as parents, it could be easy to kind of go down. And yeah, you could go to explain, but our responsibility and our goal as parents is to assist them in their growing process.
Exactly.
So since that's what I want you to do, this is how we're going to talk. This is how we're going to communicate. Look at me in my face when I'm talking to you. You're a man, stand up. Because all of these things, these little things are going to be needed when you start engaging outside these walls. Outside these walls, they're not going to deal with you the way we deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Because there's love, care, and concern for you here. And not to say that people won't love and care and be concerned for you outside there. You're not going to find that like that out there. Everybody's going to be trying to get one over on you and all of that type of stuff.
That happens a lot.
And one thing, I talked to you about it too, when the Christmas production y'all put on.
Yeah.
And just watching him, little director, and he's just moving around, he's changing the set, and he's like just, and I'm just like, man, I'm staring at him, and I'm like, yo, that's Lamar right there, man. Is that a proud dad moment?
It is. It is. And the thing is, sometimes people don't pay attention to your son too.
Yeah.
Because he's good. You just gotta calm him down a little bit once you get him. And when he gets focused about what he wants to do, it's on and popping. Listen. And them two, they've been around each other most of their lives.
Yes.
They have scars to prove it. Oh man, they have scars to prove it that they can't take that away from them. Yeah. One has a scar here, the other has a scar here.
Yeah.
Don't know how that happened. But anyway. Yeah, it's a proud dad moment to see him growing up. One of the things that happened, we have him in gymnastics, which is a very demanding sport. Practice 4 days a week.
Jeez.
For 4 hours a day.
What?
So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, he's there from 3 to 7. Yes, 4 days a week.
Wow.
And it's a very demanding sport. And, we try to make sure he has other things going for him and other things that he's doing. But this year, I saw a switch flip in him. So we had him in and he was kind of complaining a little bit. And then this one day, he was just like, he wants to go more often. He wants to prepare. He wants to do his thing. And even though I know it's very rigorous going to school 5 days a week, having your parents at the school, your aunt is your teacher, and then you go from there straight to there, and then you go home. But we gave him a little bit more freedom over the summer, let him kind of like have some fun and chill out and go to practice. And then this one day, just like it clicked. He started like really focusing, and that's one of the things that I admire is that change and that focus that we saw in him. And it's like, man, okay, what we're doing is working.
Wow.
What we're doing is working. And it eases your mind and let you know, hey, if he's this at 9 years old, imagine when he gets 19, 29, 39. I always tell him, whatever you do the best at it. You don't have to be the best.
Yeah.
Do your best. Now, I tell him that, but me knowing that when he does his best, he will be better than the rest. So his goal is not to beat everybody.
Yeah.
His goal is to beat himself. So when he beats himself is better than everybody.
Yeah.
So that's to not blow up his head too much, but to make him have that internal thing and saying, hey, do better. What can I do better? And then when he looks up, he's like, oh, I'm number one.
Yeah. That's the point. It's not, because there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with competing to win. That's what winners do. Champions do that. There's nothing wrong with that. You chase that. But it's the character of the individual that's winning that matters.
Exactly.
You could be a good winner, you know what I'm saying? You could be a positive winner, or you could be a jerk at it. That's all in character. And,
or you could stifle yourself by trying to compete with other people.
Yeah.
Usain Bolt, fastest man alive right now, right? If he was just trying to beat the next person, he wouldn't be the fastest person alive. If he's just trying to be his competitor, he would just, okay, I could just winning by an inch.
Yep.
But if he pushes himself to be the best he can be, that's what makes him better than anybody that's ever lived or anybody that's ever done the sport. Same thing with Simone Biles.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing stuff that no other woman's done
Yeah.
in that sport to the level that they've done it at.
Yeah.
Even when she took a year off, came back and was like, okay, so you're doing stuff that no other women can do? All right. That's how it is. But sometimes when you compete with the people around you, that can stifle you. So you don't compete with the people around you, you compete with yourself. So I'm gonna be the best that I can be. Maybe you might have some comparisons here and there and stuff, but be the best you can be.
Yeah. And that's most important.
Exactly.
I want to talk a little bit about, before we go into more of the conversation, I want to talk a little bit about the church side of things and what we do. Because I believe if anyone can have this conversation with me on camera, candidly, like I want to have it, is you. Because we've talked.
Disclaimer, nobody don't get mad at me, all right? Don't get mad at me for what I'm about to say. This is my experience.
Yeah.
And sometimes in your experience, people don't realize how it affects you.
Yeah, as a person.
As a person.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that disclaimer there.
Yeah.
Even if it may be you, whoever's watching.
Yeah. I don't have no disclaimer. That's what we do. So here it is, right? And we've talked about it off camera. And the reason I want to have this conversation on camera is because I haven't seen it had. I know people are having it, and I want to have it on the sit down. So I'll put it to you like this. When it comes to media and ministry, right? COVID showed us how important, the online presence and the industry is to our culture and society, right? We're not saying that the gospel can't go forward without it. We're just saying that this is the nature of the world that we live in at this moment.
Yes.
It wasn't used X amount of years ago because that wasn't the way the world was moving. Technology is doing its thing. And now AI is being introduced, and it's going to be something else 10 years from now, right? Our kids are going to have a different type of technical, experience as they age. But this is the age that we're in. 2020, COVID happens, right? And as a person watching this happen to churches, you've seen a lot of people scramble to get online. They're using iPads, they're using cell phones, they're doing all type of things to get that look online. For a while, it worked because it was just like, get there. It doesn't matter how it looks or how it feels, just put your content there. Now that the content is put there, and this is what I always say, it's one thing to be consistent, it's another thing to be consistent while growing. Because I believe consistency is important. I believe more important than being consistent is to make sure you're growing as you're being consistent.
Yes.
Right? So when ministries are doing this, they're showing up, they're being consistent with what they're doing online, yet they're not growing. They want to grow, right? But they're not growing. Now, my thing is, they're not growing because they're not willing. I don't use really willing. They're not able to invest what it takes to grow in that type of space.
Let's take a step back first.
Okay.
My church has been streaming for well over a decade.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
We were streaming before Facebook was streaming. We were streaming on Ustream, live stream, when most churches weren't really streaming. So we've been streaming for a very long time.
Okay.
So let's step off of the technical side. I might hurt people's feelings. But sometimes you're not growing online because your message isn't for everybody. It's just for your people.
You think that's possible?
So the thing is, it's not that you're not preaching the word of God, right? It's not that you're not saying something that's good. But it's really for the people that you have, and maybe for your area, for your region, to help them grow. Some people have messages that are more universal and widespread to more people. So some of the people that are online, don't necessarily need to be discouraged because they don't have 10,000 views.
Right.
Because, again, going back, see how I went back a little bit. See, going back to saying be the best that you can be, maybe the best you can be is at that level. Be consistent at that level, upgrade that level to make sure that if God decides to increase your capacity,
right.
When you go from, say, 200 people online a week or whatever, that's a high number. 50 people
That is
online
a
a
high
week,
number, yeah.
and maybe 75 people in the audience, if God decides to bless you and get to the next level, that you're already prepared for that. You already have the consistency of being online. Also, some people need to be camera trained. It's hard to do that. And with the age of the internet, and I actually heard somebody else say that not every church should be online, but sometimes what we do can be taken out of context and misconstrued into a way that makes us diminishes what we look like online. What you say that may make sense in context and where you're at might be perfect. I didn't divert the conversation, but we'll get back to the technology side of it. But it may have diverted the conversation, and people may have perverted your words and misconstrued them, even though what you said was on point. And preaching, I know being around preachers, and of course I'm a licensed minister, done all that stuff. Sometimes your word may change for somebody that walked in the door.
Yep.
So then that word is really, it helps everybody in the ministry, but it's really for that person to save their life. Because somebody may walk in the door, and that word and that message may not translate to everybody. It might only translate to the people, and like, okay, that was a good message that pastor preached. You know, maybe it didn't move me forward. Maybe it just kept me consistent and stagnant. Not stagnant. Stagnant is a bad word, but kept me where I'm at. But this other person, that one person that walked in, it just catapulted them.
Yeah. It encouraged you.
And sometimes when you're online too, it's to catapult that one person that may watch you.
Yeah.
So you may help that one person that cannot come to church, or may not have the ability, or may stay in a state that doesn't speak to them, who they are and how they are. Because church in the country, if you ever go to different churches and have people come around, the way they preach, the way they do it is totally different, as well as going with what race they are, what background they come from, right? So there's that part of it. So they got to know, hey, what I'm doing, I want to be professional. I want to present God in the best way that I can. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to get 10,000 views, right?
And see, the view count, I think, gets in the way of how we calculate growth.